Revolution and Dictatorship. The Violent Origins of Durable Authoritarianism. Stephen Levitsky. Contents. Acknowledgements 9. Chapter 1, A Theory of Revolutionary Durability. 1. Part I, Classical Revolutions. 43. Chapter 2, The Revolutionary Origins of Soviet Durability. 45. Chapter 3, The Revolutionary Origins of Chinese Authoritarian Durability. 85. Chapter 4, The Durability of Mexico's Revolutionary Regime. 117. Part 2, National Liberation Regimes. 155. Chapter 5, Regime Origins and Diverging Paths in Vietnam, Algeria, and Ghana. 157. Part 3, Explaining Variation in Revolutionary Outcomes. 201. Chapter 6, Radicalism and Durability, Cuba and Iran. 203. Chapter 7, Radical Failures, Early Deaths of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, the Khmer Rouge, and the Taliban. 250. Chapter 8, Accommodation and Instability, Bolivia, Nicaragua, and Guinea-Bissau. 273. Chapter 9, Conclusion. 317. Appendix I, Statistical Analysis of Revolutionary and Non-Revolutionary Regimes. 357. With Jean Lachapelle and Adam Casey. Appendix 2, Operationalization of Major Variables. 384. Appendix 3, Summary Coding for All Authoritarian Regimes, 1900 to 2015. 394. With Adam Casey and Jean Lachapelle Notes. 409. References. 525. Index. 607. Chapter 1. A Theory of Revolutionary Durability. In June 1941, Soviet power hung by the barest of threads. Overwhelmed by invading Nazi armies, the Soviet Union ceded vast tracts of territory as entire Russian divisions lost contact with their commanders. Across the country, the Red Army disintegrated into bands of fugitives seeking to escape German encirclement. In the central corridors of power, panicked confusion reigned. 1. One might have expected the Soviet regime to collapse, falling prey to either an uprising by citizens who had suffered years of starvation and repression, or a coup by army officers angry at Joseph Stalin's brutal purges and catastrophic meddling in military affairs. Indeed, military disaster during World War I had precipitated the fall of the Tsarist regime. Moreover, the devastating first weeks of the invasion could be traced directly to Stalin's leadership. He had refused to prepare for an invasion despite numerous intelligence reports that an attack was imminent. In fact, he had ordered the dismantling of existing defense fortifications in the east, leaving the Soviet army largely defenseless in the rear. 2 Several days after the German invasion, Stalin retreated to his dacha, leaving the rest of the leadership in the lurch. A small group of Politburo members ventured out to see him uninvited, a risky move in Stalinist Russia. 3 According to one account, the Soviet leaders found Stalin alone in the dark, slumped in an armchair, seemingly expecting arrest. 4 He later admitted that any other government which had suffered such losses of territory, would have collapsed. 5 Yet Stalin's government survived, and Soviet communism endured for another half-century. The Soviet regime's survival amid extreme adversity highlights a broader phenomenon of great significance. Revolutionary autocracies, those born of violent social revolution, are extraordinarily durable. Soviet communism lasted 74 years, Mexico's institutional Revolutionary Party regime ruled for 85 years, revolutionary regimes in China, Cuba, and Vietnam remain in power today after more than 6 decades. Among modern states, only a small handful of Persian Gulf monarchies match this longevity. Revolutionary autocracies do not merely persist over time. Like the Soviet Union, most of them have survived despite external hostility, poor economic performance, and large-scale policy failure. The Chinese Communist Party held on to power in the face of the catastrophic Great Leap Forward and the great chaos unleashed by the Cultural Revolution. Vietnam's communist regime endured the devastation caused by 30 years of war. Cuba's revolutionary regime survived a U.S.-backed invasion, a crippling trade embargo, and the economic catastrophe that followed the Soviet collapse, and the Islamic Republic of Iran endured 4 decades of intense international hostility, including a bloody 8-year war with Iraq. Finally, most revolutionary regimes survived the global collapse of communism. During the 1990s, the loss of foreign patrons, economic crisis, and unprecedented international democracy promotion undermined autocracies across the world. 6 Yet many revolutionary regimes, including erstwhile communist regimes in China, Cuba, and Vietnam, remained intact. Indeed, all the communist regimes that survived into the 21st century were born of violent revolution. 7 Likewise, in sub-Saharan Africa, the only Soviet client states to survive the end of the Cold War were Angola and Mozambique, both of which emerged out of violent social revolution. These cases are not anomalies. In a statistical analysis of all authoritarian regimes established since 1900, undertaken with Jean Lachapelle and Adam EKC8, we find that authoritarian regimes that emerged out of violent social revolution survived, on average, nearly 3 times as long as their non-revolutionary counterparts. 9 Revolutionary regimes broke down at an annual rate that was barely a fifth of that of non-revolutionary regimes. 10 To help visualize these differences, Figure 1.1 presents the Kaplan-Meier estimates. For the 2 regime types, along with 95% confidence envelopes, it shows that a striking 71% of revolutionary regimes survived for 30 years or more, compared to only 19% of non-revolutionary regimes. 11 Importantly, revolutionary origins are positively associated with regime longevity, even when we control for standard variables such as level of economic development, GDP growth, oil wealth, and type of authoritarian regime. 12. Figure 1.1, Kaplan-Meier survival curves. The durability of revolutionary regimes is highly consequential. Though rare, revolutionary autocracies have had an outsized impact on modern world politics. Revolutions expand state power, sometimes dramatically. As Theda Skocpol observed, 13 The destruction of old elites and mobilization of vast human and other societal resources may permit rapid industrial and military advances, enabling states to leapfrog others in the geopolitical pecking order. Thus, the Russian Revolution transformed a predominantly agrarian society into a modern industrial power capable of defeating Germany in World War II and achieving nuclear parity with the United States. The revolution shook the global capitalist system and gave rise to the Cold War rivalry that defined the post-1945 geopolitical order. Likewise, the Chinese Revolution brought the centralization of what had been a weak, fragmented state and fueled the country's emergence as a superpower. Cuba's revolution transformed a peripheral state into one capable of successful military intervention in Africa. Revolutions also bring war. 14 Dramatic shifts in national power tend to destabilize the regional and even international order, increasing the likelihood of military conflict. 15 Revolutionary governments generate heightened uncertainty and perceptions of threat among both neighboring states and global powers, which increases the likelihood of interstate conflict. 16 Thus, from revolutionary France to communist Russia and China, to post-colonial Vietnam, to late 20th century Iran and Afghanistan, revolutionary governments have often found themselves engulfed in war. Overall, revolutionary governments are nearly twice as likely as non-revolutionary governments to be involved in war. 17. Revolutionary regimes also engender new ideological and political models that spread across national borders. The Bolshevik Revolution gave rise to an economic model and a political model that diffused across the globe during the 20th century. Similarly, the Cuban Revolution gave rise to a new guerrilla strategy that transformed the Latin American left, polarizing politics across the region for a generation. 18 The Iranian Revolution created a new model of a modern theocracy. Revolutionary regimes, moreover, have been responsible for some of the most horrific violence and human tragedy in modern history, including the 1932–1933 Ukrainian famine, Stalin's Great Terror, the Great Leap Forward in China, and the Khmer Rouge's genocide in Cambodia. Finally, revolutionary regimes have posed major foreign policy challenges for Western democracies. Few states were more closely associated with U.S. foreign policy ineffectiveness, if not outright failure, than revolutionary Vietnam, Cuba, Iran, and Afghanistan. This book seeks to explain the extraordinary durability of modern revolutionary regimes. 19 Drawing on comparative historical analysis, we argue that social revolutions trigger a reactive sequence that powerfully shapes long-run regime trajectories. 20 Revolutionary governments' attempts to radically transform the existing social and geopolitical order generate intense domestic and international resistance, often resulting in civil or external war. This counter-revolutionary reaction is critical to long-run regime durability. Counter-revolutionary wars pose an existential threat to newborn regimes, and, in some cases, they destroy them. Among revolutionary regimes that survive, however, early periods of violence and military threat produce three key pillars of regime strength: a cohesive ruling elite, a highly developed and loyal coercive apparatus, and the destruction of rival organizations and alternative centers of power in society. These three pillars help to inoculate revolutionary regimes against elite defection, military coups, and mass protest, three principal sources of authoritarian breakdown. Such a trajectory almost always yields durable autocracies. Defining revolutionary regime. A revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, courteous, restrained, and magnanimous. Mao Zedong. 21. Revolutionary autocracies are political regimes that emerge out of social revolutions. We define a social revolution as the violent overthrow of an existing regime from below, accompanied by mass mobilization and state collapse, which triggers a rapid transformation of the state and the existing social order. 22. Social revolutions possess four characteristics that jointly distinguish them from other types of regime change. First, they occur from below, in that they are led by mass-based movements that emerge outside the state and regime. 23. These may be armed guerrilla movements, political parties, or militant social movements that seize power amid mass unrest. In all cases, the revolutionary elite is drawn from outside the pre-existing state. Military coups are not social revolutions. Second, social revolutions involve the violent overthrow of the old regime. 24. This may take the form of a civil war, a guerrilla struggle, or a rapid and violent seizure of power. Third, social revolutions produce a fundamental transformation of the state. 25. State transformation initially involves the collapse or crippling of the pre-existing coercive apparatus. 26. Military chains of command are shattered by mutinies or widespread desertion, preventing the security forces from functioning as coherent organizations. In many cases, pre-existing coercive structures simply dissolve or, in anti-colonial revolutions, are withdrawn. Upon seizing power, revolutionary forces usually dismantle remaining coercive agencies and build new armies, police forces, and bureaucracies, often from scratch. 27. Fourth, social revolutions involve the initiation of radical socio-economic or cultural change. 28. Revolutionary governments attempt to impose, by force, measures that attack the core interests of powerful domestic and international actors or large groups in society. Such measures include the systematic seizure and redistribution of property, attempts to eliminate entire social classes, campaigns to destroy pre-existing cultures, religions, or ethnic orders, efforts to impose new rules governing social behavior, and foreign policy initiatives aimed at spreading revolution and transforming the regional or international order. Because such efforts at radical social transformation trigger substantial resistance, often from powerful places, they are invariably accompanied by a heavy dose of coercion. For this reason, social revolutions are antithetical to the development of liberal democracy. Our definition of social revolution is demanding. 29. It excludes at least three types of regime change that scholars sometimes describe as revolutionary. First, it excludes cases of mass-based regime change in which states and social structures remain intact, such as the so-called color revolutions in Serbia, Georgia, Ukraine, and Kyrgyzstan, the Arab Spring transitions in Egypt and Tunisia, or third-wave democratizations in the Philippines and South Africa. Second, our definition excludes cases of radical change initiated by actors within the state. So-called revolutions from above 30, such as those in Turkey under Kemal Ataturk, Egypt under Gamal Nasser, or Ethiopia under Mengistu Haile Mariam, do not meet our definition of revolution because they were led by state officials rather than mass-based regime outsiders. Far from involving the collapse or transformation of the state, revolutions from above are led by the state. Third, we exclude cases that emerge out of violent regime change but do not initiate radical social transformations. These cases, which include China under the Kuomintang, post-colonial Indonesia, and contemporary Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Uganda, might be characterized as political revolutions, as opposed to social revolutions. 31 Regimes that emerge out of political revolutions sometimes share important characteristics with social revolutionary regimes, such as the creation of new armies. As a result, they too are often robust. However, only social revolutions trigger the revolutionary reactive sequence that generates the extraordinary durability observed in countries like Mexico, the Soviet Union, Communist China, and Vietnam. When we use the term revolutionary regime, then, we refer to regimes born of social revolution. Our definition does not encompass some prominent cases that have been described as revolutionary, such as the post-communist refoliations of 1989 to 1991.32, because the fall of communism in Eastern Europe involved mass uprisings and produced far-reaching socio-economic transformations. These transitions have been described as revolutionary. 33 They do not meet our criteria, however. With the exception of Romania, 34 post-communist transitions were peaceful, in that they were driven by either peaceful demonstrations or, in the Soviet case, elections and peaceful protest. 35 In addition, most post-communist transitions left important state structures, including pre-existing armies, intact. 36 Our definition also excludes fascist regimes. Although Nazi Germany and Italy under Benito Mussolini have been described as revolutionary, 37 the Nazis and the Italian fascists came to power through institutional means, and with the backing of state officials. 38 States never collapsed. Our definition of revolution is thus more demanding than those used in much of the contemporary literature. Minimalist definitions, such as those of Mark R. Biesinger, Jack Goldstone, Jeff Goodwin, and others, categorize as revolutions all cases of irregular, extra-constitutional, and sometimes violent changes of political regime and control of state power brought about by popular movements. 39 By excluding criteria such as state and societal transformation, these definitions broaden the concept of revolution to encompass a wide array of cases, ranging from violent social revolutions in China and Russia to the protest-driven removal of autocrats such as the fall of Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines, Slobodan Milosevic in Serbia, and Zine El Abidine Ben Ali in Tunisia. Our definition yields a narrower but more uniform set of cases. To identify revolutionary regimes, we compiled a list of all 355 autocracies since 1900 by drawing on data from Barbara Geddes, Joseph Wright, and Erica France's Autocratic Breakdown and Regimes Transitions data set. 40 We then narrowed the set of cases to governments that came to power in an irregular fashion and from outside the state. 41 Finally, we excluded cases in which new governments did not initiate an effort to radically transform the state and the social order. 42. To ensure that we did not miss any revolutionary governments that collapsed before the end of the first calendar year, thereby failing to meet GWF's inclusion criteria for being a regime. 43 We also examined all 219 autocratic leaders who were in power for at least a day but less than a year. 44 We identified 2 revolutionary governments that died in their infancy. Finland in 1918 and Hungary in 1919. 45 The fact that we could identify only 2 such cases increases our confidence that we have not inadvertently failed to identify short-lived revolutionary governments. 46 Overall, then, we find 20 revolutionary autocracies since 1900, These are listed in Table 1.1. In terms of regime longevity, our cases range from those that survived less than a year to those lasting more than 70 years. They include both regimes that emerge out of classic social revolutions, such as those in China, Cuba, Mexico, and Russia, and those founded in radical national liberation struggles, as in Algeria, Angola, Mozambique, and Vietnam. The list also includes some post-Cold War cases that are not always treated as social revolutions, such as Rwanda, where the Rwandan Patriotic Front government took steps to overturn the pre-existing Ethnic Order 47, and Eritrea, where the Eritrean People's Liberation Front sought to radically overhaul the country's rural social structure. 48. 17 of the 20 regimes listed in Table 1.1 are left-leaning. This pattern may be attributed to the fact that radical challenges to the existing social order, a defining characteristic of social revolution, were more likely to be undertaken by leftist forces in the 20th and early 21st centuries. Conservative or right-wing forces usually seek to preserve the existing social order. 49. Finally, all the regimes encompassed by our definition are authoritarian. This should not be surprising. Because efforts to carry out radical social transformation attack the vital interests or way of life of powerful domestic actors and large societal groups, they require a level of violence and coercion that is incompatible with liberal democracy. 50. Social revolutions may contribute to long-run democratization, for example, by destroying institutions or social classes that inhibit democratic change, as Barrington Moore argued in the case of France. 51. In all revolutionary cases, however, the initial regime was authoritarian. A theory of revolutionary regime durability. This book seeks to explain the durability of authoritarian regimes. Durable authoritarian regimes are those in which a single party, coalition, or clique remains continuously in power, usually beyond the lifetime of founding leaders, and often despite adverse conditions. 52. Durable autocracies are less likely to suffer serious contestation, either from within or from society, even in circumstances such as economic crisis, major policy failure, or leadership succession that often give rise to such contestation. Moreover, when regime challenges do emerge, durable autocracies are better equipped to thwart them. The early 21st century witnessed a proliferation of research on the sources of authoritarian durability. Some scholars pointed to economic sources of regime stability. One of these is growth. Studies have shown that economic growth helps sustain autocracy by limiting public discontent and providing governments with the resources to both maintain pro-regime coalitions and co-opt potential rivals. 53. Other research highlighted the role of natural resource wealth, particularly oil, in sustaining autocracies. 54. However, few revolutionary regimes have achieved sustained economic growth or possess vast natural resource endowments. In fact, most of them have experienced the kind of severe economic crisis that is widely associated with authoritarian breakdown. Much of the contemporary literature on authoritarian durability highlights the role of political institutions. 55. Scholars argue that pseudo-democratic institutions such as elections, legislatures, and ruling parties help autocrats gain access to information. 56. Co-opt opponents. 57. And provide mechanisms of coordination and cohesion among the ruling elite. 58. The most prominent institutionalist arguments center on the role of political parties. 59. Ruling parties are said to enhance authoritarian stability by creating incentives for elite cooperation over defection. By providing institutional mechanisms to regulate access to the spoils of public office and by lengthening actors' time horizons through the provision of future opportunities for career advancement, ruling parties encourage long-term loyalty. 60. Those who lose out in short-term power struggles remain loyal in the expectation of gaining access to power in future rounds. Ruling parties thus reduce the incentives for elite defection, which is widely viewed as a major cause of authoritarian breakdown. 61. Given that most revolutionary regimes are governed by strong ruling parties, revolutionary cases may appear to conform to such theories. Nevertheless, there are limits to the explanatory power of institutionalist approaches. As Benjamin Smith has shown, Party-based authoritarian regimes vary widely in their durability. 62 Whereas some party-based regimes survive for decades, even in the face of intense opposition and severe economic crises, others quickly collapse, often at the first sign of duress. Indeed, as we show in this book, the formal existence of a ruling party tells us virtually nothing about its strength. 63. Furthermore, ruling parties may not exert the independent causal force that is often assigned to them in the literature. 64 Looking back at the origins of many party-based autocracies, we see that ruling parties were often initially weak or non-existent. Mexico's ruling party was not created until 15 years after the revolutionary elite took power. Cuba's Communist Party was not established until 6 years after the revolution, and the party remained inoperative for a decade after its founding. Even the Bolshevik Party, which became the model for Leninist party regimes, was initially weak and riven by internal conflict. In these and other cases, ruling parties strengthened over time, together with processes of state building and regime consolidation. This sequencing suggests that other, more exogenous, factors may be at work. In other words, strong ruling parties may contribute to durable authoritarianism, but we still need to understand where strong ruling parties come from. Our statistical analysis offers further evidence that revolutionary origins are associated with more durable party-based authoritarianism. 65 We found that among the party-based authoritarian regimes that emerged since 1900, those with revolutionary origins are considerably more robust than those without such origins. The likelihood that a revolutionary regime will collapse in any given year is less than half that of non-revolutionary party-based regimes. 66. Recent scholarly efforts to explain variation in authoritarian durability have taken a historical turn, examining the role of regime origins. 67 This approach may be traced back to Samuel Huntington, who argued more than half a century ago that strong ruling parties were rooted in struggle and violence. 68 For Huntington, the strength of single-party regimes was grounded in the duration and intensity of the struggle to acquire power or to consolidate power after taking over the government. 69. Thus, ruling parties that emerged out of violent revolution or prolonged nationalist struggle were most durable, whereas parties that seized and consolidated control of the state easily, without a major struggle, usually withered in power. 70 Catherine Chorley 71 writing a full generation before Huntington pointed to the critical role of social revolutions in facilitating the construction of strong and loyal coercive agencies. This book expands upon and tests these insights. There exists a rich tradition of research on social revolutions. 72 Much of this research focuses on the causes of revolution. Scholars have long debated the causal role of modernization, class structure, culture, ideology, and leadership. 73 Since publication of Theda Skocpol's path-breaking book States and Social Revolutions. 74 However, there has been a near consensus to which this book adheres that state weakness is a necessary condition for revolution. 75 Revolutions occur only where states are disabled by war, decolonization, or the breakdown of a sultanistic regime. 76 We know less, however, about the consequences of revolution, especially for political regimes. Scholars have examined the impact of revolution on culture. 77 Redistribution and social equality. 78 and state building. 79 They have linked revolutions to the development of powerful coercive structures. 80 Heightened repression and terror. 81 and war. 82 Nevertheless, there have been fewer efforts to theorize how social revolutions shape political regimes. 83 The revolutionary reactive sequence. Building on Huntington 84 as well as more recent work by scholars such as James Mahoney 85, Benjamin Smith 86 and Dan Slater 87, we argue that developments during a revolutionary regime's foundational period have a profound impact on its long-term trajectory. Revolutionary origins trigger what Mahoney calls a reactive sequence, 88, or a series of violent conflicts that, if they do not destroy the regime early on, dramatically strengthen state institutions and weaken societal ones, laying a foundation for durable authoritarianism. Figure 1.2, the ideal typical revolutionary reactive sequence. **In some cases, the reactive sequence occurs before seizure of power. In the ideal typical revolutionary reactive sequence, which is summarized in Figure 1.2, early radicalism triggers a violent counter-revolutionary reaction, often supported by foreign powers. This counter-revolutionary reaction is critical to long-run regime durability because it creates an existential threat that reinforces elite cohesion, encourages the development of a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus, and facilitates the destruction of rival organizations and independent centers of societal power. This process of state building and societal weakening lays a foundation for durable authoritarian rule. In classical cases, or what Huntington called the Western type of Revolution 89, the reactive sequence begins after the seizure of national power. In some cases, however, much of the conflict and transformation occurs prior to the seizure of national power. Notwithstanding this difference in timing, this book shows that the Western and Eastern revolutionary paths unfold in comparable ways and give rise to similarly durable regimes. Two alternative revolutionary paths yield less durable regimes. One is a radical path to early death, in which revolutionary attacks on powerful domestic and international interests trigger a military conflict that destroys the regime. Hungary, Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge, and Afghanistan under the Taliban followed this path. The other alternative path is one of accommodation, in which revolutionaries initiate far-reaching social change but then temper or abandon most of these measures to avert a counter-revolutionary reaction. This more pragmatic approach often succeeds at limiting violent conflict, but in the absence of such conflict, revolutionary governments are less likely to forge a cohesive elite, build a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus, or destroy independent power centers. Such regimes tend to survive in the short run, but without a durable foundation, they are prone to instability. Opposition challenges both from within and from society are more frequent, more potent, and thus more likely to undermine the regime. This was the path followed by regimes in Algeria, Bolivia, and Guinea-Bissau. The seizure of power, early radicalism, and the role of ideology. You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. Thomas Sankara 90. In observing the strength of regimes in Mexico and the Soviet Union during the 1950s and 1960s, or in contemporary China and Vietnam, it is easy to forget that most revolutionary autocracies are born weak. Revolutionaries seize power in a context of state collapse, in which pre-existing armies, police forces, and bureaucracies have been partially or fully destroyed. Inevitably, then, new revolutionary elites inherit weak states. Rebel armies are often too small, ill-equipped, and inexperienced to maintain order across the national territory. 91 In Russia, for example, Bolshevik forces had virtually no presence outside the major cities in October 1917. Likewise, Albanian revolutionaries barely possessed any state structures when Enver Hoxha declared victory in late 1944-92, and Iranian revolutionaries controlled only a hastily gathered, disorganized, and ill-trained militia upon seizing power in 1979. Ruling parties also tend to be weak in the immediate aftermath of revolution. In Cuba, for example, Fidel Castro ruled without a party between 1959 and 1965. Even after being formally established in 1965, the Cuban Communist Party barely functioned. 94 It never even held a Congress before 1975, allowing Castro to rule in an institutional void. 95 Likewise, Mexican revolutionaries lacked a ruling party during their first 12 years in power. Even in Russia, the birthplace of the Leninist party model, the Bolshevik Party was initially plagued by internal conflict and loose discipline. 96. The absence of a strong party or coercive apparatus leaves revolutionary governments vulnerable to challenges from diverse actors, ranging from ancien regime elites to remnants of the old army to rival political organizations seeking power in the wake of the old regime's collapse. For example, Mexico's revolutionary government confronted remnants of the old federal army, landowners, and rival armies led by Francisco Villa and Emiliano Zapata for nearly a decade after the seizure of power. The Bolsheviks faced opposition from the white armies and other remnants of the Tsarist regime, as well as two rival socialist parties, the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries. Without an effective army or party and surrounded by a multitude of real and potential enemies, new revolutionary governments tend to be vulnerable. As George Petty keenly observed, victorious revolutionaries take power not like men on horseback, but like fearful children, exploring an empty house, not sure that it is empty. 97. The aftermath of the seizure of power may be understood as a critical juncture. 98, during which the behavior of the revolutionary elite can have powerful long-term consequences for the regime. Non-revolutionary governments tend to respond pragmatically to conditions of extreme vulnerability by seeking to broaden their domestic coalitions, build investor confidence, and cultivate international legitimacy in order to attract foreign support. In post-colonial Indonesia, for example, Sukarno sought to forge a broad governing coalition that included nationalist, Marxist, and conservative religious factions. 99 Likewise, when the People's Liberation Movement won power in South Sudan in 2011, it moved to strengthen traditional chiefs and reconcile with competing groups across the country. 100. Most revolutionary governments do the opposite. Upon seizing power, revolutionary elites launch radical policy initiatives that threaten the vital interests of powerful domestic and foreign actors and disrupt the way of life of much of society. 101 For example, the Bolsheviks abolished private property, halted all bond payments, and repudiated Russia's foreign debts, causing shockwaves in the international financial system. 102 Similarly, Cuban revolutionaries ignored the advice of their Soviet patrons and attempted to export armed revolution throughout Latin America in the 1960s. 103 This revolutionary mechanism placed Cuba in the crosshairs of the U.S. government, which posed a direct threat to the regime's survival. 104 Such radical behavior cannot be understood in strictly power-maximizing terms. Initiatives such as radical land reform, large-scale expropriation of foreign-owned companies, confrontation with neighboring or Western powers, and efforts to wipe out secular culture challenge powerful interests and disrupt the lives of millions of people. For new governments presiding over weak states, such strategies are extraordinarily risky, sometimes fatally so. Such risk-acceptant behavior is very often driven by ideology. 105 Revolutions put extreme idealists in positions of power they do not ordinarily have. 106 As Stephen E. Hansen has argued, strong ideological commitments lengthen actors' time horizons. Ideologues operate secure in the knowledge of long-term success and thus rationally forego the benefits of short-term egoistic behavior in order to advance the cause of the ideological collective. 107 Indeed, there is evidence that revolutionary leaders such as Vladimir Lenin, Bela Kun, Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, Mullah Mohammad Omar, Ho Chi Minh, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, and Samora Machel were unusually ideological, in that they placed considerable emphasis on utopian or eschatological visions of a new world order. 108 Counter-revolutionary reaction. Forrest D. Colburn observed that just as Newton demonstrated that every action brings about a reaction, so every revolution evokes a counter-revolution. 109 The radical initiatives undertaken by new revolutionary governments almost invariably generate violent reactions, both at home and abroad. 110 Large-scale expropriation of private property, attacks on dominant cultural or religious institutions, and efforts to challenge the existing geopolitical order almost invariably trigger domestic counter-revolutionary movements or external military aggression, or both. 111 Most revolutions thus spark the emergence of armed counter-revolutionary movements, often backed by foreign powers, which must be defeated if the new regime is to consolidate. 112 The Bolsheviks were thrown into a civil war against white armies backed by British, French, Japanese, and American forces. The Castro government confronted a U.S.-backed counter-revolutionary campaign that culminated in the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion. In Mozambique, the Front for the Liberation of Mozambique's radical agrarian experiments and support for insurgents in Rhodesia led to the emergence of a large Rhodesian and South African-backed insurgency at home. Revolutions also provoke external wars, often with neighboring states whose governments perceive a threat from the revolutionary government or a window of opportunity in the wake of state collapse. 113 For example, The bloody Iran-Iraq War was a direct consequence of the Iranian Revolution, as Saddam Hussein viewed the Khomeini government as a threat. 114 Vietnam's revolutionary government fought a devastating war with the United States, while the Cambodian Revolution led to a war with Vietnam. In the 1990s, Eritrea engaged in military conflict with every country with which it had a land border. Overall, a striking 17 of our 20 revolutions were followed by a civil or external war. 115. Post-revolutionary conflicts generate enduring existential threats, often from powerful enemies. 116 Vietnam, for example, was in a state of continuous war with France and later the United States for 3 decades. Cuba's revolutionary regime faced decades of unrelenting U.S. hostility, and its leaders maintained a siege mentality as late as the early 2000s. 117. Revolutionary legacies, 3 pillars of durable authoritarianism. The existential threats posed by counter-revolutionary reactions sometimes prove fatal for regimes. As Chapter 7 shows, for example, the Hungarian Soviet Republic collapsed after only 5 months at the hands of invading Allied-backed Romanian troops. Likewise, revolutionary dictatorships in Cambodia and Afghanistan were destroyed by foreign military responses to their belligerent behavior. Where regimes survive these counter-revolutionary reactions, however, military conflict generates processes of revolutionary state-building and societal transformation that lay a foundation for durable authoritarianism. The violent conflict triggered by efforts to radically transform the existing social or geopolitical order generates a prolonged perception of extreme threat, which reinforces elite cohesion, contributes to the development of strong and loyal coercive institutions, and facilitates the destruction of alternative centers of societal power. These 3 legacies serve as crucial pillars of regime durability because they help to inoculate revolutionary regimes against elite defection, military coups, and mass protest. 3 major sources of authoritarian breakdown. A cohesive ruling elite. Counter-revolutionary conflict tends to produce a cohesive regime elite, or one in which high-level government or ruling party defection to the opposition is rare, even during crises. Revolutions enhance elite cohesion because they polarize societies, often for decades. Intense polarization sharpens them distinctions, strengthening within-group ties and fostering perceptions of a linked fate among cadres. 118 Revolutionary polarization is often accompanied by an enduring perception of existential threat. Due to continuing counter-revolutionary challenges, most revolutionary regimes face persistent threats to their survival. Such existential threats tend to generate a siege mentality among the revolutionary elite, which creates powerful incentives to close ranks. With the regime's survival perceived to be at stake, elite defection, or even open dissent is often viewed as treason. As a result, the costs of defection are high. To be clear, the cohesion generated by revolutionary and counter-revolutionary conflict does not eliminate the factional power struggles that are endemic to all large political organizations. However, post-revolutionary conflict creates powerful obstacles to defection, especially during periods of crisis when the regime's survival is at stake. Thus, revolutionary leaders may compete for power and disagree over policy and strategy, but they almost never attack the regime itself. Due to the heightened cost of defection, elite schisms are less frequent in revolutionary regimes than in other autocracies. In Russia, China, Yugoslavia, Vietnam, Cuba, Albania, Mozambique, Nicaragua, and even the hyper-factionalized Islamic Republic of Iran, revolutionary autocracies suffered virtually no defections, often for decades. The claim that revolutions generate elite cohesion may appear to fly in the face of events in Stalinist Russia, Maoist China, and Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge, where revolutionary governments carried out massive purges of the ruling elite. Indeed, since the time of the Jacobin Terror, revolutions have been said to devour their own children. However, revolutionary purges are not as common as is sometimes believed. There were no purges, for example, in Cuba, Mozambique, Nicaragua, or Vietnam. Crucially, moreover, purges should not be treated as an indicator of low cohesion. There is broad scholarly agreement that leaders in Russia, China, and Cambodia used purges primarily as means to concentrate power. In other words, Stalin's and Mao's purges were not responses to serious threats of defection and opposition. 119 Likewise, years after the Khmer Rouge fell from power, Cambodian Foreign Minister Ieng Sari acknowledged that widespread claims of elite conspiracies against Pol Pot made during his tenure were simply concocted to justify purges. 120 Where elites are cohesive, dissident officials close ranks even under the worst of circumstances. Thus, the fact that Stalin, Mao, and Pol Pot carried out massive purges without triggering schism suggests a strikingly high degree of cohesion. A cohesive elite is an important pillar of durable authoritarian rule. Internal schisms often pose a serious threat to authoritarian survival. 121 Those best positioned to remove autocrats are members of the inner circle because they have access to the coercive, administrative, patronage, and media resources needed to challenge the dictator. In autocracies facing economic or other crises, signs of regime vulnerability may induce erstwhile loyalists to abandon ship, which can trigger collapse. 122 For example, Zambia's single-party regime collapsed in 1991 after economic crisis and mounting protest triggered a wave of defections from the ruling United National Independence Party. As one defecting UNIP member put it, only a stupid fly follows a dead body to the grave. 123 By contrast, revolutionary elites tend to remain loyal even during severe crises. For example, after Lenin's incapacitation in Russia, perceived threats from Western powers dissuaded Leon Trotsky and other dissident Bolsheviks from challenging Stalin or defecting at a time when such opposition might have succeeded. Instead, Trotsky, a Revolutionary War hero who was widely considered Lenin's natural successor, pledged loyalty to Stalin's ruling triumvirate even after he was excluded from it. 124 Although they might have used their considerable prestige to oppose Stalin, Trotsky and other dissidents were paralyzed by fear at the prospect of creating a rival party. 125 Similarly, Vietnam's Communist Party leadership suffered no defections during the entirety of the war against the United States. 126 And Cuba's Communist Party leadership suffered no defections despite a catastrophic economic crisis in the wake of the Soviet collapse. 127 A strong and loyal coercive apparatus. Social revolution and its aftermath tend to produce strong and loyal coercive organizations. While the collapse and reconstruction of the state allows revolutionaries to create new army, police, and intelligence agencies that are fused with, and tightly controlled by, the ruling elite, sustained counter-revolutionary or external military threats almost invariably lead to the development of a large and effective coercive apparatus. Political military fusion. Because social revolutions are accompanied by the crippling or collapse of pre-evolutionary states, revolutionary leaders must build new coercive agencies, often from scratch. 128 Indeed, in nearly all our cases, revolutionary elites built entirely new armies, police forces, and intelligence services. 129 Revolutionary armies differ from non-revolutionary ones in several important ways. First, they tend to be tightly fused with ruling parties, creating what Amos Perlmutter and William M. Leogrande call a dual elite. 130 Revolutionary army, police, and intelligence forces are led and staffed by cadres from the liberation struggle, and military officials hold top positions in the government and the ruling party. In such cases, it makes no sense to ask whether the dual elite functions as the agent of the party within the army or the agent of the army within the party. It is both. 131 For example, Cuba's revolutionary regime was marked by a near-total overlap between civilian and military elites. 132 Civilian control over the military was not an issue because civilian leaders were the armed forces. 133 Likewise, in Vietnam, where communist guerrillas founded the People's Army of Vietnam in the 1940s, effectively fusing party and army leaderships. 134 The military command was nothing more than a segment of the party leadership. 135 A similar degree of party-army fusion could be observed in China, Mexico, Mozambique, Nicaragua, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere. Party-army fusion enhances the authority of political leaders, many of whom led the armed struggle. Thus, in Albania, Angola, China, Cuba, Eritrea, Mexico, Mozambique, Nicaragua, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere, party leaders were guerrilla commanders during the Revolutionary War. Their military achievements and demonstrated willingness to share battlefield risks earned them martial prestige. 136. Building new armies from scratch also allows revolutionary elites to penetrate the armed forces with political commissars and other institutions of partisan oversight and control. 137 Partisan penetration enhances the ruling elite's capacity to monitor militaries and identify potential conspirators. In most cases, such penetration is extraordinarily difficult to achieve. Partisan interference is often fiercely resisted by traditional militaries, whose leaders value their autonomy. 138 For example, Kwame Nkrumah's attempts to introduce political commissars and party cells into the Ghanaian military met strong resistance and contributed to the coup that toppled him in 1966. Such politicization is easier when ruling parties create militaries from scratch. 139 In Albania, China, Cuba, Nicaragua, Rwanda, the Soviet Union, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, and elsewhere, revolutionary leaders successfully established political commissars, party cells, and other institutional mechanisms at all levels of the armed forces to ensure ruling party control. The fusion of revolutionary party and army structures fosters an unusual degree of military loyalty. In most non-revolutionary autocracies, militaries retain strong corporate identities and thus view their interests as distinct from those of the government. In post-colonial Burma, for example, military leaders believed that politicians could not be trusted with holding the country together. 140 Likewise, the Pakistani army viewed itself as the primary guardian of the national interest and able to run the country more efficiently than civilians. 141 In revolutionary regimes, by contrast, civilian and military elites share an identity. 142 Army commanders view themselves as partners in the revolutionary struggle and thus tend to be staunchly loyal to the revolution and its ideology. 143 Thus, in China, there was little danger of the military betraying the revolution because the military had become the revolution. 144 Likewise, in Nicaragua, Sandinista military officials viewed themselves as defenders of a revolutionary political project. 145 And in Iran, the Revolutionary Guard viewed itself as the principal bastion and perpetuator of revolutionary purity. 146 Party-army fusion dramatically reduces the likelihood of military coups. 147 Coups were the principal cause of regime collapse, authoritarian and democratic, during the Cold War era. 148 Militaries seized power throughout the developing world in the decades after World War II. 149 According to Nanihal Singh, 150 coups were attempted in 80% of sub-Saharan African states, 76% of Middle Eastern and North African states, 67% of Latin American states, and 50% of Asian states. During the second half of the 20th century. 151 Yet coups are extremely rare in revolutionary regimes. Among our 20 cases, only 2 regimes, those in Bolivia and Guinea-Bissau, were overthrown by the military. 152 In an analysis conducted with Jean Lachapelle and Adam E. Casey, we found that revolutionary regimes are considerably less likely to suffer coup attempts than non-revolutionary regimes. 153 Indeed, revolutionary armies have remained loyal even in circumstances that frequently trigger intervention. In China, for example, the military remained loyal to Mao during the Cultural Revolution, even though Mao encouraged violent factional conflict that brought the country to the brink of civil war. In Soviet Russia, Stalin faced no challenge from the army despite purging 90% of top military officials in 1937 to 1938. In Mozambique, the military did not attempt a coup despite a 1992 peace agreement that required Frelimo to disband the military and create a new force that integrated its rival, the Mozambican National Resistance. 154 Regimes in Cuba, Iran, and Nicaragua did not suffer coups despite severe economic crises. In sum, party-army fusion has a powerful coup-proofing effect. Because coups are a leading source of authoritarian breakdown, 155 revolutionary state-building contributes in an important way to regime durability. A strong coercive apparatus. Social revolutions frequently increase the power and reach of the state. 156 Existential military threats compel revolutionary governments to build a vast security apparatus. Faced with counter-revolutionary violence and, in many cases, real or threatened foreign invasion, revolutionary governments often must invest heavily in building up their armies and internal security forces. 157 In Vietnam, decades of war gave rise to one of the world's largest and most effective armies. 158 In Cuba, the threat of a U.S.-backed invasion led the Castro government to transform its ragtag army of 5,000 soldiers into a 300,000-strong force capable of deterring the United States. 159 In Eritrea, counter-revolutionary conflict in the 1990s transformed the country from a weak state into one of the most militarized autocracies in the world, second only to North Korea. 160 A developed coercive apparatus, especially one that is tightly wedded to the ruling elite, enhances a regime's repressive capacity. In addition to elitisms and coups, autocrats face potential threats from below. 161 To combat such challenges, they rely on both low-intensity and high-intensity repression. 162 High-intensity repression refers to high-visibility acts that target large numbers of people, well-known individuals, or major institutions. An example is violent repression of mass demonstrations, as in Mexico City in 1968, Tiananmen Square in China in 1989, or Iran in 2019. Low-intensity repression refers to less visible, but more systematic, forms of coercion, such as surveillance, low-profile harassment or detention by security forces, and intimidation by paramilitary forces. Revolutionary origins increase the capacity of autocrats to engage in both low and high-intensity repression. The vast expansion of the central state apparatus, often in a context of wartime mobilization, enhanced revolutionary regimes' capacity for surveillance and other forms of low-intensity repression. The Soviet KGB stationed officials in every significant enterprise, factory, and government institution and drew on roughly 11 million informers who infiltrated virtually every apartment block in the country. 163 Vietnam's intelligence agency mobilized as many as 1 million agents. 164 Which allowed it to penetrate society down to the smallest alley. 165 With informants in workplaces and classrooms and wardens overseeing every neighborhood, the Vietnamese state was able to monitor every active dissident in the country. 166 Revolutionary governments also possess an unusual capacity for high-intensity repression. Large-scale and public repression of mass protest involves considerable risk. Not only is it likely to trigger international condemnation, but it may erode the domestic legitimacy of the security forces, which can undermine internal discipline and morale. 167 Due to fear of prosecution or other forms of public retribution, both security officials and rank-and-file soldiers may resist orders to repress. For this reason, governments are often reluctant to order high-intensity coercion, and where such orders are issued, security officials often refuse to carry them out. Indeed, numerous authoritarian regimes have collapsed due to the government's unwillingness or inability to repress protest in a consistent and sustained manner. By contrast, states that emerge from revolutionary conflict are well equipped to crack down on protest. Years of military struggle give rise to a generation of elites and cadres with experience in violence. Ruling elites that have engaged in violent conflict are more likely to unite behind coercive measures, and, crucially, security officials who belong to those revolutionary elites are more likely to carry out controversial orders to engage in high-intensity repression. Thus, revolutionary ties between government and security forces facilitated the PRI government's brutal repression of student protesters in Mexico City in 1968, the Chinese Communist government's high-intensity crackdown on the Tiananmen Square protesters in 1989, and the Algerian military's crackdown on Islamists in the 1990s. In Iran, the Revolutionary Guard and the Basij organizations created by revolutionary forces and strengthened by years of counterinsurgency and war consistently carried out orders to repress during the 2009 Green Revolution protests as well as the 2019 uprisings. The destruction of rival organizations and independent centers of societal power. Finally, revolutionary and counter-revolutionary conflict facilitates the destruction of both existing rivals and the social institutions that could serve as the basis for future challenges. 168 Wars allow governments to do things ordinary dictatorships often cannot do. For one, they provide revolutionary elites with both a justification and the means to destroy political rivals. For example, Russia's civil war allowed the Bolsheviks to wipe out other socialist parties, including the Mensheviks and the Popular SRS. 169 In Yugoslavia, the Revolutionary War allowed the partisans to destroy the nationalist Chetniks, who had competed for control of the country. By the war's end, almost all potential rivals to the revolutionaries had been destroyed. 170 Likewise, the Vietnamese communists undertook the violent destruction of rival nationalist and religious organizations during their struggle against the French. 171 By the time the Communist Party gained control of North Vietnam in 1954, all major challengers had been eliminated. 172 Crucially, moreover, revolutionary and post-revolutionary wars facilitate the weakening or destruction of independent centers of societal power, institutions or social classes whose power, resources, or legitimacy can serve as a basis for opposition. These include local elites, landowning classes, pre-existing armies, and traditional monarchic and religious authorities whose symbolic power could be used to mobilize opposition to the regime. 173 Thus, Mexico's bloody 1913-1915 civil war weakened landowners and destroyed the old army. 174 While Russia's civil war finished off the last remnants of the Tsarist forces and the landowning classes. In Yugoslavia, military conflict during World War II undermined local authority structures, weakening the traditional village chiefs who had long dominated the country. 175 And in China, the Revolutionary War and land reform wiped out the dense network of local gentry, foreign and domestic churches, warlords, criminal gangs, secret societies, and clan networks that had limited the reach of the pre-revolutionary state. 176 The destruction of independent power centers weakens the structural basis of future opposition. The mobilization of trade unions, religious institutions, and other civic associations undermined dictatorships in Argentina, Brazil, the Philippines, Poland, South Africa, South Korea, and elsewhere during the third wave of democratization. Revolutionary regimes are less likely to face such societal mobilization. In the absence of independent sources of finance, infrastructure, or legitimacy, the organizational bases of opposition effectively disappear. In China, the elimination of criminal gangs and local fiefdoms which had provided the Communist Party with safe havens during the revolutionary struggle deprived opponents of means to resist attacks by the central state. At the start of the 21st century, China had a much weaker civil society than did many countries with similarly high levels of economic development. In Vietnam, the destruction of the landowning class and the weakening of the Catholic Church eliminated potential sources of opposition to communist rule. 177 By the 1960s, all independent sources of power outside the state had been crushed, leaving opponents without a mass base. 178 As we shall see in the cases of China and Iran, the destruction of alternative power centers does not inoculate regimes against large-scale protest. However, the absence of mobilizing structures makes it harder to sustain such mobilization. In sum, we argue that in most revolutionary regimes, robust authoritarian institutions emerge out of a reactive sequence. Notwithstanding the initial weakness of many revolutionary governments, ideologically driven revolutionary elites launch radical initiatives that challenge powerful domestic and international interests, resulting in civil war, external war, or existential military threats. Such conflict sometimes brings early regime collapse. But where regimes survive, counter-revolutionary conflict leads to the development of a cohesive elite, a strong and loyal military, and the destruction of alternative power centers. Because elite schisms, coups, and mass protest are three of the main sources of authoritarian breakdown, revolution and its aftermath effectively inoculate regimes against three leading causes of death. We measure the three pillars of regime durability in the following way. 179 First, A cohesive elite is one in which defection to the opposition of high-level regime officials is rarely observed, even during periods of crisis. 180 When defections occur, few regime actors join them. Although intra-elite conflict may be extensive, losers of factional battles and other dissident elites either close ranks or remain silent rather than work against the regime during crises. Second, we separate the strength and loyalty of the coercive apparatus into its two component parts. A strong coercive apparatus is one in which the security sector, including the army, the police, intelligence agencies, and other specialized internal security agencies, is sufficiently large and effective to monitor dissent and thwart protest across the national territory, down to the village and neighborhood levels. A loyal coercive apparatus is one that consistently supports the revolutionary regime, even during periods of crises. Loyal militaries are characterized by the absence of coup attempts or military rebellions aimed at changing the regime or removing its elite. Third, in measuring the destruction of alternative centers of societal power, we distinguish between full and partial destruction. We score as full destruction cases in which all significant societal institutions, economic actors, and organized groups are either destroyed or emasculated and rendered dependent on the state. This was the case, for example, in communist revolutions such as in Russia, China, Vietnam, and Cuba. We score as cases of partial destruction those in which revolutionary governments destroy or emasculate some independent centers of societal power, but one or more societal institution survives and retains the capacity to mobilize against the regime. Examples include mosque networks in Algeria, the Catholic Church in Nicaragua, and trade unions in Bolivia. As we shall see, this difference can be consequential. Whereas revolutionary regimes that only partially destroy independent power centers often confront higher levels of societal contention, in cases of full destruction, such as the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Vietnam, it is often extraordinarily difficult for opposition movements to establish themselves. Divergent paths. Although the revolutionary reactive sequence described above may be considered the ideal typical trajectory of revolutionary regimes, it is not the only one. Two other post-revolutionary paths generally lead to less durable authoritarianism. These paths are summarized in Figure 1.3. In the ideal typical sequence, early radicalism triggers a revolutionary reactive sequence that leads to a robust authoritarian regime. However, the reactive sequence may be aborted in two ways, resulting in less stable regimes. First, early radicalism may trigger an external military reaction that brings violent defeat, thereby causing an early death. Nascent revolutionary regimes suffered such military defeats in four cases: Finland 181, Hungary, Cambodia, and Afghanistan. In Cambodia, for example, the Khmer Rouge government recklessly provoked a war with Vietnam, which led to the regime's demise amid military defeat. In Afghanistan, the Taliban regime's refusal to break with Al-Qaeda in the wake of the 2001 World Trade Center attacks led to a U.S. military intervention that ended the regime. Challenging powerful actors and states is a risky venture, and it sometimes has fatal consequences for regimes. We have too few cases to generalize with any confidence about the conditions under which early radicalism leads to rapid regime collapse. However, such outcomes appear most likely in small, geopolitically vulnerable states. Each of the four cases of early death, Finland, Hungary, Cambodia, and Afghanistan, occurred in small states that were highly exposed to external intervention. In larger states, revolutionary governments are more likely to survive their early radicalism, allowing the reactive sequence we have theorized to unfold. Second, revolutionary elites may prove insufficiently radical to trigger a full reactive sequence. This is the accommodationist path depicted in Figure 1.3. In Algeria, Bolivia, and Guinea-Bissau, three borderline cases of revolution, ruling parties launched radical reform initiatives but then scaled back or ceased many of these initiatives to avoid conflict with domestic interests or foreign powers. Because this more pragmatic approach threatened fewer interests at home and abroad, it provoked weaker counter-revolutionary reactions. Revolutionary governments that confiscate less property from powerful domestic and foreign actors, pursue less invasive cultural transformations, and avoid foreign policies that threaten the regional or geopolitical order are less likely to face strong counter-revolutionary resistance or external aggression. As a result, they tend to avoid the kind of destructive military conflict that threatened embryonic revolutionary regimes in Russia, Cuba, and Iran and destroyed them in Afghanistan and Cambodia. Yet, precisely because they do not confront existential military threats, accommodationist governments build weaker regimes. They are less likely to develop cohesive elites or powerful garrison states, and they often lack the will or capacity to wipe out rivals and independent centers of power. In other words, they fail to develop the basis for long-run durability. The resulting regime is less stable because internal challenges and societal contestation are more frequent, more potent, and more likely to trigger a breakdown of the revolutionary regime. Figure 1.3, 3 Revolutionary Regime Paths. Ultimately, then, where revolutionary elites were less extremist during the initial period, regimes avoided the counter-revolutionary reaction that either destroyed or fortified revolutionary regimes. Accommodationist governments tended to survive the early revolutionary period, but their regimes remained prone to both internal schism and opposition mobilization. In Bolivia, the revolutionary nationalist movement government fell prey to a coup after just 12 years. In Guinea-Bissau, the regime suffered numerous coup attempts and finally collapsed in the face of military rebellion after 25 years. Although the Algerian regime survived, it was ridden by periodic crisis, including a palace coup and a series of debilitating schisms in the 1960s and massive protest, another palace coup, and a descent into civil war in the late 1980s and early 1990s. What explains the choice between radical and accommodationist strategies? Leadership plays a role. Radical strategies are often undertaken by unusually strong-willed and risk-acceptant leaders who impose them over internal resistance and despite daunting odds. It is plausible to argue, for example, that strong-willed leaders such as Lenin and Stalin, Mao, Castro, and Khomeini pushed through radical initiatives that their governments might not otherwise have adopted. In Iran, for example, Khomeini's single-minded pursuit of an Islamic republic was critical to its founding, as the strategy was fiercely resisted by many of his revolutionary allies. 182 Likewise, the Vietnamese Communists' costly pursuit of revolution in South Vietnam, which provoked a massive U.S. military intervention, was driven by General Secretary Le Duan, whose dogged persistence enabled the go-for-broke strategy to prevail over the more cautious North-first strategy advocated by other party leaders. 183 Finally, Castro's voluntarism and revolutionary mechanism 184 was likely decisive in steering Cuba's revolutionary government toward an unequivocal, unwavering, and reckless strategy of confrontation with the United States. 185 It is also plausible that different leaders in accommodationist cases might have pursued more radical strategies. For example, Guinea-Bissau's founding president, Luis Cabral, was more moderate than his Lusophone counterparts in Angola and Mozambique, even though the Party for African Independence in Guinea and Cape Verde was in a stronger military position than the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola in Angola or Frelimo in Mozambique. 186 Beyond leadership, two factors appear consequential in shaping the choice between radicalism and accommodation. The first is ideology. Where revolutionary elites share a commitment to a well-defined revolutionary ideology prior to the seizure of power. 187 As was the case with the Bolsheviks in Russia, the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Cambodian communists, and Shiite leaders in Iran, they are more likely to adopt radical or risk-accepting strategies. 188 Shared ideological commitments, whether to Marxism, anti-imperialism, or religious fundamentalism, distort leaders' understanding of the world and induce the belief that radical strategies either are inevitable or will succeed in the end. 189 Where revolutionary leaders lack a shared ideology, as in Algeria, Bolivia, Guinea-Bissau, and Mexico, pragmatic strategies are more likely to prevail. In such cases, pressure from below, in the form of worker or peasant mobilization, may lead non-ideological revolutionaries to adopt radical strategies. This occurred in the aftermath of the Bolivian Revolution and at critical moments in revolutionary Mexico. However, whereas ideologically committed leaders in Russia, China, Vietnam, and Iran sustained radical strategies, often at great cost, pragmatists in Bolivia and Mexico abandoned them as soon as it was politically expedient to do so. Second, foreign support facilitates the introduction of radical measures. Superpower patronage expands revolutionary governments' room to maneuver, giving the revolutionary elite greater confidence that they will be bailed out if their radical policies fail or protected if their behavior triggers conflict. Cuba's radical foreign policy, for example, was made possible by Soviet support. 190 in Bolivia. By contrast, the absence of superpower support left the MNR government dependent on the United States, which encouraged accommodation. 191. In sum, durable revolutionary regimes emerge out of a reactive sequence. Most of them are born weak. Revolutionary elites that do not build powerful party armies and wipe out rivals during protracted guerrilla struggles must do so after they seize power. Such post-revolutionary state and party building generally occurs only in response to an existential military threat. Radical measures undertaken by revolutionary governments, which create powerful domestic and external enemies, tend to generate such threats. These counter-revolutionary conflicts sometimes prove fatal, and they are sometimes insufficient to trigger a full-blown reactive sequence. But where revolutionary governments survive violent counter-revolutionary conflicts, as occurred in 2/3 of our cases, rapid state and party building and the destruction of independent power centers lay a solid foundation for durable authoritarianism. Moderate strategies undertaken by revolutionaries thus have a paradoxical effect. Measures aimed at accommodating powerful domestic and international actors may help ensure regime survival in the short term, but they do little to inoculate the revolution against standard threats that imperil most authoritarian regimes. Of course, social revolution is hardly the only source of robust authoritarian institutions. Scholars have identified several other phenomena that generate one or more of the pillars of durable authoritarianism described in this chapter. For example, as research by Dan Slater and others has shown, violent counter-revolutionary conflict may also enhance elite cohesion, strengthen ruling parties, and encourage the development of a powerful coercive apparatus. 192 Likewise, political revolution, in which successful insurgents build new armies but do not engage in radical social transformation, may give rise to relatively cohesive ruling parties and loyal militaries. 193 Finally, large-scale agrarian reform weakens a powerful alternative power center by destroying traditional landowning classes. 194 Yet, whereas counter-revolution, political revolution, and land reform strengthen one or two pillars of durable authoritarianism, social revolution strengthens all three of them. In other words, the revolutionary reactive sequence is not a unique source of authoritarian durability, but it is an especially potent one because it helps inoculate autocrats against three principal sources of regime breakdown: elite schism, coups, and societal mobilization. The role of the international environment. Regime trajectories are powerfully shaped by the international environment. 195 The geopolitics of the Cold War and the emergence of the Soviet Union as a global superpower weighed heavily on 20th-century regime outcomes. 196 Particularly those of revolutionary regimes. The Soviet Union inspired revolutionary movements across the globe, provided a model for organizing revolutionary regimes, and eventually became an important source of military and economic assistance for both aspiring revolutionary movements and existing revolutionary regimes. Either directly or through allies, the Soviets contributed to the success of revolutionary movements in Angola, Cambodia, China, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Nicaragua. Soviet bloc assistance also helped to shore up revolutionary regimes in Angola, Cuba, Mozambique, and Vietnam. 197 And in some cases, such as Cuba, it likely encouraged their radicalization. At the same time, Cold War polarization intensified the domestic and international reaction to revolutionary regimes. 198 Which increased both the likelihood and the intensity of counter-revolutionary conflict. The heightened stakes and threat created by Cold War geopolitical competition appears to have strengthened regimes in Angola, Cuba, Mozambique, and Vietnam by enhancing elite cohesion. By contrast, regimes that were born after the Cold War, such as those in Eritrea and Rwanda, faced less polarized international environments and weaker external threats, which appears to have resulted in less cohesive elites. Ultimately, however, the international environment is a secondary factor shaping revolutionary regime trajectories. In 9 of our cases, including 2 of the most durable, Mexico and Russia, revolutionary regimes emerged either before or after the Cold War. 199 4 other revolutions occurred during the Cold War but without communist bloc assistance. Moreover, it is worth noting that among our revolutionary cases, the 4 leading beneficiaries of Soviet assistance all survived for more than 3 decades after the Soviet collapse. Finally, revolutionary elites in post-Cold War Eritrea and Rwanda may be less cohesive than many of their Cold War counterparts, but as we show in the book's conclusion, reactive sequences in both countries nevertheless gave rise to durable autocracies. Robust revolutionary regimes, then, are not simply an artifact of the Cold War. The duration of revolutionary legacies. Revolutionary legacies are enduring but not permanent. The pillars of authoritarianism degrade over time, albeit slowly and incompletely, eventually leaving regimes more vulnerable to breakdown. This process of decay was most evident in the cases of Mexico and the Soviet Union, the earliest and longest-lived regimes covered in this book. The bases of revolutionary regime durability erode at different speeds and to varying degrees. Elite cohesion appears to degrade most rapidly. The siege mentality characteristic of most revolutionary regime elites tends to diminish as domestic and external threats subside. The process varies across cases. Where external threats persist for decades, as in Cuba, Iran, the Soviet Union, and Vietnam, cohesion erodes more slowly. Elite cohesion also weakens with generational change. The founding generation of revolutionary leaders tends to be more ideologically committed and wedded to a siege mentality, and the prestige of founding leaders such as Stalin, Mao, Josip Broz Tito, Castro, and Khomeini can have a powerful unifying effect even after the counter-revolutionary threat has disappeared. For example, Chinese veterans of the Long March in the 1930s almost universally viewed the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests in polarized, zero-sum terms and played a critical role in unifying the party leadership behind a repressive response. 200 The departure of this founding generation can thus be expected to yield a less cohesive elite. As existential threats recede and the founding generation disappears, the non-material bases of revolutionary elite cohesion weaken. Ambition and patronage replace ideology and perceived threat as the primary glue binding together regime elites. 201 Gradually transforming revolutionary parties into the more run-of-the-mill ruling party machines theorized in the literature on parties and authoritarianism. 202 For example, ruling parties appear to grow more vulnerable to elite defection during crises. 203 Which increases the importance of economic growth as a source of authoritarian stability. 204 Even when the original bases of elite cohesion disappear, however, most revolutionary regimes continue to enjoy many of the advantages of institutionalized ruling parties. In the Soviet Union, China, Mexico, Vietnam, and Mozambique, for example, established formal and informal institutions governing collective decision-making, leadership selection, and succession helped regulate intra-party conflict and limit elite defection after the revolutionary generation had passed from the scene. In addition, decades of dominance often reinforce elite perceptions of ruling party hegemony, thereby discouraging defection. 205 The coercive pillars of revolutionary regime durability appear to degrade more slowly and unevenly. For example, the size and effectiveness of the coercive apparatus appears largely unaffected by generational change. This is certainly the case in China, where the communist regime not only retained its capacity to monitor and control dissent in the early 20th century but in many respects most notably, Surveillance capacity enhanced at .206 regimes in Vietnam and Cuba similarly retained vast repressive infrastructures with a demonstrated capacity for low-intensity coercion into the 21st century. Institutionalized party-army linkages are also slow to change. Decades of party-army fusion help revolutionary regimes steer clear of self-reinforcing coup traps, in which each coup reinforces patterns of military intervention, thereby increasing the likelihood of future coups. 207 Most revolutionary regimes establish institutionalized patterns of civilian control that endure long after party-army fusion erodes and the armed forces professionalize. 208 Likewise, party penetration of the armed forces often persists, providing enduring mechanisms for political surveillance that reinforces political control. As a result, even after the revolutionary generation passed from the scene in Mexico, the Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, and Cuba, security forces remained strikingly subordinate to civilian authorities. Although many of the original sources of military loyalty, such as existential threat, overlapping leaderships, and the founding generation's martial prestige, 209 weaken or disappear over time, we observe little evidence of military disloyalty in aging revolutionary regimes. One area in which revolutionary coercive capacity appears to erode over time is that of high-intensity coercion. With the passing of the revolutionary generation, the regime's capacity for high-intensity repression such as the 1968 Tlatelolco massacre in Mexico, the 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown in China, the 1992 anti-Islamist repression in Algeria, and the quelling of the 2009 Green Revolution protests in Iran almost certainly diminishes. Whereas military officers from the founding generation tend to be ideologically committed, experienced with violence, and especially prestigious among rank-and-file soldiers, succeeding generations, which are made up of more ordinary professional soldiers with more limited revolutionary commitments, wartime experience, and prestige, may lack the confidence or stomach to fire on crowds or engage in other high-profile acts of repression. Such a generational change was evident, for example, in the Soviet Union in the late 1960s and the 1970s. According to an unpublished study by Lyudmila Alexeyeva and Valery Kalij 210, the use of high-intensity coercion against protests declined dramatically in the mid-1960s after the founding generation of Soviet leaders had died off. 211 Partly as a result, Soviet leaders had difficulty motivating the armed services to crack down on protests in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The erosion of the capacity for high-intensity coercion may thus leave aging revolutionary regimes more vulnerable to large-scale opposition protest. Finally, the state-society power asymmetries created by the destruction of independent power centers also degrade slowly, if at all. For example, in Mexico, a middle-income country in a region that witnessed the emergence of powerful democracy movements in the late 1970s and the 1980s, organized opposition remained weak as late as the 1990s. 212 In early 21st century Cuba and Vietnam, opposition groups rarely mobilized more than a few dozen followers and were largely confined to the internet. 213 Eventually, independent social, economic, or cultural actors may emerge. However, the speed and extent of this emergence varies. In wealthier countries with more open economies, such as late 20th century Mexico and Yugoslavia, the emergence of independent associations is likely to be more rapid. However, in countries with more extensive state controls, societal organizations have remained weak after decades of rapid economic development and show no signs of strengthening. In sum, the pillars of revolutionary regime durability degrade over time, but they do so slowly and unevenly. Even though the initial sources of durability, an ideologically committed and prestigious founding elite facing an existential military threat, eventually disappear, undermining the bases of elite cohesion and high-intensity coercive capacity, other revolutionary legacies, such as vast coercive structures and extreme state-society power asymmetries, tend to endure long after counter-revolutionary threats fade and founding generations exit the stage. Alternative explanations. In the statistical analysis summarized above, we showed that revolutionary origins are strongly associated with authoritarian durability, even when we control for various other factors that have been shown to affect regime stability, such as economic performance, oil, and type of authoritarian regime. 214. As in any observational study, we cannot know with certainty that we have controlled for all potential confounding explanations. It could be the case, for example, that revolutionary origins are endogenous to some other factor that is causing both social revolution and subsequent regime durability. Perhaps regime durability is a function not of revolutionary origins but rather of some antecedent condition that facilitates both revolution and robust authoritarian rule. There are sound reasons, however, for treating social revolution as exogenous to authoritarian survival. Above all, the factors that are widely viewed as the principal causes of social revolution, namely, weak or collapsing states, defeat in war, and neopatrimonial or sultanistic rule, which hollows out state institutions. 215 are all conditions that undermine, rather than enhance, authoritarian durability. Social revolutions are always accompanied by a weakening or collapse of the state. 216 It is virtually impossible for revolutionary outsiders to seize power and initiate a transformation of the social order unless the armed forces of the old regime have been fundamentally weakened. 217 As Jack Goldstone notes. 218 It is now a truism, but worth restating, that fiscally and militarily sound states that enjoy the support of united elites are largely invulnerable to revolution from below. Indeed, nearly all the regimes examined in this book emerged out of weak or collapsed states. In Algeria, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Vietnam, colonial powers had undermined indigenous authority structures and failed to build an effective central state. In Afghanistan, Albania, Cambodia, China, Finland, Hungary, Mexico, Russia, and Yugoslavia, civil or external war gutted the state before revolutionaries took power. In Cuba and Nicaragua, neopatrimonial states collapsed when dictators fled. In Iran and Rwanda, where pre-existing states were more robust, the coercive apparatus disintegrated when leaders left power. In turn, state collapse makes it considerably harder to build a durable autocracy. It is highly unlikely, then, that durable authoritarianism would have emerged in our cases in the absence of social revolution. Until scholars identify a plausible factor that explains both social revolution and authoritarian durability, we remain skeptical that endogeneity is a problem for our analysis. There exist other alternative explanations for revolutionary regime durability, however. These include institutionalist explanations, which focus on the role of communist or totalitarian institutions, and society-centered explanations, which focus on how redistributive policies or socio-cultural transformation may build durable support for revolutionary regimes. Communist institutions. Given that a majority of our cases may be characterized as communist. 219 It could be that communist institutions, rather than revolutionary origins, are the primary source of regime durability. Indeed, an earlier literature argued that communist regimes' extensive state penetration and control of society, as well as ruling party penetration of the state, largely eliminated opportunities for organized opposition or internal challenges, thereby making such regimes difficult to overthrow. 220 There are at least two problems with such arguments, however. First, they do not explain how robust communist institutions emerged in the first place. In most cases, the establishment of effective communist and Leninist institutions was made possible by conditions war, state collapse, and counter-revolutionary conflict that were produced by social revolution. 221 For example, it was China's revolutionary civil war which destroyed most pre-existing power structures that enabled the Communist Party to create new authority structures that penetrated the countryside. 222 Second, the durability of non-communist revolutionary regimes such as those in Eritrea, Iran, Mexico, and Rwanda provides further evidence that origins in social revolution, rather than communist institutions, best explain revolutionary regime durability. Indeed, our statistical analysis shows that communist regimes that emerged out of social revolution, such as Russia, China, Cuba, and Vietnam, survived more than twice as long as those that were installed from the outside, such as most of the communist regimes in Eastern Europe. Society-centered explanations. Scholars have also offered what might be called society-centered explanations of revolutionary regime durability. Our theory is top-down and state-centric. Society enters the explanation only to the extent that revolutionaries destroy societal organizations and institutions that might otherwise mobilize opposition. Yet, as Eric Selbin writes, revolutions are fundamentally about people, they are created by people, led by people, fought and died for by people. 223 Thus, an alternative explanation for revolutionary regime durability might focus on the societal basis of support for the regime. For Selbin, popular support is an essential condition for the survival of the social revolutionary process. Without public support, the revolution cannot be and will not be consolidated. 224. Two society-centered approaches merit attention. One focuses on redistribution and popular support. Revolutions create numerous actors who benefit materially under the new system and may thus develop a stake in its survival. Beneficiaries of revolutionary transformation include peasants who profit from land reform and often support governments or regimes that carry such reforms. 225 Revolutionary change may also benefit a broader array of individuals who gain access to housing and other property redistributed after the revolution. 226 As well as lower-income peasants and workers who achieve social mobility through the party, the revolutionary army, or the state bureaucracy. Most social revolutions also bring an expansion of social welfare benefits distributed to previously excluded groups. Some scholars have argued, for example, that communist regimes forged a social contract in which societies exchanged popular quiescence for secure jobs, healthcare and other services, subsidized housing, and access to basic consumer goods. 227 Such an approach has been used to explain the collapse of many communist regimes in the late 1980s, as severe shortages and mounting economic crisis undermined governments' capacity to deliver on their end of the social contract. 228 Likewise, the Islamic Republic of Iran used oil wealth to finance a martyrs' welfare state that distributed healthcare and other benefits to large numbers of Iranians who had been excluded under the Shah. 229 These distributive social policies, which brought notable improvements in infant mortality rates and female life expectancy, are said to have helped the regime retain considerable public support, especially in rural areas. 230 A second society-centered approach, seen in the work of Richard R. Fagan and Eric Selbin. 231 might be described as socio-cultural. Rather than material benefits, this second approach focuses on cultural or popular attitudinal change. According to Selbin, revolutions succeed when rank-and-file citizens come to embrace the social revolutionary project. 232 Thus, the key to revolutionary durability is not elite cohesion or coercive capacity but rather cultural transformation and the emergence of a new man. For Selbin, popular acquiescence cannot be coerced, it must be voluntary. 233 Thus, successful revolutions win over the people's soul, such that the bulk of the population adopts the core of the social revolutionary project not just in words but in deeds. 234 A socio-cultural approach has been used to explain the success of revolutionary regimes in Cuba and Iran. 235 As well as the failure of the revolutionary regime in Bolivia. 236 In Iran, for example, the durability of the Islamic Republic has been attributed to the committed support of highly religious rural families and a hardline element of the Iranian population. 237 The loss of support among such committed supporters can be regime-threatening. In Bolshevik Russia, for example, Lenin's introduction of the new economic policy led tens of thousands of activists to destroy their party cards in protest. 238 One of the regime's core supporters, the Kronstadt Navy, led a rebellion against the Bolsheviks' perceived betrayal of revolutionary goals. Society-centered approaches are difficult to test, in large part because information about public opinion is often scarce or non-existent. Without credible public opinion data, it is difficult to measure societal support for revolutionary regimes and even more difficult to assess the degree to which individuals internalize revolutionary goals. However, both the material and socio-cultural approaches generate some observable implications. If the material approach is correct, we should see evidence that the mobilization of popular support was critical to regime survival during crises. Moreover, revolutionary regimes should have difficulty surviving periods in which they face broad public discontent, for example, during economic crises in which they cannot deliver the goods. If the socio-cultural approach is correct, we should find evidence that the support of ideologically committed citizens was critical to regime survival. Crucially, moreover, government efforts to abandon the revolutionary regime's original project or goals should generate demonstrable rank-and-file resistance. As we show in the chapters that follow, evidence in support of society-centered approaches is thin. The centrality of popular support is called into question by the fact that many revolutionary regimes experienced periods of disastrous government performance in which public support almost certainly eroded, such as the Soviet Union in the early 1920s and the 1930s, Mexico in the late 1920s and early 1930s, China in the late 1950s, Vietnam in the late 1970s, and Cuba and Mozambique in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Indeed, some regimes have survived despite clear evidence of discontent, such as overwhelming electoral defeat, mass protest, and large-scale emigration. Thus, although the absence of good public opinion data prevents us from entirely ruling out material distribution and popular support as an alternative explanation, the stability of revolutionary regimes despite wide variation in performance and in some cases, periods of extreme scarcity suggests that broad support bases are not necessary for regime survival. Evidence in favor of the socio-cultural approach is even thinner. In several of our cases, governments abandoned core revolutionary goals without triggering substantial rank-and-file resistance. Most dramatically, regimes in Angola, China, Mozambique, and Vietnam discarded socialism in the 1980s and 1990s without substantial internal resistance. Likewise, the Mexican PRI's moderation in the 1940s and 1950s and Tito's transition from Stalinism to a much softer socialist self-management in Yugoslavia did not generate serious crises. Overall, then, our cases generate little evidence that society-centered factors better explain revolutionary regime durability than the state-centered framework employed in this book. Theoretical implications. The arguments we develop in this book have several important implications for theoretical debates about authoritarianism and authoritarian durability. Rethinking authoritarian institutions. Our study highlights the importance of moving beyond the design of authoritarian institutions and paying closer attention to their strength, and especially the origins of that strength. 239 Contemporary studies of authoritarianism rarely take into account either variation in the strength of authoritarian institutions or the sources of that variation. 240 Yet institutional origins may be highly consequential. As we show in this book, many of history's most durable party-based autocracies were founded in violent struggle. 241 Often, ruling parties are as much a product as a cause of authoritarian durability. 242 In many of our revolutionary cases, including Russia, ruling parties were initially weak and undisciplined. In Mexico and Cuba, ruling parties did not even exist during the early years of the revolution. Parties were created years later, after regimes had consolidated. Thus, it appears that robust ruling parties were largely endogenous to the process of revolutionary state-building triggered by revolutionary and counter-revolutionary wars. Revolutionary origins and military coups. Our research also has important implications for research on the causes of military coups. The literature on coups has identified various factors that increase the likelihood of coups, including weak institutions, 243 economic crises and other government performance failures, 244 and perceived threats to the army as an institution, often driven by civilian interference. 245 Sheena Chestnut-Greetens has argued that autocrats face a trade-off between coup prevention and coercive capacity. 246 Thus, autocrats often undermine the capacity of their own security institutions, for example, by promoting political loyalists over military professionals and by fragmenting the military through the creation of multiple agencies with overlapping responsibilities in order to reduce the likelihood of a coup. Our study highlights the importance of military origins in shaping the likelihood of a coup. 247 Because they create their own armies that are tightly linked to the ruling party, revolutionary autocracies suffer substantially fewer military coup attempts than non-revolutionary regimes. 248 Revolutionary regimes such as Albania, Cuba, Iran, Mexico, the Soviet Union, and Vietnam survived for decades without facing any serious coup attempts. Indeed, just 4 of 20 revolutionary regimes experienced successful coups, and only Bolivia and Guinea-Bissau suffered regime-ending coups. Revolutionary coup proofing is, in large part, a product of political-military fusion. Militaries founded and staffed by revolutionaries are too closely tied to the ruling elite to overthrow that elite. Revolutionary elites are also able to penetrate the armed forces in ways that inhibit coups. And due to party-army fusion, revolutionary governments have no need to engage in other types of coup-proofing, such as fragmentation and the promotion of loyalists over professionals, that can undermine military efficacy. Hence, revolutionary regimes do not face a stark trade-off between military capacity and coup prevention. They tend to develop security forces that are powerful enough to suppress challenges from below but nevertheless lack the autonomy to mount coups. The role of ideology. Our study highlights the critical role that ideology can play in the creation of durable authoritarian regimes. Most of the classic theoretical discussions of revolution going back to Marx downplay or ignore the importance of ideology. 249 Skocpol famously argued that ideologies do not provide predictive blueprints for revolutionary outcomes. 250 Likewise, most contemporary studies of authoritarianism treat autocrats as narrowly defined power maximizers. 251 Because leaders need to hold office in order to accomplish any goal. 252 The logic of political survival, rather than ideology, is said to drive autocrats' policy and institutional choices. Although power-maximizing assumptions are frequently useful in explaining the dynamics of authoritarian rule, the early behavior of revolutionary leaders and, consequently, longer-term revolutionary regime trajectories cannot be understood without reference to ideology. Because extreme state weakness tends to leave revolutionary elites vulnerable after the initial seizure of power, one might expect them to accommodate powerful interests to ensure their survival. Yet, as the case studies of Russia, China, Vietnam, Cuba, and Iran demonstrate, revolutionary leaders who are guided by strong ideological commitments are more likely to undertake the risk-accepting behavior that triggers the revolutionary reactive sequence explored in this book. Acting secure in the knowledge of long-term success, 253 ideologues display an unusual willingness to sacrifice their peace and security. 254 And are often willing to persevere against great odds. 255 Ideology thus helps account for why revolutionaries engage in the kind of high-risk or extremist behavior that contributes to long-run regime stability. Standard power-seeking politicians would be too risk-averse, and too short-sighted, to engage in the radical strategies that ultimately give rise to durable revolutionary regimes. Structure of the book. Revolutionary autocracies are among the world's most durable regimes. This book focuses on the sources of that durability. We argue that revolutionary origins trigger a reactive sequence that, if allowed to unfold, gives rise to 3 pillars of durability: cohesive elites, powerful and loyal coercive structures, and the destruction of independent centers of power in society, conditions that help to inoculate revolutionary regimes from the kinds of challenges that commonly undermine authoritarian regimes. Paradoxically, it is risky behavior that triggers the counter-revolutionary violence that, in turn, fuels effective state and party building. Sometimes these policies lead to regimes' early self-destruction. Where revolutionaries survive the violent conflicts that their radical strategies engender, however, they establish the basis for durable authoritarianism. Revolutionary governments that backtrack and seek to accommodate powerful interests ultimately build weaker regimes. To make this argument, we draw on in-depth case studies of 13 revolutionary regimes. We have chosen cases that maximize variation on both the independent and dependent variables. Thus, the cases range in tenure from just a few months to more than 7 decades, with a few in between. We examine cases in which revolutionary governments pursued both radical and accommodationist strategies. Our cases also vary in terms of region, world historical period, size, and geopolitical importance. This variation provides some leverage both in assessing competing theoretical approaches and in identifying the relative importance of the different causal mechanisms highlighted in figures 1.2 and 1.3. The case studies explore the impact of revolutionary origins on regime durability. Each case is evaluated in terms of the revolutionary reactive sequence theorized in this chapter. We ask to what extent revolutionary elites pursued radical strategies, whether and to what extent those strategies triggered counter-revolutionary reactions, and whether and how those counter-revolutionary reactions contributed to the emergence of the 3 pillars of durable authoritarianism described above. In assessing regime durability, the case analyses examine both actual crises, when regime elites face serious threats to their power, and potential crises that are averted. We then evaluate the degree to which our hypothesized mechanisms contributed to regime stability or collapse. Did the regime elite close ranks, and is there evidence that this response was linked to the degree of counter-revolutionary threat? Did the army remain loyal, including during episodes of high-intensity coercion, and is there evidence that party-army fusion helped to avert this outcome? Finally, did public discontent lead to sustained collective mobilization against the regime? And, if not, is there evidence that the prior destruction of alternative power centers or low-intensity coercion inhibited such mobilization? In each case analysis, we contrast our theoretical approach with alternative explanations that center around antecedent conditions, the independent role of the ruling party and other institutions, and the role of societal factors. Overall, we find that revolutionary origins better explain regime durability than these alternative approaches do. However, we also find that as revolutionary legacies degrade over time, particularly with the death of the revolution's founding generation, both institutions and public support sometimes take on greater importance. The chapters are organized as follows. Chapters 2 to 4 examine the evolution of classic revolutionary regimes in classical revolutions, Russia, China, and Mexico. Russia and China provide clear illustrations of the ideal typical revolutionary reactive sequence. Early radicalism triggered a large-scale counter-revolutionary war that fostered the emergence of a highly cohesive ruling party, the construction of a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus, and the destruction of alternative power structures. These legacies allowed regimes to both avert potential regime crises and survive actual crises via high-intensity coercion. Mexico is a case of what we call segmented radicalism. Although radical attacks on the church triggered a 3-year civil war, accommodationist policies toward the United States and foreign capital limited counter-revolutionary threat by preventing its internationalization. Thus, even though a cohesive party state emerged after the formation of a ruling party in 1929, the Mexican regime never developed a powerful coercive apparatus and only partially destroyed independent centers of power. As a result, regime survival hinged, in part, on steady economic growth. Chapter 5 explores how revolutionary origins shaped authoritarian trajectories in 3 archetypical national liberation regimes that emerged out of successful anti-colonial struggles: Vietnam, Algeria, and Ghana. Vietnam followed the ideal typical revolutionary path described above. A violent war against French colonial rule, followed by a long war against the United States, generated a cohesive ruling party, a powerful and loyal army, and the near-total destruction of alternative power centers, legacies that undergirded decades of regime stability. Algeria is a case of revolutionary accommodation. The National Liberation Front came to power through violent struggle and built its own army, but it moderated many of its policies soon after ascending to power. In the absence of a counter-revolutionary threat, the FLN elite was less cohesive, and independent societal power centers, especially Islamist associations and mosque networks, were not seriously weakened. Although the liberation regime survived for more than half a century, it was far less stable than that of Vietnam. Finally, non-revolutionary Ghana failed to build a military with strong ties to the ruling party. As a result, the regime collapsed after less than a decade. Chapters 6 to 8 explore the divergent trajectories summarized in Figure 1.3. In Chapter 6, we show how the ideal typical revolutionary reactive sequence in Cuba and Iran led to the creation of powerful and cohesive regimes capable of surviving severe economic downturns and threats from the United States. Chapter 7 focuses on cases of early revolutionary failure. The Hungarian Soviet Republic, the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, and the Taliban in Afghanistan each engaged in radical behavior after taking power, which led to their destruction in the wake of foreign invasion by more powerful states. Chapter 8 explores the consequences of accommodation. Although the PAIGC in Guinea-Bissau, the MNR in Bolivia, and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua meet our criteria for revolutionary regime, they adopted accommodationist strategies in an effort to avoid or end counter-revolutionary conflicts. As a result, they developed less cohesive party states or failed to destroy independent power centers, which limited the durability of the new regimes. Finally, the conclusion reviews the evidence for our argument and then briefly examines the 7 revolutionary cases not covered in the study. These additional cases provide further empirical support for the book's central arguments. But they also generate some new insights. For example, although revolutionary radicalism gave rise to durable autocracies in Eritrea and Rwanda, these 2 recent cases suggest that elite cohesion may be harder to sustain in the less polarized geopolitical environment of the post-Cold War era. We conclude by asking whether the era of social revolutions is over, making the case that although Marxist revolutions may be a thing of the past, revolutions themselves are likely to continue into the 21st century. Part I. Classical Revolutions. Chapter 2. The Revolutionary Origins of Soviet Durability. In the late evening of October 24, 1917, Vladimir Lenin stepped off a Petrograd city tram, took off a wig he had been wearing to disguise himself, walked into the Second Congress of Soviets I and, a few hours later, proclaimed the creation of the world's first socialist state. The announcement created an uproar, not only among supporters of the old Tsarist order but also among other socialists. While declaring power in the name of the Soviets, the Bolsheviks had excluded almost all other socialist parties, many of which had far greater popular support. Before storming out, a Jewish socialist leader, Henryk Ehrlich, declared his hope that leaving will make the madmen and criminals come to their senses too. Indeed, most observers expected the Bolsheviks to last no more than a few weeks. Of course, the Bolsheviks never came to their senses. Trotsky correctly predicted that the departing socialists were destined for the dustbin of history, and the Soviet Union became one of the most durable authoritarian regimes in modern history. Not only did it endure for 74 years, but it survived multiple and severe crises, including large-scale popular unrest, an early succession struggle following the death of Lenin, Joseph Stalin's assault on the Soviet party state, and foreign invasion. The history of the Soviet Union demonstrates how weak revolutionary governments' seemingly irrational challenges to powerful domestic and international interests can generate a reactive sequence that results in durable authoritarian institutions. Lenin's effort to eliminate the ruling class and to attack the global capitalist order sparked a brutal civil war and decades of international isolation. The conflict led to the destruction of alternative sources of political power, fostered a cohesive ruling party, and motivated the construction of powerful and loyal security services. These legacies contributed to regime durability in the face of 5 major crises that confronted the Bolsheviks after the Civil War: popular unrest and the Kronstadt naval mutiny in 1921, the succession battle following the death of Lenin, 1922 to 1929, collectivization in 1929 to 1933, the Great Terror of 1937 to 1938, and the Nazi invasion of 1941. The regime would then persist for another 50 years, in part because the party state that emerged out of the revolution virtually eliminated all forms of opposition. The argument presented here provides a better understanding of Soviet durability than standard institutional accounts do. Discussions of Soviet durability have generally focused either on the party and its role in promoting tight discipline within the leadership or on the role of totalitarian institutions in suppressing opposition. Point 3. However, such approaches are inadequate to explain the Soviet Union's extraordinary durability. First, party institutions played a less central role than is sometimes assumed. Although the Bolshevik Party was created years before the revolution, it became the disciplined top-down vanguard organization imagined by Lenin only after the Russian Civil War. As we show below, party discipline was less the product of institutional rules and more the outgrowth of violent revolutionary struggle. Second, the near destruction of the party during the Great Terror of the 1930s had little effect on the regime's capacity to survive the Nazi invasion a few years later. Third, although it is certainly true that opposition was wiped out by totalitarian party-state institutions, revolutionary origins are critical to understanding how such institutions emerged in the first place. The revolutionary seizure of power. On the eve of revolution, Russia was a large, politically retrograde, and economically underdeveloped European power. Unlike its counterparts in the West, Russia retained an absolute monarchy with a compliant nobility and few formal checks on Tsarist power. The Russian economy remained underdeveloped and dominated by large landed estates. Serfdom had been abolished only in 1861 and replaced not by commercial agriculture but by traditional patterns of collective ownership and grounded in subsistence farming. 4. Per capita income was only about a quarter that of the United Kingdom. 5. Peasants still used wooden plows, and in the Crimean War, wooden Russian naval vessels confronted ironclad British warships. Military defeat convinced the government to undertake industrialization. By the 1890s, Russia was experiencing rapid industrial growth. A small but significant working class emerged and grew increasingly radicalized in the face of brutal state repression. 6. Marxist groups began to mobilize this new militant working class, creating the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party modeled after the German Social Democratic Party in 1898. Fissures immediately appeared, however, reflecting the dilemmas of making a Marxist revolution in an overwhelmingly peasant society. On the one side, the Menshevik faction adhered to the orthodox Marxist position that the socialist revolution could occur only after a bourgeois revolution. 7. On the other side, the Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, supported the immediate seizure of power, even at the risk of civil war. 8. Indeed, the Bolsheviks embraced war as an inevitable product of capitalist development. 9. Lenin also focused on the importance of a small, theoretically informed, and tightly disciplined conspiratorial organization, a view that he laid out in What Is to Be Done, which was published in 1902. The Bolsheviks expected party members to be professional revolutionaries who had an intimate and technical knowledge of Marxism, a knowledge that was often considered more important than familiarity with practical revolutionary tactics. 10. The Mensheviks, by contrast, believed that party membership should be open to all workers regardless of their knowledge of the ins and outs of Marxism. The Mensheviks embraced gradualism, democratic procedure, and efforts to strengthen the working class. The Bolsheviks embraced radicalism, illegal party activity, and a desire for top-down leadership of the revolutionary movement by a small group of intellectuals. 11. Bolsheviks tended to attract activists exemplified by Lenin who were fanatical and possessed an impatient street-fighting disposition. 12. They readily engaged in criminal activity, including a major bank heist in 1907 in Tiflis, assisted by a young activist named Stalin to fund their activities. 13. At the same time, the pre-revolutionary Bolshevik Party differed markedly from Lenin's vision. Notwithstanding Lenin's obsession with party discipline, disobedience within the leadership was the norm. 14. Throughout the pre-revolutionary period, Lenin was unable to gain Bolshevik cooperation on key issues. 15. Squabbles over intricate points of ideology dominated party life and were the basis for the most serious internal divisions before 1917. 16. For example, a heated controversy erupted in 1909 around competing conceptions of epistemology, a dispute that contributed to the defection of a Major Bolshevik leader, Alexander Bogdanov. 17 Finally, while the whole point of a conspiratorial party was to guard against government infiltration, the Tsarist police were able to install an agent, Roman Malinovsky, as Lenin's right-hand man. 18 As a result, the Bolsheviks were in complete disarray on the eve of the revolution. 19 The revolution was sparked by Russia's entrance into World War I in 1914. The war was initially popular but quickly went disastrously for Tsar Nicholas II. Russia suffered massive losses and quickly ran out of trained soldiers. Soldiers often lacked the most basic supplies. Thousands went into battle barefoot, hungry, and without winter coats or ammunition. Many were forced to retrieve rifles from fallen comrades and had to fight with bayonets attached to empty rifles. As a result, military discipline collapsed as soldiers increasingly fled the front. 20 The Russian army turned into a vast revolutionary mob. 21 Insurrection was catalyzed by persistent food shortages. In late February 1917, women standing in line for bread in Petrograd triggered a wave of strikes and protests against the regime. Nicholas II, who was outside the city leading the war effort, ordered the military to crack down. However, the police and military resisted and began to go over to the protesters' side. The system quickly collapsed, and the Tsar was forced to abdicate. The February Revolution created a power vacuum that was initially filled by a provisional government consisting of unelected ex-Tsarist bureaucrats. However, de facto control of the country quickly fell into the hands of spontaneously elected Soviets, which sprang up in workplaces across the country. The Soviets were dominated by a variety of socialist parties, the largest of which were the Mensheviks and the peasant-based Socialist Revolutionaries. 22 At the time, the Bolsheviks were still marginal and enjoyed little popular support. Both for ideological reasons and because they feared civil war, the Mensheviks and SRS chose to share power with the provisional government. 23 The system of dual power led to an almost complete breakdown of the old state. According to Order No. 1 issued by the Petrograd Soviet in March, soldiers would follow the orders of the provisional government only if they did not contradict the Soviets' decrees. Simultaneously, the provisional government disbanded the old police and security services, creating new citizens' militias that were largely ineffective. Chunk after chunk of Imperial Russia broke off like an iceberg into the sea. 24 The February Revolution also triggered fundamental changes in the countryside. 25 Disillusioned peasant soldiers returned to their villages, often with socialist ideas learned at the front. 26 Energized village assemblies and self-governing communes set about overturning the rural social structure dominated by large, absentee landlords. One eyewitness described how peasants in a village near Moscow assembled at a manor house and the axes began to strike. They chopped out the windows, doors, and floors, smashed the mirrors, and divided up the pieces, and so on. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon set light to the house. 27 There would be no return to the old order. By 1919, virtually all landed estates had been wiped out and agriculture was dominated by small peasant landholders. 28 In the cities, the Bolsheviks expanded their support base because the provisional government insisted on remaining in the war against Germany. Although Bolshevik opposition to the war had initially been considered extreme, the war was now highly unpopular. Partly as a result, the Bolsheviks won a majority in the Petrograd Soviet and had significant presence in other Russian cities. In October 1917, Lenin began pushing the Bolsheviks to seize power without the participation of other socialist parties. In Lenin's view, creating a coalition government would be tantamount to harnessing to the Soviet cart the swan, the pike, and the crab, setting up a government incapable of working harmoniously, and of even moving from the spot. 29 Yet the Bolsheviks lacked discipline, and Lenin's decision was highly controversial. 32 Top Bolsheviks, Lev Kamina and Grigory Zinoviev, broke with the party and denounced the decision, and indiscretion would be regarded as treacherous by any party in similar circumstances. 31 The revolution was delayed until late October because Leon Trotsky insisted that the Bolsheviks needed the cover of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. On October 24 and 25, Red Guard paramilitaries, backed by Russia's Kronstadt Navy, seized the State Bank, the telephone exchange, and eventually the Winter Palace, presenting the Congress of Soviets with a fait accompli that forced it to accept Bolshevik rule. The Mensheviks and other moderate parties walked out of the Congress, but they could not stop the Bolshevik seizure of power. Masses of rank-and-file soldiers joined the Bolsheviks, while officers either disappeared or joined the emerging counter-revolution. 32. In subsequent Constituent Assembly elections, the Bolsheviks were defeated by the SRS, which elected Viktor Chernov as chairman when the assembly met in January 1918. But none of this mattered. A day after the assembly opened, pro-Bolshevik guards shut it down. Though popular, the SRS were too disorganized to defend their power. The new revolutionary government was strikingly weak. 33 Lenin and Trotsky had momentarily outwitted the provisional government and other socialist parties, but still only commanded a few tables and ratty couches. 34 With the exception of the capital and a few other cities, Russia remained outside Bolshevik control. The former Russian Empire was quickly divided into 30 different governments, 29 of which opposed Lenin's government. 35 Furthermore, in response to the Bolshevik seizure of power, the Tsarist bureaucracy immediately went on strike, thus depriving the Bolsheviks of an effective state apparatus. The Bolsheviks also lacked anything close to a disciplined army. The recently formed Red Guards, who attacked the Winter Palace in October 1917, consisted of improvised groupings who often fled at the sight of blood. 36 The first government crisis resulted from Red Guards' ingestion of a vast amount of wine stored beneath the Winter Palace. The initial days of Bolshevik rule were marked by a large-scale drunken bacchanalia on the streets of Petrograd. At the same time, many Red Guards conceived of themselves as the embodiment of revolutionary consciousness and thus felt justified to ignore central directives they disagreed with. 37 Finally, the Bolsheviks faced substantial competition for power. The Mensheviks and the SRS opposed the new government. 38 The Bolsheviks also met with opposition from powerful remnants of the old regime, including a fragmented but still substantial Tsarist army, remnants of the Tsarist bureaucracy, landowners, the royal family, and the Orthodox Church, which retained a significant capacity to mobilize ethnic Russians. 39 At that point, almost no one expected the regime to last. In the face of such daunting challenges, the Bolsheviks did not flinch. Instead, they launched an assault on the domestic and world capitalist order. The revolutionary government declared an end to private property, issuing decrees confiscating the possessions and land of the gentry, the church, and the royal family. 40 By December 1917, the government halted all bond payments and stock dividends. 41 Within months, it had nationalized all banks. 42 Lenin called on workers to loot the looters by taking over factories and attacking members of the upper class. 43 Aristocrats and bourgeoisie became former people stripped of their belongings by criminals and party activists alike. The upper classes suffered spontaneous mob attacks that were later institutionalized into the Bolshevik Red Terror. 44 In one case, about 50 middle-class military cadets were tied up, taken to a metal factory, and thrown, one by one, into the blast furnace. 45 Suddenly, the social structure was turned upside down. The houses of the wealthy were confiscated. Committees consisting of former servants and old house porters were given authority to divide up and allocate living quarters between their former masters and the poor. 46 Representatives of the old order, aristocrats, factory directors, stockbrokers, lawyers, former priests, and Tsarist officials were rounded up and forced to do menial labor such as collecting trash and removing snow from streets while former laborers stood by and watched. These practices satisfied a widespread desire for social revenge. 47 Bolshevik policies also reverberated outside Russia's borders. The decision to cease bond payments and close banks generated powerful adversaries among foreign lenders. 48 The new government abandoned Russia's wartime allies. The Bolsheviks exited the war and repudiated Russia's debts, causing shockwaves in the international financial system and cutting Russia off from external lending. 49 The government also nationalized British and French-owned factories. 50 Lenin transformed Russia into a pariah state, refusing to make even the most minor concession to Western powers whom he saw as irrevocably hostile. 51 In Lenin's famous mixed metaphor, the Soviet state became an oasis in the middle of the raging imperialist sea. 52. Such incendiary behavior sparked a reaction. Indeed, it was intended to provoke a fight. Lenin and other Bolsheviks were attracted by the prospect of civil war, viewing violence as a midwife of the new order. 53 Attacks on global capitalism and old regime elites led to a formidable counter-revolution that in turn necessitated the creation of powerful and loyal security services, a cohesive ruling party, and the destruction of alternative sources of power. These legacies would form the basis of Soviet survival for the next 70 years. Counter-revolution and the origins of the Soviet party state. The Soviet Republic is besieged by the enemy. It must be a single armed camp. Vladimir Lenin, July 9, 191,954. 5 days after the Bolshevik Revolution on October 30, General Mikhail Alexeyev, the Tsar's chief of staff, fled with a group of his supporters to Novokirksk in the Don region to make an alliance with Don Cossacks, traditional defenders of the old regime. 55 He was followed by a long line of old regime supporters humiliated and stripped of their power and possessions: aristocrats, generals, military officers, bankers, businessmen, professors, lawyers who came to southern Russia to seek safety and mount a challenge to the new order. 56 The new volunteer army was created by bringing together remnants of the Tsarist army with Cossack units led by General Anton Denikin. This was very much an upper-class army. Of the 3,000 people who originally enlisted, only about a dozen were rank-and-file soldiers. 57 The relatively small army initially included 36 generals and nearly 200 colonels. 58 Another anti-Bolshevik front was created by SRS who escaped Petrograd after the closure of the Constituent Assembly and joined forces with a 35,000-strong Czechoslovak Legion to form the Committee of Members of the Constituent Assembly in Samara. Kamik seized the cities of Ufa and Simbirsk, Lenin's birthplace. 59 A string of anti-Bolshevik governments appeared throughout southern and eastern Russia, including the left-wing Provisional Government of Autonomous Siberia in Vladivostok, the liberal Provisional Regional Government of the Urals in Ekaterinburg, and the right-wing Provisional Siberian Government in Omsk. 60 This disparate group of die-hard monarchists, radical socialists, Tsarist officers, and liberal reformers was loosely referred to as the Whites. The Whites were supported by more than 50,000 Allied troops from the United States, Canada, Japan, France, and Great Britain. 61 The revolutionary government also confronted nationalist rebellions in the Baltics, Ukraine, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. Less than a year after the Bolsheviks had seized power, nationalist and white forces had reduced Soviet Russia to the size of the medieval Muscovite state. 62 In the summer of 1918, the left SRS, an SR faction that had initially supported the revolution, grew disenchanted with Bolshevik policies and led an uprising in Moscow. In July, they assassinated the German ambassador, abducted Felix Dzerzhinsky, the head of the recently created secret police, and briefly seized Moscow's Central Telegraph. 63 In August, the head of the Petrograd Cheka was assassinated by a former Tsarist military cadet. That month, a left SR activist shot Lenin 3 times, nearly killing him. Everything was crumbling, Trotsky lamented. 64 These threats were further amplified in the minds of Bolshevik leaders by Marxist ideology. For the Bolsheviks, socialist revolution meant the literal destruction of the old ruling classes. It was assumed that these groups would do everything in their power to destroy the new order, a belief that became self-fulfilling. 65 The Bolsheviks also believed that capitalist powers would spare no expense to destroy the world's first and only socialist state, a view that was reinforced by the Allied intervention. 66 Fears of capitalist encirclement encouraged extreme brutality against all opposition. 67 The Civil War was not simply a military conflict decided on the battlefield but a total war in which each side was threatened by annihilation. 68. These existential challenges motivated the construction of a powerful party state. Counter-revolutionary threats transformed the Bolshevik Party from a loosely structured organization into a more centralized and disciplined institution. 69. Military conflict made unity a supreme value lest foreign enemies take advantage of divisions. The life-or-death character of the struggle convinced many local party officials to abandon demands for autonomy and seek greater subordination to the center. 70. Although local conflicts did not disappear, lower-level leaders readily submitted to extreme centralization in the face of existential threats from white forces. 71. Fear of counter-revolution combined to foster an intense, militarized, and almost mystical commitment to party discipline. 72. The war also motivated the construction of powerful coercive structures. At the time of the revolution, the Bolsheviks, like most socialists at the time, assumed that the creation of a classless society would eliminate the need for a state and a standing army. However, the counter-revolution soon forced them to focus on building an effective military. The central problem was not just recruiting soldiers but creating a disciplined, professionalized force. The unruly and heavy-drinking Red Guards had been sufficient to seize a weakly defended Winter Palace but were thoroughly inadequate against the well-trained volunteer army. 73. Trotsky, whose only military experience consisted of a stint as a war correspondent in the Balkan Wars, took on the task of creating a professional, disciplined army. 74. He quickly realized that expertise was required and took the controversial decision to recruit 22,000 ex-Tsarist officers to help lead the war effort. 75. Despite their suspect backgrounds, these officers provided critical expertise in building a disciplined military and carrying out effective military campaigns. 76. At the same time, creating an army from scratch allowed the Bolsheviks to install political commissars and party cells throughout the military hierarchy. The party's involvement in military affairs blurred the distinction between party and military work. 77. Party involvement also appears to have strengthened military discipline. 78. Beginning in 1918, the party became the backbone of the Red Army's organizational skeleton. 79. Party penetration of the military acted as a check on the loyalty of ex-Tsarist military officers and is credited with bolstering the morale and cohesion of the Red Army, which was critical to the Bolsheviks' victory. 80. By the end of 1919, the 2 million-strong Red Army had become a relatively disciplined force with a functioning chain of command. 81. A sharp contrast to the white forces, which descended into warlordism and brigandage. 82. While the party became an integral part of the military, the Bolshevik Party was itself militarized by the influx of a tougher, less educated, and more obedient generation of military cadres. 83. The party enrolled entire platoons at a time, creating a substantial core of party members who were used to obeying order and cared far less about the ideological debates that had consumed the party before 1917. 84. More intellectual and independent-minded cadres were thus quickly overwhelmed by new members imbued with military values. 85. For this new generation, the Bolshevik Party was, above all, a military organization and an armed defender of the revolution. 86. The Civil War's most enduring legacy, which lasted into the 21st century, was the creation of an effective political police. Faced with striking Tsarist state bureaucrats in late 1917, Lenin called for the creation of the Chayka to combat the strike by the most energetic revolutionary measures. 87. As the military threat posed by white forces mounted in 1918 and 1919, the size and scope of the Chayka expanded dramatically. 88. Later renamed the KGB, the Chayka would become one of the largest and most powerful security forces in modern history, with officials stationed in all major social, economic, and government institutions, and informants in virtually every apartment block in the country. 89. The Chayka built upon what were initially spontaneous acts of mass violence to institute the Red Terror. The terror targeted the aristocracy and clergy, as well as the bourgeoisie, a term that was loosely applied to anyone who might oppose the regime. 90. The Chayka also engaged in widespread hostage-taking in order to compel the rich to pay taxes to the new regime. In the summer of 1918, the Left SR uprising and an assassination attempt on Lenin triggered a major upswing in government violence. The Red Army newspaper declared that from now on, the hymn of the working class will be a hymn of hate and revenge. 91 Over the course of the Civil War, the Cheka shot tens of thousands of people in basements, courtyards, and empty fields on the outskirts of towns. 92 As many as 100,000 people may have been killed in the Red Terror, far more than the number of people killed by the Tsarist regime in the century before the revolution. 93 Created by the party leadership, the Cheka was thoroughly loyal to the new regime. 94 Unlike many other security forces in history, the Cheka recruited its personnel from outside pre-existing coercive structures. 95 Many were drawn from the ranks of the party. 96 Security officials viewed themselves as the loyal servants of the party, or, in Dzerzhinsky's words, the fighting arm of the party. 97 The Cheka leadership was highly ideological. 98 And it was imbued with high esprit de corps linked to their role as defenders of the revolution. 99 Partly as a result of this successful institution building, the Bolsheviks gained the decisive advantage in the war by 1919. Although the whites were sometimes larger and better armed, disunity undermined their cause. 100 Unlike the Bolsheviks, who were unified around a single ideology, the whites encompassed SRS, liberal reformers, and die-hard monarchists. 101 Lacking anything resembling a common program or a political organization, they were constantly beset by infighting. Unable to garner sustained support from Western allies exhausted by World War I, the whites were constantly short of guns and money. Finally, the prominence of leaders opposed to land redistribution cost the whites peasant support. As a result, the Red Army was able to mobilize a substantial number of peasants who feared losing their land. 102 The whites suffered massive defections, and by early 1920, the Reds outnumbered them 3-1. 103 Finally, in November 1920, General Pyotr Urgel, the last in a line of white military leaders, led an evacuation of forces from Crimea into exile. By the end of the year, the Reds had defeated virtually all armed forces in the country. Victory came at enormous cost. As part of its effort to ensure adequate food supply for the cities, the new regime introduced a brutal system of rationing and state control over food that became known as war communism. The party dispatched armed brigades to the countryside in a battle for grain that ended up costing hundreds of thousands of lives in famine. 104 Between 1914 and 1921, agricultural output declined by 57% and industrial output by as much as 85%. 105 Overall, as many as 1.2 million people died during the war, in addition to an estimated 7 million civilian deaths from famine and disease. 106 One consequence of this violence was the destruction of virtually all organized political alternatives. By 1920, the royal family was dead and the entire ruling class had been stripped of its resources and either killed or sent into exile. 107 White forces were defeated and their remnants forced abroad. The church was also weakened by Cheka harassment. 108 Finally, the Civil War allowed the Bolshevik government to systematically destroy other socialist parties, including the SRS, which initially commanded greater popular support than the Bolsheviks. 109 Although socialists were tolerated to a greater degree than other parties. 110 The Bolsheviks sidelined them during the war. Thus, the left SRS were hounded out of all local organs to which they had secured election. 111 By July 1918, the new regime had shut down the Social Democratic press in its entirety. 112 By the early 1920s, neither the Mensheviks nor the SRS had an effective presence in the country, leaving the Bolsheviks as the sole masters of the Soviet state. 113 The Soviet party-state complex. In the decades after the Civil War, the Soviet Union underwent enormous social and political transformations, including rapid industrialization and the creation of a centrally planned economy. Nevertheless, even before these major changes, the Civil War had generated the central bulwarks of Soviet durability, a highly cohesive ruling party, a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus, and the destruction of all alternative centers of power. First, the Civil War fostered an increasingly disciplined ruling party that was grounded in a deeply ingrained siege mentality. 114 As evidenced in the discussion below, unity emerged less out of institutionalized rules and much more from deep fears that divisions would endanger the social revolution that activists had worked so hard to achieve. 115 Fears for survival, as well as the influx of military personnel into the party, created a large and powerful constituency for top-down centralization that would facilitate party cohesion. After 3 years of violent, ideological struggle, the Bolsheviks were far closer to the ideal presented by Lenin in What Is to Be Done than they were in 1917. The war made Lenin's party Leninist. Certainly, the Civil War did not put an end to factionalism. Between 1918 and 1921, several open factions engaged in public debates over party policy, including peace with Germany, and trade union autonomy. 116 Yet factions tended to be elite affairs and were generally met with indifference by most party members, who feared that schisms would create openings for counter-revolution. 117 Most importantly, despite the presence of such factions, no top leaders would entertain leaving or splitting the party. 3 years of brutal conflict against both internal and external enemies created an increasingly disciplined ruling party with a hysterical concern for unity. 118. The war also strengthened the party organization. At the start of the conflict, the party operated in just 2 rooms with a 5-person staff. It was so small that its secretary, Yakov Sverdlov, was said to carry around the party archive in his head. 119 The party grew considerably over the course of the Civil War. 120 During the conflict, moreover, the demands of survival encouraged the creation of new centralized institutions that would survive the entire lifespan of the party, including the Politburo, which would remain the effective center of Soviet power until 1990. 121 The Central Party apparatus expanded dramatically. Although the organization was still somewhat underdeveloped. 122 It institutionalized over the course of the war. The party's role in governing also increased significantly. Between 1919 and 1921, the party gradually became the principal institution of the regime. 123. Second, the war led directly to the creation of a large, powerful, and loyal coercive apparatus. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the army and the Cheka suffered losses of funding and personnel. 124 Even after reductions in personnel, however, both forces remained large. The security services retained a substantial 125,000 employees in the mid-1920s. 125 Despite some efforts to rein in Chekist abuse, the services continued to operate largely as before. 126 Long after the immediate impetus for the Cheka disappeared, the Cheka in its various subsequent guises GPU, OGPU, NKVD, MGB, MVD, and finally KGB retained its core strength and significant authority that it had gained during the war. 127 Although few Bolsheviks had envisioned the creation of anything like the Cheka before 1917, the Civil War motivated the institutionalization of a vast, loyal, and ever-effective 128 security apparatus that would remain a central pillar of the Soviet regime until its collapse. The creation of military and security forces from scratch dramatically reduced the likelihood of a coup, in part because of extensive penetration by party cells and political commissars, but also because the army shared the party's revolutionary goals. 129 Created and thoroughly penetrated by the party, the army arguably lacked the autonomy to carry out a coup. Indeed, the Soviet Union would not experience a single coup attempt for 70 years prior to regime breakdown in 1991. Likewise, the internal security services were, by all accounts, extraordinarily disciplined. 130 Even at the height of the Great Terror in the 1930s, when the security services were responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths and even ended up purging themselves, the secret police remained strictly subordinate to Central Party leadership. 131 Remarkably, and in contrast to Adolf Hitler, Stalin did not suffer any assassination attempts, despite several disastrous policy initiatives and his direct assaults on the core interests of the military and security services. Third, by the end of the Civil War, all organized opposition was either exhausted and prostrate or pulverized. 132 The aristocrats, the royal family, and remnants of the Tsarist army were either dead or in exile. The church was badly weakened. And peasants, who played such a central role in the 1917 revolution, lacked any organization at all. Socialist parties that had once rivaled the Bolsheviks were either obliterated or sidelined. Dzerzhinsky, the head of the Chayka, boasted, "Our enemies, where are they now? They have long been cast into the realm of the shadows." 133. Revolutionary regime durability. The idea of counter-revolution was the gift that kept on giving. Stephen Kotkin. 134. In the years following the end of the Civil War, the Bolsheviks would face 5 significant crises that threatened regime survival: the large-scale peasant and military rebellions of 1921, the death of Lenin in 1924, collectivization and famine in 1929 to 1932, the Great Terror, and the Nazi invasion in 1941. Some of these were largely exogenous. Others, collectivization, famine, and the Great Terror, were endogenous to the revolution. 3 legacies of the Civil War were critical to the regime's durability during its first decades in power. First, a potent siege mentality and the nearly constant expectation of war greatly facilitated the leadership's efforts to maintain unity and discipline, and also encouraged the regime to engage in rapid industrialization and terror. Second, regime durability was bolstered by the exceptionally large, effective, and loyal security apparatus that emerged during the Civil War. Third, the absence of alternative centers of societal power deprived the opposition of the ability to translate widespread discontent into an effective challenge. Indeed, the Soviet Union confronted virtually no organized opposition until the late 1980s. Kronstadt and peasant rebellions, 1920 to 1921. By late 1920, the Bolsheviks had vanquished the White Armies and driven out the Western enemies from Soviet territory. Yet the Civil War had left the country in ruins and the party isolated from its own population. War communism and the Red Terror deeply alienated large sections of both the urban and the rural populations. 135 In particular, the forcible requisition of grain by the state had created widespread discontent and starvation. These measures contributed to a severe famine concentrated in the Volga region, which resulted in up to 5 million deaths in 1921 to 1922. 136. In response to such conditions, Russia erupted into rebellion shortly after the final defeat of white forces in 1920. 137 Sometimes organized by surviving SR leaders and wielding slogans such as "Soviet power without the Bolsheviks," peasant armies in the southwest and other parts of the country fought Bolshevik leaders and seized control over parts of the countryside in late 1920 and early 1921. 138 In early 1921, whole provinces operated outside the regime's control. 139 Soviet leaders in Minsk and Smolensk were forced to evacuate in the face of incoming peasant armies. 140 Rebels nearly overran Petrograd and temporarily blocked the Trans-Siberian Railroad linking western Russia to Siberia. 141 By March 1921, Soviet power no longer existed in much of the countryside, while Moscow, Petrograd, and other cities were hit by a wave of strikes. 142 Most momentously, in early 1921, the Soviet regime was rocked by a rebellion of the Kronstadt Navy, based just outside Petrograd. The Kronstadt sailors had been among the first to support the Bolsheviks in 1917 and became symbols of Bolshevik power. A blank shot from the Kronstadt battleship Aurora had signaled the start of the October Revolution in 1917. Yet 3 years of war, starvation, and repression had generated widespread discontent, which bubbled forth after the defeat of the White Armies. Half of the Kronstadt Bolsheviks burned their party cards. 143 Rejection of Bolshevik power by the symbols of the October Revolution generated a serious identity crisis for the regime. Kronstadt by itself was too small to threaten Bolshevik rule. Yet given widespread discontent, the uprising could plausibly have sparked a much broader-based rebellion against the Bolsheviks. 144 Widespread popular discontent and the soldiers' impeccable revolutionary credentials might also have convinced Bolshevik leaders to back them and generated fatal splits in the regime. Two products of the Civil War helped the Bolsheviks to beat back these popular challenges: an intense siege mentality and a powerful, war-hardened coercive apparatus. First, 3 years of civil war had generated a powerful fear of counter-revolution in the Soviet leadership. 145 A white scare gripped the party rank and file. 146 Given the regime's international and domestic isolation, one did not have to be a Bolshevik fanatic to believe that the rebellion threatened to create an opening to counter-revolutionary forces abroad. Indeed, many soldiers saw the rebellion as a betrayal of the revolution. They supported the Bolshevik leadership because their fear of white restoration exceeded their opposition to Bolshevism. 147. Lenin capitalized on the Kronstadt rebellion to push forward a ban on party factions at the 10th Party Congress. 148 Although the ban was widely ignored, it symbolized the party's obsession with unity. Some Bolshevik leaders correctly predicted that such stringent demands for unity opened the door to abuse. However, there was universal agreement that such problems were outweighed by the danger that dissension within the party would create openings for counter-revolution. 149. Second, the war had also left the regime with a battle-hardened and disciplined army and political police. The Bolsheviks were able to put down the Kronstadt rebellion by relying on 35,000 to 100,000 troops led by the war hero and commander Mikhail Tukhachevsky. 150 Marching across the frozen waters, troops overwhelmed the increasingly isolated rebels, and the revolt was put down at the end of March 1921. By the end of the year, the military and the Cheka had squashed the most important peasant rebellions. 151 Although these actions alienated many international socialists. 152 They saved the regime. At the same time, intense dissatisfaction and economic dislocation generated by war communism convinced Lenin to soften the regime's stance toward peasants and private commerce. The new economic policy, which was inaugurated in 1921 at the 10th Party Congress, called for the replacement of grain requisitioning with a tax in kind that gave peasants freedom to sell surplus after paying the tax. As a result of NEP, commercial activity returned to the cities and the economy began to grow. Nevertheless, just 3 years after the Civil War, the regime was beset with another crisis caused by the death of its founding leader. Lenin's death. Incapacitated by a stroke in 1922, Lenin died on January 21, 1924. His passing created a dangerous situation for the regime and left the leadership in panic as reports came in from the countryside that peasants were preparing to revolt. 153 Although large-scale revolts never materialized, the party was left open to internal conflict as it decided who would lead the Bolsheviks next. Stalin, the Commissar of Nationalities, had been appointed by Lenin as General Secretary of the party in 1922 and would ultimately replace Lenin. 154 However, the choice of Stalin was hardly a foregone conclusion. The post of General Secretary, which was created just months before Lenin's health forced him to leave the scene. 155 was not viewed as an especially powerful position. Indeed, most observers at the time assumed that Lenin would be succeeded by Trotsky, a brilliant orator and Marxist theoretician who had organized the Bolshevik takeover in early October 1917 while Lenin was in exile and led the military struggle during the Civil War. 156 Outside of Lenin, no one was more publicly associated with the revolution than Trotsky. Trotsky's prospects were further enhanced by Lenin's deathbed statement, known as Lenin's Last Testament, which explicitly called for Stalin's removal from the position of General Secretary. 157 Shortly before his death, Lenin wrote Trotsky to encourage him to oppose Stalin. 158 Trotsky, who hated Stalin passionately, should not have needed any encouragement. In fact, although Trotsky would later become a virulent critic of Stalin, he scrupulously observed party discipline and remained stunningly passive during the critical early stages of the succession struggle. 159 Forswearing the campaign against Stalin that Lenin had encouraged him to lead. 160 Trotsky refused to make public his opposition to Stalin and pledged loyalty to the alliance of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev that excluded him. Abiding by party discipline and avoiding open opposition, Trotsky publicly denied the existence of Lenin's testament. 161 At the critical 12th Party Congress in 1923, he declared his unshaken loyalty to the leadership triumvirate of Stalin, Kamina, and Zinoviev. 162 At the 13th Party Congress a year later, Trotsky again refrained from seizing the mantle of opposition but instead declared that the party is always right. 163 At Central Committee meetings, Trotsky could be seen ignoring the proceedings and reading French novels, provocative perhaps, but not an open challenge to the party leadership. When Trotsky did finally challenge Stalin, he did so in a half-hearted fashion. In 1925, the Stalin-Kamina-Zinoviev triumvirate crumbled and Trotsky joined Zinoviev and Kamina in the united opposition against Stalin. At a party plenum in 1926, the small group of oppositionists vainly tried to use reasoned argument to bring members of the Central Committee to their side but were met with accusations that the group was illegally conspiring to overthrow the party. Dzerzhinsky threatened the opposition with fresh gunpowder. 164 In an act of desperation, opposition supporters staged a series of demonstrations in factory party cell meetings, only to quickly repudiate this act as a violation of party discipline and renounce future factional activity. 165 Indeed, throughout the succession struggle, Trotsky, Kamina, and Zinoviev remained committed opponents of party factionalism. 166 Any sign of dissent was seen by party members as posing an existential threat to the revolution. This made it difficult for the united opposition to mount a serious bid for power. Thus, a rally at a train station to protest the deportation of a Trotsky ally in 1927 terrified the majority of party members, who worried that public displays of intra-party dissent could be used by counter-revolutionary forces to threaten Bolshevik power. 167 In Stalin's words, now was the time to close the ranks in the face of common danger. 168 The united opposition was doomed. After Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the Central Committee, they made a last-ditch effort to rally opposition to Stalin on November 7 before being kicked out of the party. Both Zinoviev and Kamina renounced factionalism and submitted to Stalin. 169 At the 15th Party Congress in late 1927, Kamina declared that factionalism must be stopped before it led to the creation of a second party. The only option was to submit completely and fully to the party. 170 Trotsky was exiled to Kazakhstan in 1928 and expelled from the country in 1929. In exile, he would become famous for his denunciations of Stalin. But his passivity and commitment to party discipline had cost him the opportunity to defeat Stalin when he had the chance. After the fall of Kamina, Zinoviev, and Trotsky, the right opposition, led by Nikolai Bukharin, emerged in reaction to Stalin's growing opposition to NEP. Like the oppositions before it, the right opposition was hemmed in by its commitment to party unity and refused to take its opposition public, a decision that Robert V. Daniels calls a major blunder. 171 After being sidelined by Stalin, the defeated leaders of the right opposition published a full confession of their errors and committed to a decisive struggle against all deviations from the general line. 172 By mid-1929, open factionalism within the party had disappeared. 173 Stalin had emerged as the single dominant figure in the regime. The failure of the opposition, including Trotsky's seemingly inexplicable bouts of passivity, have mostly been explained in terms of failed leadership, including Trotsky's overconfidence and imperious attitude toward lesser lights in the party. 174 Yet it is hard to understand why such highly experienced revolutionaries with decades of experience in intra-party battles would suddenly become so irresolute. What could explain this sudden onset of incompetence? To a significant extent, these failures reflected the dilemmas faced by a party opposition opposed to the very idea of party opposition. 175 Trotsky and the other oppositionists had repeatedly expressed strong support for punishing dissent in the party and in fact presented themselves as guardians of party unity. 176 They vociferously defended the ban on factions passed at the 10th Party Congress. 177 Despite their hatred of Stalin, all the dissidents precluded a priori the possibility of creating a second party to challenge Stalin. 178 As a result, Their efforts were always shrouded in secrecy lest they be called out for violating the very values they repeatedly championed. 179. In a context of genuine fear of counter-revolution, it was also nearly impossible for INTR party opposition to garner support from within the party or from international socialists. The united opposition was backed by a tiny minority of the party elite. 180 potential supporters, including international communists who knew Trotsky well, and Lenin's widow, Nadezhda Krupskaya, who had a rocky relationship with Stalin. 181 gave scant support to the opposition. The moment was too serious to create a schism and threaten the victory of communism in Russia. 182. In sum, Stalin's victory in the succession battle was not simply the product of his wheeliness, his control over the party apparatus, or the failures of opposition leadership, but was also rooted in the regime's international isolation and fears of counter-revolution, which discouraged any opposition that might split the party and destroy the revolution. Fear of counter-revolution and devotion to party unity created an important first-mover advantage in internal conflict. Once Lenin had given Stalin the top job, even powerful figures faced enormous challenges opposing Stalin without seeming to split the party and threaten its defeat. 183 In a context of pervasive and existential threats of counter-revolution, even the slightest hint of organized opposition to Stalin was met with charges of counter-revolution that could quickly lead to the demise of the world's first socialist revolution. 184. Collectivization and famine, 1929 to 1933. Stalin's victory would usher the Soviet Union into a period of social and political upheaval often described as Russia's second revolution. Carrying out a policy of collectivization, the regime conquered the country's peasantry and helped transform Russia from an overwhelmingly rural country into an industrial power at the cost of unimaginable suffering, death, and social dislocation. Revolutionary origins created the impetus, the means, and the opportunity to implement this profound social transformation. Fear of invasion by capitalist powers fostered an urgent need for rapid industrialization to build up the military. The regime's powerful coercive apparatus was essential to subdue the countryside, which nearly erupted into civil war. Finally, the destruction of alternative sources of societal power meant that there were no forces to mobilize the massive discontent created by Stalin's assault on Soviet society. Collectivization emerged out of mounting international tensions and fear of foreign invasion. In the late 1920s, Soviet leaders became persuaded that war was on the horizon. In Poland in 1926, Marshal Józef Pilsudski, who had defeated Soviet armies during the Civil War, came to power in a coup, generating worries that Poland would unite with other Central European states into an anti-Bolshevik front. 185 Then, in May 1927, the British broke off diplomatic relations in response to Soviet involvement in a general strike. 186 A month later, the Soviet ambassador to Poland, who had participated in the killings of the Romanovs, was shot by a young monarchist in Warsaw. These events convinced party leaders that the Soviet Union was about to be attacked. 187 Memories of Western intervention during the Civil War were still fresh. Tensions confirmed the leaders' Marxist beliefs that war with capitalist states was inevitable. 188 According to Vyacheslav Molotov, Stalin's second-in-command, war was looming on the horizon. 189 Russia was increasingly under siege. 190. Party leaders became alarmed by the slow pace of industrialization. 10 years after the revolution, Russia remained an overwhelmingly agrarian economy with limited arms production capacity. This left the regime vulnerable to both capitalist powers and a potentially hostile peasantry. Given that capitalist bankers could not be expected to finance communist development, 191 grain exports were one of the only sources of foreign exchange available. Without peasant cooperation, the Bolshevik regime would be unable to industrialize or feed the urban working class. In effect, the countryside held the new regime hostage. 192. An overwhelmingly urban party, the Bolsheviks barely penetrated the countryside, where 80% of Russia's population lived. 193 Conservative institutions such as the church maintained an active presence in many villages. Peasants also appeared to be increasingly hostile to the regime. 194 Police reports told of peasants rejecting Soviet currency and resigning from the Pioneers and Komsomol youth organizations. 195 In late 1927, the government faced mounting difficulties procuring grain, leading to fears that the regime would be unable to feed the cities and the Red Army. 196 Peasants thus came to be viewed as an imminent threat to Bolshevik survival. The war scare, perceived peasant hostility, and food shortages provoked a serious debate within the party over whether to continue NEP, which had given peasants substantial autonomy over production and distribution. 197 In 1928, Stalin began to press for an end to NEP and the introduction of much more coercive measures to fund industrialization. 198 In his view, maintaining NEP would put the brakes on industrialization by reducing the amount of grain available for export, thereby limiting the foreign exchange available for industrial construction projects. 199. The forced seizure and export of grain promised to both squash the peasants and help finance a massive industrialization program and military buildup, as well as generate a grain reserve to feed the army. 200 The industrialization of the 1930s would have an important military component, permitting the dramatic expansion of the armed forces from 586,000 in 1927 to 1,433,000 a decade later. 201. Collectivization transformed Soviet society at a rate that had few historical precedents. 202 The urban population nearly doubled in size, from 18 to 32%. 203 The government instituted a system of centralized economic planning that would set out 5-year targets for production of virtually all goods and services, starting with the first 5-year plan of 1928 to 1933. The goals set for industrialization and other areas were unrealistic, and reporting was filled with inaccuracies, making it difficult to assess exactly what was achieved. However, scholarly estimates suggest that industrial production increased by 80% in 6 years. 204 Such industrialization efforts would provide a critical base for military production during World War II. 205. These socio-economic changes were made possible by a violent assault on the peasantry. The regime expropriated the property of peasants and forced them into state-controlled collective farms, where the government hoped to access grain. 206 Thousands of urban workers were sent to the countryside to help in the transformation. Attacks focused on the elimination of the so-called kulaks, a term denoting wealthy peasants that was broadly applied to all perceived opponents of the regime. Dekulakization involved the deportation of over 2 million peasants to remote locations in Siberia and elsewhere. Many were sent to the Gulag, a system of forced labor camps that came to symbolize Stalinist repression. Hundreds of thousands of people died in transport. 207 These policies also involved a broad attack on the peasants' culture and way of life. 208 Collectivization was combined with a violent assault on what remained of the church. By late 1930, roughly 80% of village churches had been closed. 209. These attacks generated a major crisis for the regime in the countryside. 210 Collectivization unified the overwhelming majority of peasants and provoked the bloodiest and most prolonged resistance to the Bolshevik regime since the Civil War. 211 The countryside was engulfed in violence, including arson and lynching of local officials. 212 In 1929, there were more than 3,200 terrorist attacks on Soviet civil servants. 213 In 1930, there were more than 13,000 riots, with over 2 million participants. 214. Despite their numbers, however, peasant rebels faced impossible odds in battling the regime. First, the destruction of alternative power centers during the Civil War, most notably, the peasant-based SRS, meant that there was no national political force to channel the intense peasant discontent and spontaneous uprisings into an effective national challenge to the revolutionary government. 215. Second, the Civil War bequeathed the Soviet Union with a powerful security apparatus. Given both the scale of repression and the violence it provoked, it seems unlikely that the regime could have undertaken such a massive operation if it did not already possess a considerable coercive force. Indeed, the OGPU, the successor to the Cheka, played a central role in planning and implementing dekulakization. 216. The Civil War was an important precondition for collectivization. Many of the same groups of individuals were at the heart of violence during the Civil War, collectivization, and, later, the state-led terror of the 1930s. 217 As Andrea Graziosi has argued 218 the experience in Civil War fostered the creation of tight-knit, battle-hardened networks encompassing tens of thousands of cadres that carried out collectivization. These operations also brought a dramatic expansion of the security service and encouraged the construction of a vast system of rural monitoring and control that provided a foundation for the totalitarian state. 219 In the early 1930s, the Soviet state began not just to target regime opponents but to track the population as a whole. 220. All of this came at unimaginable human cost. By imposing massively unrealistic quotas on collective farms, collectivization contributed to a man-made famine in grain-producing areas of Ukraine, the North Caucasus, and Kazakhstan. Millions of people starved to death in one of the worst humanitarian catastrophes in modern history. 221. In sum, the Soviet Union's origins in violent revolutionary struggle help explain why such a radical policy as collectivization was undertaken and how it was successfully implemented. Capitalist encirclement and perceived threats of invasion generated by Lenin's attack on the global capitalist system provided a critical rationale for Stalin's policies. 222 By creating a powerful and loyal security service and destroying alternative power centers, the Civil War made it possible for the regime to subdue such a large section of the country and carry out one of the most dramatic social transformations in modern history. The Great Terror, 1937 to 1938. On December 1, 1934, Leonid Nikolaev, a mentally unstable, unemployed former functionary walked into the Leningrad party headquarters concealing a gun. Angered by his expulsion from the party months earlier, Nikolaev shot and killed Sergei Kirov, the Leningrad party chief and close confidant of Stalin. 223 The assassination of such a high-level official would have alarmed leaders of any autocracy, but in the Soviet context it provided the prelude to the unprecedented and brutal Great Terror aimed at the very foundations of the Soviet party state. Since 1917, the government had been focused on eliminating counter-revolutionary threats from the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, capitalist states, and the peasantry. Now, it suddenly became obsessed with finding and exterminating enemies within the party state. In the process, the Bolsheviks nearly committed suicide. 224 The Great Terror resulted in roughly 2.5 million arrests and over 800,000 killings in 1937 to 1938. 225 During this period, Soviet authorities executed more than 1,000 people every day. 226 While most of those killed were common citizens, a substantial portion were longtime supporters of Stalin and old Bolsheviks who had worked with Lenin to found the Soviet state. 227 There had not been anything like it since the Jacobins consumed themselves in the French Reign of Terror in 1794. The Soviet Union's origins in revolutionary civil war explain both why such a terror was possible and why the regime survived such a major attack on the core institutions of the Bolshevik regime. The Kirov assassination took place in a hostile international environment. In the late 1920s, the Bolsheviks had seen foreign threats that in fact barely existed. But in the early 1930s, they were as real as they possibly could be. In Europe, the rabidly anti-communist Nazis seized power in 1933 and fascism began to take hold in countries throughout Europe. The raison d'être of these regimes was the destruction of communism. In July 1936, a military coup against the Spanish Second Republic sparked a brutal civil war that quickly turned into a proxy war between communists and fascists. And throughout all of this, Trotsky, exiled in Mexico, was gaining international fame by excoriating Stalin. Such challenges were amplified in the minds of Bolshevik leaders by a worldview grounded in fears of capitalist encirclement. The Bolsheviks had come to power amid foreign intervention and were convinced that they could lose it at any moment through the combined efforts of foreign and domestic forces. 228 For Bolshevik leaders, there was no obvious distinction between international conflicts and domestic politics. The Civil War experience had already primed Soviet leaders to expect imminent invasion. 229. Fears of invasion were reinforced by concern that external enemies might draw on the support of the vast number of victims of Soviet policies. 230 The Bolsheviks had designated millions of people as class enemies: former Tsarist officials, ex-priests, traders, bankers, better-off peasants, and random folk unlucky enough to be caught up in the machine of repression. 231 Furthermore, the Bolshevik Party had been purged so many times amid the upheaval of collectivization and famine that in many regions the number of former communists outnumbered party members. 232 It was feared that such individuals would rise up against the Soviet Union if it were invaded. Indeed, the term fifth column, invented during the Spanish Civil War, was constantly on the lips of Soviet leaders during this period. 233 As war with fascist states appeared increasingly inevitable, panic took hold among the Bolshevik elite. 234 Stalin used these tensions to attack his former rivals. Between 1936 and 1938, he orchestrated three widely publicized show trials in which top Bolshevik leaders including Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Bukharin were accused of working with Trotsky in a variety of outlandish plots to kill Stalin and Lenin and undermine the Soviet Union. Then, in 1937, Stalin carried out a major assault on the foundations of Bolshevik rule. Under Stalin's direction, Nikolai Yezhov, a rising star in the NKVD, delivered a report at a party plenum titled Lessons of the Wrecking, Diversion, and Espionage of Japanese-German Trotskyite Agents. 235 Yezhov, who would soon take over the NKVD and personify the Great Terror, attacked the party and security apparatus for insufficient vigilance against Trotskyites and other foreign enemies. A month later, the head of the NKVD, Genrikh Yagoda, and his 18 deputies were expelled from the party and subsequently shot. Yagoda was accused of being a German agent and plotting to assassinate the party leadership by throwing grenades into the special Politburo cinema room. 236 Ominously, Yezhov had begun removing local NKVD officials who had long protected party leaders in their areas. 237 On June 11, the Soviet press announced that the most senior officials in the Red Army, including the Civil War hero Tukhachevsky, had been arrested for treason. In an entirely fabricated accusation corroborated by a blood-stained confession, the government accused him of secretly working with Nazis to overthrow Stalin and ensure the Soviet Union's defeat in an upcoming war. 238 In subsequent months, Lev Miklas, the new head of the political division of the army, traveled across the country ordering arrests and executions. 239 The army's command and control structure was decimated. The overwhelming share of the military's high command was wiped out, including 3 of 5 marshals, 13 of 15 generals, 8 of 9 admirals, and 154 of 186 division generals. 240 Two-thirds of the 767 commanders above the rank of major general were imprisoned or executed. 241 The NKVD was also hit hard. Over the course of the terror, nearly 10% of its ranks were arrested for counter-revolution. 242 Successive heads of the NKVD, Yagoda and Yezhov, and nearly all of their deputies were soon massacred. 243 The lists of those caught up in the Great Terror expanded exponentially as arrested officials denounced others, who, in turn, denounced still others. 244 As a result, the terror engulfed vast swaths of the party nomenclatura. After midnight, elite apartment blocks across Moscow resounded with the sounds of NKVD officers banging on doors and wailing children and spouses. Politburo members suffered near constant humiliation and threat of purge and were powerless to halt attacks on family members and close associates. 245 Stalin could remove, arrest, or execute them at any time. 246 For example, the aides of Molotov, Stalin's longtime protege, were rounded up one by one. 247 Eventually, Molotov's wife was arrested. By 1939, the Great Terror had removed 5 of 17 Politburo members, 71% of the Central Committee, over half of the delegates to the 17th Party Congress in 1934, and about 80% of the Komsomol Central Committee. 248 Over the course of a year, the party's Central Committee consistently voted unanimously to expel its own members. No party member was immune. 249 Even Stalin's own family was affected by the purge, including in-laws with whom he was close. 250 The terror decimated the party apparatus. High-ranking Politburo emissaries were sent to purge provincial leaderships and whip up local party committees to denounce their leaders. 251 Yezhov claimed that 13 anti-Soviet organizations were operating across the country and that each provincial party organization was awash in Polish and German spies. 252 Ultimately, about 80% of regional and district party secretaries were purged. 253 The mass removal of party officials contributed to a breakdown of party authority in factories and other institutions as leaders became afraid to issue any orders that might somehow be perceived as sabotage. Underlings took advantage of the situation to disobey orders and threaten denunciation. 254 The terror was not an actual regime crisis in that it did not seriously threaten regime survival. But this is itself puzzling. A similar self-inflicted purge of revolutionary elites during Robespierre's reign of terror led to the fall of the Jacobins in 1794. In that case, members of the French National Convention, fearing for their survival, united against Robespierre. 255 As in France, Stalin's victims were hardly powerless. They included the most senior members of the Bolshevik elite and influential actors in all parts of the party state. Nonetheless, Stalin carried out his assault on the party apparatus in the face of virtually no resistance. There were no serious efforts to challenge Stalin in the 1930s. 256 The security services not only eliminated all domestic organized opposition but infiltrated and neutralized a wide range of anti-Soviet émigré groups abroad. 257 And despite Stalin's extraordinarily violent assault on the military and the security services, there is no evidence of any coup plot among spies or officers. 258 How did the regime survive such a large-scale self-immolation? Why did the party actively cooperate in its own demolition? 259 One reason is that justifications for the terror fit the Bolshevik worldview that emerged out of the revolution. Even though the regime had objectively wiped out all organized domestic opposition by the mid-1930s, officials' lived experience and worldview made Stalin's conspiracy theories potentially believable. 260 Perceived threats to the revolution provided a powerful motivation for party leaders to remain united. 261 As in France, the terror was facilitated by fears of counter-revolutionary forces abroad. However, the Bolsheviks possessed a stronger party and coercive apparatus than the Jacobins. The Jacobins launched their terror soon after taking power, when they were still weak. A loose collection of clubs rather than a disciplined party, the Jacobins relied on the highly factionalized Committee on Public Safety to carry out the terror, and they had not eliminated other sources of opposition. 262 By contrast, the Bolsheviks had already survived the revolutionary reactive sequence and created a disciplined ruling party, hardened during years of conflict, in which it was exceptionally difficult for cadres to challenge the leadership. 263 The Bolsheviks were also backed by powerful security forces, which dramatically raised the costs of defection. It was obviously risky for any official to resist the terror. But why did the security services themselves go along when so many of their ranks were decimated by the terror? The NKVD was reliably obedient to the party leadership even when the NKVD was itself under attack. 264 No top-level official and only a few mid-level officials defected under Stalin. 265 The military also does not appear to have responded to Stalin's unprecedented attack on its corporate interests. There were no coup attempts or serious plots to kill him. 266 Scholars of civil-military relations have long argued that coups occur in response to threats to the military's autonomy and core interests. 267 Surely, the physical extermination of almost the entire military leadership warranted some kind of response. 268 To understand why the security forces were so passive, it is useful to compare Stalin's fate with that of Hitler, who confronted a serious coup conspiracy in 1938 and at least 5 assassination or coup plots by members of the military. 269 The different behavior of the Soviet and the German armed forces may be traced to the fact that Nazi seizure of power did not take place amid state collapse. The Wehrmacht, unlike the Red Army, pre-existed the Nazi regime. Hitler consolidated power not by destroying the old army and creating his own but by gaining the acquiescence of the existing armed forces. Dominated by an aristocracy with weak ties to Hitler, the Wehrmacht retained considerable autonomy. Indeed, Winfried Heinemann shows that the July 1944 assassination attempt against Hitler mobilized military networks that pre-existed the Nazi seizure of power. 270 By contrast, the SS, which was created by the Nazis, never seriously challenged Nazi power. In the Soviet Union, the party's creation of the military and the security services made it easier for Stalin to infiltrate these organizations with party stalwarts. Both organizations were dominated by officials deeply embedded in Bolshevik notions of party discipline and lacked the kind of pre-existing, autonomous networks that facilitated military challenges in Germany. For Soviet officials, the notion of a coup was anathema. 271 Simultaneously, intense levels of surveillance and risks of being denounced made conspiring virtually impossible. Even low-level officials felt they were under constant and intense scrutiny. 272 In sum, the combination of a siege mentality, intense party discipline, and a powerful and loyal security force explains why the Soviet regime did not collapse despite the potential strains created by the terror. Traditions of party discipline increased the costs of defection while the all-pervasive political police made it nearly impossible to organize any alternative to the existing regime. The Nazi invasion. Any other government which had suffered such losses of territory as we did would not have stood the test and would have collapsed. Joseph Stalin. 273 4 years after Stalin gutted the Soviet military and nearly destroyed the Bolshevik Party, the USSR was forced to go to war with one of the most powerful armies in the world. In 1939, Stalin had kept the Nazis at bay by entering into a peace agreement, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, that made arrangements for trade and divided up Poland and the Baltics between the two powers. However, Nazi ideology and German victories in Western Europe convinced Hitler to invade the Soviet Union. In the spring and early summer of 1941, intelligence reports poured into Moscow that Germany was preparing a major assault. Nonetheless, Stalin was convinced that the time had already passed for Hitler to make a successful attack before winter, and he refused to allow Soviet troops to prepare for the invasion. 274 Against the advice of his generals, Stalin tried to avoid any action that might be seen as an abrogation of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. 275 Confident that an attack would not occur, Stalin also took apart existing defense fortifications in the east and put forces too far forward, leaving the Soviet army defenseless in the rear. 276 Combined with Stalin's devastating purges of the army in 1937-277, such tactical errors left the Soviet Union woefully unprepared for what happened next. On June 22, 1941, the Soviet regime suffered one of the worst crises faced by any revolutionary regime discussed in this book. Overwhelmed by invading German armies, the Soviet Union ceded vast tracts of territory as whole armies lost contact with their commanders. In large parts of the country, the Red Army disintegrated into groups of fugitives seeking to escape the German onslaught. 278 According to Nikita Khrushchev, who was stationed in Ukraine at the time, soldiers were forced to fight with pikes and swords for lack of any other weaponry. 279 By December, more than 2 million Soviet lives had been lost and 3 million soldiers had been taken prisoner. 280 Because the Germans had cut communications lines before the invasion, leaders in Moscow had few means to contact Russian troops, creating a vacuum of authority on the front that was exacerbated by a panicked and confused Stalin. 281 Rather than taking immediate charge, Stalin had his protege Molotov announce war with Germany on the radio. After several days of dithering, Stalin retreated to his dacha, apparently at a loss of what to do. The party leadership was left in the lurch. The Soviet Union appeared to be on the cusp of collapse. 282 The Soviet Union's ultimate victory in World War II was driven by a number of factors unrelated to its revolutionary origins, including Western Lend-Lease aid, Russian military leadership, the vastness of Russian territory, and Hitler's strategic errors. 283 Although such factors were indeed critical, They cannot account for the regime's survival during the initial, catastrophic weeks and months of the conflict before Western assistance had become available. 284. The early weeks of the crisis presented two potential sources of regime instability and breakdown. First, we might have expected the collapse of Soviet state authority at the front to trigger large-scale popular uprisings by the millions of citizens suffering from Soviet rule. 285. As discussed above, this is precisely what Soviet leaders feared would happen. Indeed, wartime state collapse or foreign invasion contributed to revolution in 9 of the cases covered in this book. 286. Most notably, disastrous performance in war had led to the Russian Revolution barely 2 decades earlier. Now, however, the situation was different. In 1917, the central state did not reach deep into the countryside and peasants retained self-governing institutions. 287. However, the Soviet destruction of alternative power centers limited any opposition movement's ability to seize the opportunity presented by the early military failure. 288. By the early 1940s, the Bolsheviks had eliminated all pockets of peasant self-organization and other autonomous power centers, leaving the population defenseless. Furthermore, while the state collapsed on the front lines, it remained cohesive in the rear, hindering efforts to mobilize discontent. Combined with the destruction of alternative power structures, the development of powerful coercive forces helped dampen any popular mobilization that might have arisen during the first weeks of the war. 289. The NKVD remained loyal and powerful even during the worst periods of crisis. 290. Second, Stalin's disastrous meddling in military affairs and demonstrable show of weakness in the war's early days might have been expected to provoke a coup attempt. 291. Certainly, Stalin's behavior in the late 1930s had earned him no friends among top-level officials, who never knew if they would return home after a day at the office. However, as discussed above, the creation of coercive agencies from scratch reduced the autonomy of both the military and the NKVD, which made it harder for power ministries to challenge Stalin's rule. Furthermore, over the course of the 1920s and 1930s, Stalin had used fear of counter-revolution and foreign invasion to eliminate all other prominent leaders in the party and security forces who were not directly beholden to Stalin. As a result, there were far fewer potential leaders of high stature to challenge Stalin than there might have been otherwise. Although some scholars have argued that popular support for the regime contributed to the Soviet victory. 292. Such an explanation has a hard time accounting for regime survival in the early stages of the conflict. Support for the regime among certain parts of the population does not explain why the millions of other citizens who suffered so severely under Stalin did not rebel. The passivity of so many victims of collectivization and the Great Terror can be explained by the regime's highly effective coercive apparatus, which had eliminated all independent centers of power and infiltrated virtually every nook and cranny of Soviet society. 293. Finally, the Soviet war effort was bolstered by rapid industrialization, which had been stimulated by capitalist encirclement and the war scare of the 1920s and 1930s. As discussed above, huge investments had already been made to create the industrial base for large-scale arms production. By the late 1930s, the USSR had built a relatively effective economic planning system that was well suited to the demands of war and had in fact been created precisely to defend the country against invasion. 294. Collectivization had created large grain reserves and the administrative mechanisms to control production and supply. 295. This allowed the government to double the size of the army between 1939 and 1941 and rapidly build new armament plants in 1941 and 1942. 296. By the time of the war, the Soviet Union could produce more than 25,000 tanks and 18,000 fighter planes, 3 to 4 times more than Germany. 297. Such production efforts allowed the Soviet Union to survive the war until additional Western assistance became available. 298. The Soviet defeat of German forces at Stalingrad in early 1943 dramatically changed the tide of the war. In 1943 and 1944, the Red Army pushed German forces to the Soviet border and began to march into Eastern Europe. On May 9, 1945, Germany surrendered, leaving the Soviet Union as the dominant military force in Poland, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, and Eastern Germany. In the end, the war resulted in far more Soviet deaths, 27 million, than in any other country in the world. 299. In sum, revolutionary transformation and the Civil War created powerful legacies: a siege mentality and quasi-religious devotion to unity, a strong and loyal coercive apparatus, and the destruction of alternative power centers that facilitated regime survival in the face of some of the most severe crises faced by any authoritarian regime in the 20th century. In the process of responding to counter-revolutionary challenges both during and after the Civil War, the government erected the building blocks of a powerful totalitarian state that would sideline opposition for decades to come. The persistence of Soviet power, 1953 to 1985. Russia's victory in World War II, the death of Stalin a few years later, and the emergence of a new post-revolutionary generation of leaders who had not cut their teeth in the Civil War brought profound changes to the system. The revolutionary siege mentality that had gripped the leadership in the regime's early decades diminished substantially as the Soviet Union no longer confronted immediate, existential threats to its survival. The Civil War was now a distant memory, and the defeat of the Nazis became the centerpiece of Soviet propaganda. The Cold War between the USSR and the United States generated important challenges, including a high-stakes battle over the fate of Germany and occasional dangerous confrontations such as the Cuban Missile Crisis. But the Soviet Union was now a global superpower whose very existence was no longer in question. 300 At the same time, key revolutionary legacies endured, including a highly cohesive ruling party, the absence of alternative power structures, and an extensive and loyal coercive apparatus. Partly as a result, the system would not confront any real opposition challenges for another 35 years. In the initial post-war years, little changed. Stalin retained total control and continued pre-war repression and terror. In an echo of 1937, hundreds of officials in Leningrad were exiled, executed, or imprisoned on trumped-up criminal charges in the 1948 Leningrad affair. The gulags grew to include a gargantuan 2.75 million prisoners and became economically unsustainable. 301 On January 13, 1953, the official party newspaper, Pravda, reported the arrest of 9 doctors in connection with a supposed doctors' plot to kill Stalin and other Soviet leaders. Another large-scale purge appeared to be in the offing. But all of this came to a sudden halt when Stalin was found semi-conscious on the floor of his bedroom on March 1, 1953, following an apparent stroke. Rather than calling for a doctor, his guards moved Stalin to a couch and phoned government leaders, who waited hours before bringing in medical assistance. Stalin died on March 5. Stalin's death threw the system into disarray. Since 1930, the regime had been under Stalin's complete personal control. Major questions of state had been decided at long, alcohol-infused midnight feasts organized by Stalin at his dacha rather than at party Politburo meetings. 302 The political police also gained unprecedented power. 303 Since 1939, the party had had only a single Congress. It was initially unclear that the party would fill the power vacuum left by Stalin's departure. 304 The two most powerful figures were the head of the security services, Lavrenti Beria, and the chairman of the Council of Ministers, Georgy Malenkov. Khrushchev, whom most regarded as a country bumpkin, was appointed the top party official. 305 De facto power was in the hands of Beria, who in an effort to win support, began to dismantle the terror system. 306 Within 3 weeks, more than 1 million prisoners of the Gulag were released. 307 Given Beria's control over the powerful security services, however, party leaders were rightly terrified of him, and Khrushchev plotted with other top leaders to oust him at a meeting of the government on June 26. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, who led Soviet military forces in World War II, arrested Beria. Fearing that he would run away, they removed his belt and cut off his pant buttons. 308 Several months later, he was executed. Khrushchev then used his control over the party machine to build a base of support in key regions of Moscow, Leningrad, and Ukraine. 309 By late 1954, Khrushchev was considered the top leader of the country. As in the 1920s, the party again came out on top. Although it had been sidelined by Stalin, it still possessed a large, disciplined apparatus and enormous symbolic power within the system. Once in control, Khrushchev began a radical program of de-Stalinization announced dramatically in his secret speech made at the party's 20th Congress in February 1956. 310 Khrushchev denounced Stalin's cult of personality and rehabilitated thousands of cadres who had been caught up in the terror. Soviet policies relaxed significantly. The government focused less on eliminating internal class enemies and reducing consumption to pay for rapid industrialization and more on maintaining stability and increasing production of consumer goods. 311 The annual rate of housing construction nearly doubled between 1956 and 1965. More than 100 million people moved into new apartments. 312 The Soviet thaw of the 1950s grew out of increasing leadership confidence in the Soviet Union's permanence. 313 The willingness of so many people to fight and die on the regime's behalf encouraged a belief that it could survive a relaxation of repression. Leaders no longer saw themselves as under siege from pervasive counter-revolutionary threats. 314 Policies also reflected an increased confidence on the international stage. As a great power, the USSR did not face an imminent threat of extinction. This was eventually reflected in a shift in foreign policy. The new leadership de-emphasized the inevitability of war with the West, a core belief of the founding revolutionary elite. At the 20th Party Congress, Khrushchev promoted the policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. 315 Finally, the end of the terror was made possible by the fact that the regime had already built a vast and effective totalitarian state. The Soviet party state now reached into all aspects of people's lives. Where people lived, where they worked, whether they went to university, what they consumed, and where they bought goods and how much they paid were all directly controlled by the party. The party penetrated every public institution in the country with cells that monitored activities in each education institution, factory, office, collective farm, and military unit with 3 or more party members. 316 A nomenclatura system, a list of personnel deemed politically reliable by party leaders to hold positions of authority, gave the party critical leverage over elites throughout society. Nomenclatura positions included a wide range of jobs from the chair of an academic university department to factory director, to state administrator. This system allowed party leaders to dismiss any director, appoint a new director, and instantaneously change the social status of any official. 317 As Milan Svalak has argued. 318 The CPSU enhanced regime durability by giving officials at all levels a stable source of career advancement and thus a long-term stake in party dominance. The party also controlled numerous transmission belt organizations, including trade unions and youth groups. All forms of independent organization, even chess clubs or other non-political forms of association, were banned. Any type of independent political initiative was heavily discouraged. Thus, when a 13-year-old Marina Morozova, a friend of one of the authors, gathered 4 of her friends to protest American nuclear weapons in front of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow in 1978, the endeavor was met with intense suspicion by Soviet authorities. After the girls marched to Red Square, they were taken in for interrogation and a KGB officer explained to the girls, "Today, you are organizing a protest against the United States. But tomorrow you could protest against the party." The system was enormously effective. The regime confronted virtually no organized opposition until the late 1980s. In the 30 years after Stalin's death in 1953, there were only 45 non-state mass actions of 1,000 or more participants. 319 Resistance to the regime consisted almost entirely of small groups of marginal dissident intellectuals totaling no more than a few thousand citizens out of a population of over 200 million. 320 The system of control would have been virtually impossible to create in the absence of violent social transformation that tore up existing social structures outside party control and enabled the construction of a vast and loyal coercive apparatus. At the same time that the party state sidelined outside opposition, it also began to constrain the top leadership. The increased institutional power of the CPSU was most strikingly signaled by the ouster of Khrushchev in 1964, an event that Khrushchev himself referred to as a victory for the party. 321 In the early 1960s, Khrushchev began to make major policy decisions without regard to the interests of the party apparatus. New party statutes created term limits in the Central Committee and the Presidium, which were intended to be applied to everyone but Khrushchev and a few other leaders at the very top. 322 Such changes were seen as a direct attack on the prerogatives and power of the party organization. These moves, combined with Khrushchev's sharp reduction of military spending, erratic behavior, and unilateral decision-making, antagonized officials at all levels and sparked a conspiracy led by former Khrushchev allies, including the head of the Central Committee, Leonid Brezhnev. 323 After a year of plotting, Brezhnev took power in a bloodless transition in October 1964. Brezhnev largely maintained Khrushchev's domestic and international policies. The leadership viewed the Soviet Union as in the stage of developed socialism in which the transition to communism was supposed to be highly gradual and devoid of class conflict. 324 He also invested heavily in détente with the West. Although the regime never completely abandoned the revolutionary project of struggle against capitalism, it focused less on fomenting revolt in more powerful states and instead developed a revolutionary imperial paradigm, which entailed control over weaker states in Eastern Europe and support for pro-Soviet movements in the Third World. 325 The transition from Khrushchev to Brezhnev also marked a reduction in killings of protesters. 326 Mass shootings virtually disappeared. 327 Although the regime continued to prohibit all opposition, responses to dissent grew more flexible and subtle. The KGB shifted its focus from large-scale repression to information gathering and analysis. 328 Rather than arresting and shooting large numbers of potential opposition as in the Stalinist period, the KGB used access to university entrance and other incentives to preempt protest activity. The gradual demise of the revolutionary paradigm and the increased sense of security was almost certainly facilitated by the emergence of a new post-revolutionary generation in the 1950s. As Figure 2.1 shows, the system's relaxation occurred roughly at the same time in the 1950s and 1960s that the Civil War generation began to leave the scene. Increasingly, the leadership was dominated by a young group of officials including Brezhnev, Andrei Gromyko, and Alexei Kosygin, who had been teenagers during the Civil War, had experienced rapid career advancement during the Great Terror, and had been heavily influenced by their experiences in World War II, when the Soviet Union was emerging as a global power. 329 These officials had at best vague memories of the Civil War or a time when the Soviet Union was an isolated socialist regime besieged by counter-revolutionary capitalist and fascist powers. 330 At the same time, the rise of Brezhnev ushered in an era of deadening stability. In power until 1982, Brezhnev was, above all, committed to preserving the status quo. 331 An organization man, Brezhnev worked hard to keep each faction of the party state happy. He increased military spending and mostly avoided unilateral decision-making. 332 Although he removed about half of all regional leaders during his initial years in power, he subsequently did little to challenge regional officials tolerating or even encouraging corruption and taking a hands-off policy to leadership. 333 No longer facing any serious internal challenges, Brezhnev substantially reduced turnover of party and state elites at both the central and the local levels. 334 Under this policy of trust in cadres, officials became virtually unremovable. 335 A whole generation of younger, more dynamic leaders, including Mikhail Gorbachev, had to bide their time while an increasingly senile group of officials retained control. By the 1980s, the average age of Politburo members was over 70. 336 Figure 2.1 Share of Politburo from the revolutionary generation. Reform and regime collapse, 1985 to 1991. In the mid-1980s, the Soviet Union was by any measure a stable authoritarian regime. Although there were signs of malaise, including slow economic growth and shortages, there were no signs of crisis. The CPSU exhibited no open or serious conflicts at the top and few if any cases of outright insubordination within the party. Virtually no organized opposition existed. At the same time, the disappearance of the revolutionary siege mentality deprived the CPSU of the critical sources of cohesion that had facilitated regime survival during the first decades of Soviet power. By the 1970s and 1980s, ideology and fear of counter-revolution no longer acted as a glue holding the system together. Instead, cynicism and corruption became rampant. 337. This pervasive cynicism and loss of revolutionary ethos left the regime more vulnerable to crisis than it had been in previous decades. While the system appeared secure, officials had no reason to defect from the party. They could be confident that loyalty would be rewarded with advancement and material enrichment. 338 However, because loyalty to the system could not be rewarded if the system itself collapsed, such officials were prone to waver in the face of serious challenges that threw the regime's fate into question. Just such a crisis was generated from the top between 1987 and 1990, when Gorbachev dismantled the Soviet Union's system of social and political control. Gorbachev's policies of glasnost opened the party to public criticism. Dissidents such as Andrei Sakharov were released from prison. Then, during the critical 19th Party Conference in the summer of 1988, Gorbachev in his words severed the umbilical cord tying to the command administrative system. 339 Under pressure from Gorbachev and party reformers, the conference agreed to a radical restructuring of the Central Committee and a sharp reduction in the party's control over the economy. 340 The conference also took the momentous step of approving the introduction of multi-candidate elections and creating a bicameral legislature intended to sideline the party as the main center of power. Gorbachev began transferring property from the Communist Party to the state and ceased to rely on the party to implement key policies. 341 The Politburo, which had long been the center of power, was reduced to an advisory committee. 342 In 1990, the party's leading role was formally abolished. 343 Catalyzed by Gorbachev's weakening of top-down controls, powerful nationalist movements emerged in the late 1980s, which fundamentally challenged Soviet power. Benefiting from dramatically reduced efforts to curtail dissent, protests exploded in Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, Russia, and Ukraine. Ethno-nationalism became the main vehicle for liberalizing demands. 344 In almost all these states, nationalist demands were backed by factions in the CPSU, which were willing to do anything to hang on to power. These forces were empowered by open elections to subnational legislatures in 1990. Anti-communist forces won power in Armenia, Moldova, and the Baltic states. Most momentously, in June 1990, the Reformist Party leader Boris Yeltsin was elected as chairman of the Russian Republic legislature. The Russian legislature declared political sovereignty and the preeminence of Russian legislation over all union laws. Russia's avowed sovereignty forced the hand of other republics. In the summer of 1991, Gorbachev and 9 Republican leaders met and negotiated a new union treaty. In response to this turn of events, hardliners in the Soviet government attempted to seize power. On August 18 to 19, they detained Gorbachev at his dacha in Crimea and declared martial law. Tanks rolled into Moscow and independent newspapers and electronic media controlled by the Russian Republic were banned. However, with the Soviet Union in crisis, the party, which had previously shown remarkable unity in the face of serious challenges, now disintegrated. Many party elites either openly opposed the coup or took a wait-and-see approach. Yeltsin immediately declared his opposition to the coup and occupied the Russian legislature in Moscow. The leadership of the party state also lacked the cohesion and self-confidence to carry out large-scale violence to put down the moderately sized protests that emerged in response to the coup attempt. Having long ago abandoned the use of large-scale repression, leaders were ill-prepared to engage in significant violence to save the system. In the end, both indecisive leadership and a breakdown in central state control doomed the coup to failure. After Gorbachev refused to support the declaration of emergency, Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov admitted that they had no plan as to what to do next. 345 Throughout the coup attempt, security officials, beset by bureaucratic caution, waited to see who would come out on top. 346 On the nights of August 19 and 20, the military, the police, and the KGB surrounded the White House but failed to carry out an assault. Officers waited to be pushed to attack by a leadership unwilling to push them. 347 The police and the Alpha unit of the KGB refused to participate in the assault. 348 In the face of this insubordination, Yazov, who had been the coup leader most committed to the use of force, was forced to call off the attack at the last minute. Fearing arrest, Interior Minister Boris Pujo committed suicide. The failed coup effectively destroyed what was left of the Soviet system. Gorbachev resigned as General Secretary of the CPSU and urged the Central Committee to dissolve itself. Yeltsin transferred all party property to the Russian state and banned the CPSU. On December 8, Yeltsin, Stanislaw Shushkevich of Belarus, and Leonid Kravchuk of Ukraine met in a forest in Belarus to formally dissolve the Soviet Union. Conclusion. This analysis has argued that Soviet durability in the face of multiple and serious crises can be traced to the regime's origins in social revolution. Radical efforts to remake the domestic and global order provoke serious domestic conflict and international isolation. 3 years of brutal civil war fostered a deeply ingrained siege mentality that put the regime on a nearly constant war footing. Fear of domestic counter-revolution and foreign invasion encouraged a hysterical concern for unity. 349 Which made it nearly impossible for internal opponents to mount a serious challenge. The war also gave rise to a powerful and loyal political police that quashed all opposition and remained a pillar of the dictatorship for the next 70 years. Finally, the war destroyed key threats to Bolshevik power, the royal family, the landlord class, and competing socialist parties. This legacy allowed the regime to survive large-scale rebellion and an early succession struggle in the 1920s. It also gave Stalin the tools to carry out massive purges of the Soviet elite without suffering the fate of the Jacobins. The creation of a new revolutionary army meant that Stalin faced no resistance from the military despite his gutting of the military high command. The legacies of revolution also allowed the regime to survive the initial, disastrous weeks of the Nazi invasion in 1941. Much of this legacy persisted decades after World War II. Soviet leaders confronted virtually no organized opposition, the party and a loyal coercive apparatus remained key pillars of regime stability. Yet the glue holding the regime together, a fear of counter-revolution from within and abroad, disappeared in the Brezhnev era. As a result, Soviet power became relatively brittle in the face of challenges that emerged during perestroika. A focus on revolutionary origins provides a better understanding of Soviet regime durability than alternative approaches do. Some scholars have focused on the importance of public opinion, arguing that support for the Soviet system was an important factor in the Soviet Union's victory over Germany in World War II. 350 As argued above, such a perspective cannot explain why Stalin did not suffer a coup after the disastrous opening weeks of the war. Nor can it account for the Bolsheviks' survival during the Kronstadt crisis or amid collectivization and the Great Terror, during which the government carried out large-scale assaults on Soviet society. Although totalitarian institutions served as the most important source of stability in the post-Stalin era, the post-revolutionary generation of leaders focused more attention on public support. Thus, concern for popular opinion was likely behind leaders' heavy investment in housing, consumer goods, and social welfare policies in the 1950s and 1960s. 351 In turn, the Soviet collapse was driven, in part, by widespread public discontent generated by shortages and mounting economic crisis. 352. The chapter found mixed evidence for perspectives rooted in political institutions. Given the centrality of the CPSU, the Soviet case at first glance appears to confirm an extensive literature on the importance of ruling parties to regime durability. Indeed, all Soviet leaders arose out of the party apparatus, including Stalin and Khrushchev, who faced serious challengers based in the army and the security services. By the 1920s, the party had become a powerful and well-institutionalized organization. Developed party institutions likely explain why the Bolsheviks survived the Great Terror while the weakly organized Jacobins collapsed after the French Reign of Terror. At the same time, such an approach does not explain why the party was so strong. Indeed, despite Lenin's efforts to create a vanguard party in 1903, a serious party organization emerged only after Revolutionary War nearly 20 years later. Even then, institutional rules were frequently ignored. While top leaders such as Trotsky limited their challenges to the party leadership, such behavior was rooted less in institutional rules than in fear of counter-revolution. Finally, the regime survived its most severe crisis, the Nazi invasion, just after Stalin had decimated and sidelined the party. Thus, although party institutions help account for Soviet durability, the evidence suggests that legacies of violent struggle provide a more comprehensive explanation. Another institutionalist approach comes from an older literature on totalitarianism. 353 Extensive state penetration and control of society, as well as the party's infiltration of the state, virtually eliminated opportunities for organized opposition or internal challenges. However, such a perspective does not explain how the totalitarian system was created in the first place. As this chapter has shown, the construction of the totalitarian state, including a powerful coercive apparatus and the destruction of independent societal power centers, was a direct product of the Revolutionary War and violent counter-revolutionary conflict. Finally, it is worth considering whether something about the conditions in Russia would have made stable authoritarianism likely even in the absence of social revolution. Indeed, the pre-revolutionary Romanov dynasty survived for 400 years, and Vladimir Putin consolidated stable authoritarianism in the early 21st century. Because we cannot rerun history, it is impossible to fully discount this perspective. However, as this chapter has shown, the features of Soviet rule that made the system durable were fundamentally novel. 354 The Soviet state radically transformed Russian society, eliminating classes and transforming Russia from an agricultural society into an industrial one. The CPSU had no counterpart in the Tsarist regime. While the Soviet political police borrowed some techniques from its predecessor, the Tsarist Okhrana, the Chayka was built almost entirely from new personnel and engaged in a level of violence and social control without equivalence in the Tsarist period. 355 The party state, which ultimately penetrated every aspect of life in the Soviet Union, was a fundamentally new type of authoritarian power. As we have shown, this system emerged out of an identifiable reactive sequence, one that would be repeated in other 20th century revolutions. We turn to these other cases in the chapters that follow. Chapter 3. The Revolutionary Origins of Chinese Authoritarian Durability. The People's Republic of China is one of the most durable authoritarian regimes in the modern era. Explanations of the regime's strength have focused on the party's adaptive responses to changes in the world. One as well the extraordinary economic growth that followed the economic reforms of the 1980s and 1990s. 2 Although China's economic transformation was indeed remarkable. 3 An exclusive focus on recent history ignores the fact that for these reforms to succeed, the Chinese communists had to first create a modern, unified state and then survive crippling crises in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1980s. Given its contemporary status as a global military and economic power, it is easy to forget that just a few generations ago, China was a weak state comparable to contemporary Afghanistan. Once a great empire, China declined precipitously in the 19th century under the Qing dynasty. During the 100 years of humiliation, the country was racked by rebellions and civil wars and carved up by British, French, Japanese, and American colonial powers. Following the collapse of the monarchy in 1911, competing warlords, imperial powers, criminal gangs, and secret societies dominated the country. Even after the Communists united China, drove out the imperialists, and seized power in 1949, they confronted major crises that could have destroyed the regime: an unprecedented famine during the Great Leap Forward, near civil war during the Cultural Revolution, and massive protest amid widespread communist collapse in 1989. We argue that the emergence of a powerful state and autocracy in China was driven by a revolutionary reactive sequence. Demands for radical social transformation during the Great Revolution of 1925 to 1927 triggered a decades-long civil war, which fostered elite cohesion, gave rise to a powerful and loyal military force and obliterated organized alternatives to communist rule, clearing the way for totalitarian rule. These revolutionary legacies allowed the regime to survive challenges that would have sunk weaker regimes. First, the prior destruction of alternative centers of power and tight party-army fusion prevented the emergence of any significant internal or external opposition in the face of unprecedented famine during the Great Leap Forward. Second, the existence of a powerful but loyal military allowed the regime to endure the Cultural Revolution, during which Mao Zedong openly encouraged armed factional conflict behavior that has triggered coups in many other autocracies. Third, the combination of a cohesive party elite and weak civil society allowed the regime to survive the Tiananmen protests at a time when communism was collapsing across Eurasia. Although the death of revolutionary veterans in the 1990s deprived the regime of an elite with the informal authority to impose unity amid crisis, key revolutionary legacies remained intact, including a pervasive and powerful coercive apparatus and a relatively disorganized civil society. Combined with China's successful economic transformation, such legacies provide a durable basis for regime survival. The revolutionary reactive sequence and the rise of durable authoritarianism. China's dramatic transformation into a powerful, centralized state in the middle of the 20th century was the product of a long and bloody conflict between a political revolutionary movement led by Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist Kuomintang and a social revolutionary movement led by Mao and the Communist Party. The two revolutionary parties led armed movements to free China from the grips of imperialist and warlord power. However, they held contrasting visions of revolution. On the one hand, Chiang and the KMT sought to unite China by leaving existing social structures intact and negotiating with warlords to incorporate their armies into a rapidly expanding military force capable of quickly building a national state. The KMT succeeded in unifying most of China between 1927 and 1949. However, this success came at the cost of widespread corruption and an extraordinarily weak state. On the other hand, Mao and the Communist Party pursued a riskier and arguably less rational approach to revolution. Rather than working with landlords and other existing structures, the party sought to destroy them, efforts that very nearly resulted in its annihilation in the 1930s. However, this approach generated a revolutionary reactive sequence that ultimately resulted in a powerful and centralized Chinese state that, for the first time in China's 5,000-year history, reached into every community, workplace, and family. After the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911, the first efforts to create a modern Chinese state were undertaken by the charismatic nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen and his KMT party. The KMT overwhelmingly won competitive legislative elections held in 1912.5. However, this victory meant little in the face of growing warlord influence. Power in early 20th century China was in the hands of a diverse and dense underbrush of secret societies, criminal gangs, gentry, and warlords that operated autonomously of the central state. 6 The 200 or so warlords who dominated China were a motley crew that included Zhang Zongqiang, known as the dog meat general for a betting game he enjoyed, and Feng Yuxiang, the Christian general who was said to baptize his troops with a fire hose. 7 Criminal gangs such as the infamous Green Gang in Shanghai dominated significant portions of the country. 8 Sun and the KMT built an initial base in the southern city of Canton in 1920 with the hope of eventually extending their power to the rest of the country. 9 His vision of a powerful Chinese state free of foreign control attracted the support of educated elites from across China, who came to the city and helped the KMT to build key elements of a modern state, including a modern tax system and a military. 10 Sun and Chiang, the chief of the KMT army who succeeded Sun as head of the KMT after his death in 1925, relied on a pragmatic strategy to unify China. First, Despite the KMT's opposition to class struggle and reliance on business support, the party accepted the backing of the only major power willing to assist its anti-imperialist campaign, the fledgling Soviet Union. 12 Soviet leaders insisted that the KMT align with the tiny Soviet-controlled Chinese Communist Party, which had been formed in Shanghai in 1921. In return, the Soviets helped the nationalists create the core of a modern army at the Wambao Military Academy. Modeled on the Soviet Red Army, this new military was far more disciplined than the warlord-based forces it confronted. 13. As professionalized as this new army was, however, its force of about 80,000 soldiers was too small to take on the warlords, who had up to 1 million troops at their disposal in the mid-1920s. 14 Thus, the KMT encouraged the defection of warlords to the nationalist cause. 15 The KMT expanded the army by recruiting warlords such as Yan Zishan of Shaanxi Province, Zhang Suiliang, the young marshal, in the northeast, and Fen Yuxiang, the Christian general. 16 These armed opportunists provided military support but demanded substantial autonomy from the KMT leadership in return. 17 The KMT also welcomed into its ranks the sons of landed gentry and upper-class urban families, often making them army officers. 18 This eclectic coalition of communist revolutionaries, commercial interests, and warlords enabled the KMT to build the National Revolutionary Army, a 100,000 strong force capable of unifying China under a single government. 19 Between 1926 and 1928, the KMT's loose coalition undertook the Northern Expedition, which aimed to establish centralized KMT rule by taking over warlord-controlled areas. 20 By co-opting rather than challenging warlords such as Feng, the KMT avoided many costly battles and rapidly expanded its territorial presence with relatively few troops. 21 In 2 years, the Northern Expedition created a national government uniting Beijing in the north and Guangzhou in the south. The government was robust enough to unify China and survive for 20 years in a very hostile international environment. However, the KMT's coalition of diverse and contradictory interests contained the seeds of instability. Above all, the Soviet-imposed united front between the nationalists and the Communist Party was virtually doomed to failure. Although both parties were anti-imperialist, the similarities ended there. 22 Whereas the KMT sought to create a modern capitalist economy and had strong support in the commercial class and landowning elite, the Communists sought a social revolution that ended capitalism and attacked landowners. In the words of Harold R. Isaacs, the alliance forced the KMT and the CCP to ride two horses pulling in opposite directions. 23 In the mid-1920s, this contradiction exploded into violent conflict, marking the onset of decades of civil war. Between 1925 and 1927, the CCP helped to lead the Great Revolution, a series of large-scale strikes and protests that initially targeted foreign businesses. 24 The urban labor movement, which had been building strength since 1923, burst forth on May 30, 1925, after British troops fired on a communist-led protest in Shanghai. 25 The British attack sparked a wave of strikes and boycotts against foreign businesses in Shanghai, Guangzhou, Hong Kong, and other cities. 26 Initially, the KMT and Chinese businesses supported the strikes because they targeted imperial interests and weakened warlords opposed to the KMT. 27 But tensions with the Chinese commercial community quickly escalated into a wave of reaction, as the boycott of British trade hurt profits. Armed picketers began detaining Chinese business owners and confiscating the goods of those who did not go along with the boycott. 28 In the countryside, strike committees caused heavy damage to rice merchants and fomented conflict with the rural establishment, causing alarm among landowners. 29 The Northern Expedition deepened tensions between the KMT and the Communists. By weakening local power structures, KMT victories created opportunities for communist activists to organize and promote unrest, which resulted in an unprecedented wave of worker mobilization. 30 A diversity of new labor unions emerged in the wake of KMT military victories, and the labor movement grew exponentially in large parts of the South. 31 By opening up much of the countryside to communist political activity, the Northern Expedition polarized rural society and gave rise to mounting violence. 32 In the wake of KMT victories, local gentry often dissolved and were replaced by communist peasant associations led by poor farmers, who beat and killed local bullies and bad gentry, looted Christian missions, seized the property of local landlords, and arrested local elites and paraded them through the streets with dunce caps. 33 These actions disrupted the local economic order, as peasants seized grain and blocked grain shipments outside their districts. 34 Witnessing these actions firsthand, Mao, then a rural communist organizer, famously celebrated this violence in his Hunan report, proclaiming, "A revolution is not a dinner party. Without using the greatest force, the peasants cannot possibly overthrow the deep-rooted authority of the landlords which has lasted for 1,000 years. It is necessary to create terror for a while." 35. Such attacks on established interests in the countryside triggered a right-wing reaction among the KMT elite, particularly KMT military officials, most of whom were sons of landlords. 36 Rumors spread that the communists would confiscate property and communize wives. 37. A full-scale counter-revolution began in the wake of a strike wave in Shanghai, which would prove to be the high point of labor power. In late March 1927, a force of 800,000 workers, led in part by Zhou Enlai, brought Shanghai to a halt. 38 Workers took control of police stations and military posts throughout the city as police took off their uniforms. 39 Strike leaders expected the advancing KMT army to support them, which allowed Chiang to enter Shanghai with little resistance. 40 Yet urban mobilization had stoked a powerful counter-revolutionary fervor. 41 The upsurge in labor activism threatened the existing political and economic order. Merchant guilds and organized crime in Shanghai provided Chiang with financial support in the expectation that he would quash the communists. 42 Then, in the early dawn of April 12, 1927, residents of Shanghai's narrow, winding streets were awakened by shrill bugle calls, the signal for the city's notorious Green Gang to root out, arrest, or kill supporters of the Communist Party. Activists were dragged onto the street and shot, beheaded, or clubbed to death. 43 Similar purges took place across the country. 44 In late May, thousands of communists were slaughtered, leaving the CCP at the point of destruction. Peasant associations disintegrated or were quashed by military force. 45 The party was forced underground and left with virtually no means to defend itself against KMT attacks. 46 Jiang's counter-revolutionary repression marked a turning point in the revolutionary process. The Shanghai massacre permanently polarized relations between the CCP and the KMT. 47 Forcing the communists to change strategy. Until then, the CCP had modeled itself on the Bolsheviks, focusing on the mobilization of urban workers. Like the Bolsheviks in 1917, the CCP lacked a real military organization. However, the Shanghai massacre taught the party that it needed to create an army to win power. As Mao famously argued in August 1927, political power must be obtained from the barrel of a gun. 48 That summer, the party created the new Red Army, which would become the center of the revolutionary struggle for the next 2 decades. 49 Simultaneously, the party was forced to abandon China's urban centers and focus on the countryside. In stark contrast to the Bolsheviks, then, the CCP would have to rely almost exclusively on rural support. The Communist Party would have disappeared into history's dustbin after the Shanghai massacre had the Chinese state not been so weak. Covered by a mere 2,000 miles of road in the 1920s, China included vast territories that were inaccessible to vehicular traffic. 50 As a result, the party was able to avoid destruction by disappearing into the hinterland and out of the KMT's reach. 51 By the late 1920s, party supporters had established about a dozen bases in remote mountainous provincial border regions. The party benefited from the networks of local gentry, warlords, criminal gangs, and secret societies outside the control of the KMT. Thus, in Shanghai in the 1920s, Anyuan in 1922–1923, the Jinggang Mountains in 1928–1929, and elsewhere, the CCP secured local protection by burrowing deeply into the world of local strongmen and bandits. 52. Communist survival was further facilitated by Jiang's decision to build the Chinese state by stitching together existing social and political forces, an approach that resulted in a weak and undisciplined government hierarchy dominated by residual warlords. 53. The many warlords turned KMT officials who saturated the nationalist power structure resisted efforts to streamline central control and eliminate corruption. 54. They also rejected attempts to create a Soviet-style military organization and refused to allow KMT political commissars into their armies. 55. As a result, the army was a ramshackle jumble of armies with an extremely weak command and control structure in which Chiang was merely the most powerful warlord. 56. Chiang faced a near constant threat of military rebellion and was in fact briefly kidnapped by an allied warlord, Zhang Suiliang, in 1936. 57. Such disorganization directly benefited the communists, as units of the KMT army sometimes refused to engage the CCP in battle and even defected to the communists. 58. It also allowed the communists to avoid capture by bribing warlords during the Long March. In sum, the Great Revolution and its aftermath provide a clear illustration of the revolutionary reactive sequence. Large-scale urban and rural mobilization, fomented by a radicalized CCP, terrified the bourgeoisie, landowning elites, and KMT conservatives and sparked counter-revolutionary war. As a result, the CCP, like the Bolsheviks a decade earlier, was forced to build an army from scratch and engage in a violent struggle that would profoundly shape the character of the movement and, eventually, the regime. Violent conflict and the pillars of durable authoritarianism. The Communist Party's decimation in Shanghai marked the beginning of a military conflict that would continue virtually without pause until the conclusion of the Korean War in 1953. Violent conflict had three long-term effects. First, it created a cohesive ruling party. As in Russia, China's nominally Leninist party only became unified after extended revolutionary struggle. War fostered the emergence of a tight-knit core of leaders loyal to Mao, while failure on the battlefield eliminated or discredited competing contenders for power within the party. In addition, as in Russia, violent struggle fostered an intense two-front siege mentality rooted in fear of enemies both from within and abroad. Existential threats bolstered efforts by Mao to impose unity, purge the party of dissenters, and centralize power in his hands. Second, armed conflict generated a strong and loyal army. The war with Japan and the 1946–1949 Civil War gave rise to a large and effective military that would facilitate the consolidation of state power in the 1950s. Party-army fusion made it nearly impossible for the military to make an independent play for power. Thus, while the military would occupy a central role in politics after 1949, it always remained subordinate to the dominant factions within the party. Third, war and radical social transformation facilitated the destruction of major centers of power, including the KMT military and warlords, as well as the dense network of lower-level gentry and secret societies that had long dominated local power structures. As a result, the CCP emerged in the early 1950s facing no alternative power centers, which gave the new regime enormous room for maneuver. Enhanced state power and its unprecedented penetration deep into Chinese society created the necessary conditions for totalitarian rule. Revolutionary struggle and the emergence of a cohesive party-army complex, 1927–1936. The Shanghai massacre left the CCP fragmented and disorganized. 59 In addition to various underground forces in some cities such as Shanghai, the party survived as a collection of isolated base areas in remote parts of the country that operated with little party oversight. 60. The situation was made worse by the fact that the party was tightly controlled by Moscow. The Soviet Union's repeated interventions forced the surviving remnants of the party leadership in Shanghai to carry out policies that made little sense on the ground. 61 There existed a vast gulf between the CCP's political leadership and military leaders in the base areas. Regional leaders with independent power bases, including Mao, clashed repeatedly with party representatives in Shanghai and frequently ignored party commands. 62 Directives to move troops, attack particular cities, or consult with party leadership were often disregarded by local leaders. During the first years of the conflict, the CCP's military efforts also suffered from a severe lack of discipline. Troops were a mishmash of experienced soldiers, secret society members, and bandits more intent on plundering than fighting. 63 In one of the first rebellions, the 1927 Autumn Harvest Uprising, peasants lacked basic weapons training and often deserted or refused to fight. 64 As a result, the revolt failed. 65 However, years of armed struggle fostered the developments of a more powerful and disciplined military. 66 Disasters such as the Autumn Harvest Uprising convinced Mao and his close military ally, ZUDA, to make active efforts to foster military discipline. Considerable attention was paid to political education designed to bring soldiers together around a common mission. 67 Mobile military schools accompanied units wherever they traveled. 68 Soldiers were taught the 3 disciplines and the 8 points of attention, which emphasized the need to obey orders, treat the population with respect, and avoid plunder. 69 The party also increased the number of political commissars. 70 By the early 1930s, the Red Army had grown considerably more disciplined. More than any particular teachings or formal institutions, however, the creation of a loyal military was the product of the CCP's dramatic struggle for survival during the Long March. In the early 1930s, Chiang Kai-shek, drawing on the advice of German officials, established an effective blockade of the Communists' main base in Jiangxi province, which nearly destroyed the party. 71 The party leadership, consisting of a troika of Bogu, Zhou Enlai, and Soviet advisor Otto Braun, decided in October 1934 to embark on a march to avoid defeat and capture. They initially brought with them vast amounts of heavy equipment and suffered devastating losses. 72 By late December, the Red Army had been halved, mostly due to desertion. 73 Yet the KMT's attempts to trap and destroy the Communists were thwarted by the KMT's rapacious warlord allies, who frequently ignored Jiang's entreaties to crack down on the CCP. Communists evaded destruction by lugging trunks of Mexican silver dollars provided by Moscow to bribe warlords to let the marchers pass. Many warlords preferred to retain their strength rather than lose troops in battle. In fact, the party's initial withdrawal from its Jiangxi base in 1934 was made possible by a secret negotiation with NRA General Chen Jitang, which allowed the Red Army to travel through his territory without engagement. 74 The party was also able to escape the clutches of the KMT because of Mao's flexible and unpredictable military maneuvers, which led the marchers on a circuitous route through China roughly resembling a cursive G. For just over a year, the party marched 6,000 miles across 24 large rivers, 11 provinces, dangerous swampland, and 5 mountain passes shod in slippers and straw sandals. 75 Of the 87,000 soldiers who departed Jiangxi in October 1934, between 5,000 and 10,000 made it to the city of Yan'an in Shaanxi province, where the CCP established a permanent base. 76 The Long March helped unify the CCP in several ways. First, the survival of a small band of leaders in the face of unimaginable adversity created strong bonds of trust. 77 Veterans of the Long March dominated the party and possessed a strong corporate identity until their deaths in the 1990s. Second, the Long March also fostered party unity by eliminating Mao's most serious rivals. 78 Sidelined when the Long March began, Mao skillfully used a series of military defeats to maneuver his way into the party leadership. 79 Early catastrophes such as a disastrous crossing of the Xiang River in November discredited the Moscow-backed troika of Bo, Braun, and Zhou. 80 Mao, one of the only leaders not associated with these early debacles, replaced the troika and became the de facto leader of the party in March 1935. 81 But intra-party conflict persisted. Mao was challenged by Zhang Qiuotao, a founding member of the party who headed a communist base in the north. 82 When Mao's forces met up with Zhang's army in June 1935, toward the end of the Long March, Zhang was considered the more powerful leader. 83 In September, they each claimed to represent the legitimate Communist Party, resulting in a crisis that brought the Red Army to the brink of disaster. 84 However, the dispute was resolved on the battlefield. By late October 1935, Zhang had lost tens of thousands of men to the KMT in a failed effort to capture Chengdu. 85 Then, in the fall of 1936, Zhang's Fourth Front Army was nearly annihilated, leaving Mao at the top of the party hierarchy. Mao would face no serious challenges to his supremacy until his death in 1976. 86. Third, the Long March strengthened party-army ties. The rise to power of Mao, who had risen to prominence on the battlefield, meant that power in the CCP was no longer in the hands of officials far removed from the armed struggle. 87 Those leading the military operations and the party were now one. In 1935, Mao required that party leaders take military posts at the front. 88 Partly as a result, nearly all of the founding leaders of China's revolutionary regime had substantial military experience. 89 In fact, most of the population was unable to distinguish the party from the army. The army was the party. 90. Party-army fusion increased military loyalty and reduced the chances of coup by enhancing the informal authority of top political leaders. It also diminished the corporate identity of the military. This blurring of the party and the military that developed during the long struggle for power made it much harder for the military to conceive of its interests as separate from those of the party. The military's threat to the revolution had been virtually eliminated because the military had become the revolution. 91. Party cohesion and state building during the war with Japan, 1937 to 1945. After settling in Yan'an after the Long March, the CCP was more unified. However, the revolutionary movement was still small and geographically fragmented. 92 Reduced to around 10,000 underfed, ill-equipped soldiers after the Long March, the Red Army was in no position to challenge the KMT. Furthermore, Japan's invasion of China in 1937 and the resulting 8-year war created an additional threat to the Communists' survival. Blockaded by about 500,000 KMT troops and suffering from periodic Japanese bombing campaigns, 93 Yan'an was a precarious haven in the late 1930s and early 1940s. 94 The CCP was gripped by fear of infiltration. 95. Like his counterparts in the Soviet Union, Mao used the siege mentality to promote an almost religious devotion to party unity. 96 Confronted with the constant threat of infiltration by KMT forces and Japanese forces, the party created a variety of agencies including the Social Affairs Department that targeted clandestine activity and enemies of the regime. 97 By July 1943, more than 1,000 enemy agents had been detained in a sweeping anti-espionage campaign. 98. This set the stage for the Yan'an Rectification Campaign of 1942-1943, a program of education and self-criticism that strengthened party cohesion and fostered an increasing cult-like atmosphere around Mao. The campaign gradually developed into an extensive purge encompassing about 30,000 cadres. 99 Intellectuals and artists critical of the party were subjected to intense struggle sessions in which hundreds of participants hurled verbal and physical abuse at victims for days on end. 100 The atmosphere of extreme military threat made it easy for Mao to justify the rectification campaign. 101 Policy disagreements became tantamount to treason, and internal critics were repeatedly excoriated as traitors. 102 Although far less violent than Stalin's purges, the operation helped to deter any dissent within the party, imposing an intense discipline and conformity that persisted long after the party came to power. 103 The war with Japan also dramatically strengthened communist military and political power. 104 Although the war left the CCP vulnerable to Japanese attack, it allowed the party to attract external assistance and gave the communists critical breathing room from the larger and more serious KMT assaults just at the point when the nationalists had been in a position to eliminate the party. 105 While Chiang Kai-shek remained committed to the destruction of the communists, numerous domestic groups and later the United States pressured Chiang to cooperate with the communists. Most notably, Jiang Shuiliang, one of the KMT's residual warlords, kidnapped Chiang in late 1936 until he agreed to cooperate with the communists in fighting Japan. 106 As a result, Chiang was forced to redirect much of his military away from the battle with the Communists and even provide the Communists some material assistance to help fight the Japanese. 107 The Communists also benefited from Soviet military assistance. 108 In the end, the war against the Japanese transformed the Communists from a small regional force into a serious contender for national power. 109 The Red Army expanded from a force of just 30,000 in 1937 to one encompassing 900,000 troops plus a militia of up to 2 million in 1945. 110 Communist territorial expansion during the war meant that, by 1945, the number of peasants in communist territories increased from about 1.5 million to 90 million, approximately one-fifth of China's population. 111 Party membership increased from about 40,000 in 1937 to 2.7 million in 1945. 112 The Communists began to engage in state building, creating their own currency and financing government-like structures through a system of taxation. 113 More broadly, the war generated public support for the CCP as a patriotic force battling a foreign aggressor. 114 State building and the destruction of alternative power centers, 1946 to 1949. Notwithstanding US and Soviet pressure to unite in the wake of Japan's surrender in 1945, the KMT and the CCP descended into a three-year civil war beginning in 1946. 115 At the start of the conflict, few expected the Communists to defeat the more powerful Nationalist Army. However, the KMT was fractured and riddled with corruption and indiscipline. 116 Foreign aid was often diverted and never made it to the troops. 117 Chiang Kai-shek's decision to build the army by grafting together a variety of warlord fiefdoms allowed him to unify China relatively quickly, but it also generated a state that was weak and vulnerable to attack from the more disciplined Communists. The Civil War forced the CCP to build a powerful state apparatus. Confronting a much larger and better equipped army, the Communists were motivated to develop reliable mechanisms to extract enormous supplies of horses, men, provisions, and military equipment. 118 Guerrilla warfare may have allowed the CCP to survive near destruction in the 1930s. However, it was conventional warfare based on military conscription that made it possible for the CCP to seize power in 1949. 119 The PLA expanded dramatically between 1945 and 1949. 120 The CCP was forced to mobilize the entire population under its control, which resulted in a near-total militarization of areas held by the party. 121 In this way, the CCP lay the foundation for a vast, militarized bureaucracy that excelled at extracting sacrifice from subject populations and party cadres alike. 122. Revolutionary Civil War also facilitated the destruction of alternative centers of power. As noted above, much of early 20th century China was inhabited by a dense underbrush of international and localized power structures, local gentry, foreign and domestic churches, warlords, criminal gangs, secret societies, and clan networks. Such structures provided a critical haven for both bandits and political opposition. However, war and CCP efforts to radically transform Chinese society weakened these competing power centers. The war against invading Japanese forces wiped out much of the state and social structure that had existed before 1937. By 1945, the structures of society and government barely existed in large parts of the country. 123 The many local elites who collaborated with the Japanese became targets of revenge attacks, weakening their hold on power. 124 The Civil War also motivated the CCP to annihilate the KMT and to take on bandits and other societal groups that had once provided protection but now hindered the war effort. 125 The destruction of these forces left an opening for the CCP to establish new local and regional power structures. 126. In addition, the scale of social transformation increased dramatically during the Civil War. Fanshan, a radical vision of social change pushed by Mao. 127 took hold among the Communists, driving the adoption of radical land reform in CCP-controlled areas in 1946 and 1947. 128 The move toward more severe measures culminated in the October 1947 Outline Agrarian Law, which eliminated the land ownership rights of all landlords, ancestral halls, schools, temples, and monasteries. 129 The party leadership instigated a series of political campaigns and a revolutionary terror targeting old elites. 130 Violence became the essential catalyst of change. 131 Struggle sessions involving entire communities were orchestrated against the local rich and powerful. 132 Activists attacked whole families and seized their property, digging up graves to confiscate hidden wealth. 133 The upheaval swept like a whirlwind through the villages, shattering the old landlord-tenant system beyond recognition. 134 Poor and landless peasants rose up to replace the old gentry elite. 135 In some contested areas, the party moderated its demands in order to preserve alliances with wealthy groups. 136 However, once Jiang's armies withdrew and CCP victory became more certain, the party relaunched land reform campaigns. In the northeast, the party undertook sweep the courtyard campaigns that revived struggle meetings and land confiscations. 137 An avalanche of red terror swept the countryside as activists from one village were used to attack enemies from nearby villages suspected of protecting kin from elite class backgrounds. 138 Such measures intensified the revolutionary reactive sequence. Confronted with an existential threat, large landowners had no choice but to either support the KMT and fight the communists or go into exile. 139 This, in turn, encouraged the CCP to wipe out the landowners. 140 In the end, Fanshan dramatically weakened alternative power centers that might otherwise have competed with the CCP and had the effect of clearing the way for an unprecedented expansion of state power. 141 The Korean War and the destruction of alternative power centers. In October 1949, the Chinese Communists took power, forcing Chiang Kai-shek to escape with much of his army to nearby Taiwan. In power, the CCP did not moderate its policies. Mao, who saw war with the United States as inevitable, refused to even consider granting Western powers diplomatic recognition because he assumed that Western embassies would provide a toehold for counter-revolutionary forces. 142 In 1948 to 1949, the regime held the American diplomat Angus Ward and 21 staff members under house arrest for a year on charges of espionage. 143 The revolutionary government's hostility toward the West triggered a mass exodus of foreign actors that had long exercised power in China. All foreign assets and property were frozen or confiscated. 144 A massive flow of refugees abandoned the mainland. 145 Virtually all foreigners were forced to leave the country, while tourism and contacts with overseas Chinese ended. 146 Under heavy pressure from the new authorities, foreign businesses deserted China. 147 Foreign missionaries and other churches were shut down. By 1953, almost all of them had left. 148 Foreign interests that had permeated China since the late 19th century suddenly disappeared without a trace. Viewing China as a new type of international actor that would break with the existing principles and codes of behavior in international relations, 149 Mao sent 3 million Chinese troops to fight against the United States in Korea in 1950. 150 The Korean conflict, which resulted in about 1 million deaths. 151 Intensified the regime's siege mentality. U.S. intervention in Korea inspired hopes among KMT leaders that the CCP might be defeated, which encouraged intensive KMT-sponsored sabotage operations aimed at the new regime. 152 The war created a very real threat of counter-revolution, backed by the world's leading superpower and unseen enemies at home. 153 In challenging the domestic and international order, China generated endemic external threats that heightened the regime's siege mentality and motivated the destruction of autonomous sources of power. Fears of invasion by Taiwan and the United States created an urgent necessity to root out potential enemies. 154 The Korean War inspired the 3 antis targeting corrupt cadres, as well as the 5 antis against the bourgeoisie. 155 In early 1950, the CCP launched a campaign to eliminate counter-revolutionaries, a term that included everyone from old KMT leaders to popular local leaders, bandits, religious sects, and priests. 156 The campaign targeted urban secret societies, criminal gangs, and religious sects with the capacity to challenge the regime. 157 The government shut down temples, shrines, monasteries, and other religious institutions. 158 In the end, the campaign wiped out almost all organized resistance and annihilated the remnants of nationalist underground networks. 159 By May 1951, more than 2.5 million reactionaries had been arrested, and 710,000 were executed. According to the regime's own estimates, 160 millions of people were killed in the various campaigns undertaken during the regime's first 3 years of existence. 161. Many of the campaigns of the 1950s would likely have been carried out even in the absence of war. Nevertheless, the Korean War and other international threats generated a powerful rationale for eliminating potential enemies and implementing radical social change. 162 Indeed, although the leadership had initially signaled that land reform would be gradual, Beijing demanded more radical measures and an intensification of rural class struggle following China's entrance into the Korean conflict. 163 By the end of the campaign, about 20 million people had been classified as landlords and more than 40% of land had changed ownership. 164 By 1952, nearly 1 million landlords and their families had been killed. 165 As a result, the Chinese gentry was displaced by a new rural elite of young peasant activists embedded in the CCP. 166 Thus, revolutionary war and radical social transformation resulted in the elimination of important centers of power that might have otherwise acted as a brake on communist rule after 1999. Revolutionary conflict was critical to the creation of China's totalitarian system. The destruction of traditional local authority structures permitted the expansion and penetration of communist power into parts of society that had never been subject to direct central control. 167 Party officials and committees of the poor spent weeks in each village classifying every family into particular social classes. 168 Combined with war, land reform made room for the CCP to create a pervasive and disciplined new political authority. 169 In particular, the conflictual settling accounts and land confiscation in the 1940s uncovered vast stores of hitherto hidden wealth. Seeking the fruits of fanchon, poor peasants and party cotters used struggle sessions and other measures to identify where local luminaries had buried money and other valuables. 170. In urban areas, revolutionary transformation resulted in the creation of a system of danwei in which nearly all urban residents were embedded until the reform era of the 1990s. The danwei provided work and housing, as well as access to a wide range of other social goods, from food to vacation spots. It was also an effective mechanism of surveillance by the party state. In sum, whereas China entered the 20th century with one of the world's weakest states, the long reactive sequence generated the three pillars of durable authoritarianism. First, revolutionary war fostered the creation of a tight-knit group of party elites. By sparking an intense two-front siege mentality, revolutionary conflict provided a powerful rationale for purging enemies and centralizing party power. Second, extended conflict motivated the creation of a powerful, highly disciplined, and loyal armed services. The length and brutality of the conflict encouraged the rise of political leaders with close ties to the military, eliminating the sharp divisions between party and military that had plagued the CCP in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Third, war and radical social transformation resulted in the annihilation of key alternative centers of power in Chinese society. The departure of foreign businesses and missionaries, the defeat of the KMT, and the elimination of local strongmen, secret societies, sects, and other informal power structures left the CCP without serious challengers in the mid-1950s and created room for totalitarian state structures that reached into every part of society. Revolutionary regime durability after 1949. China's revolutionary regime proved strikingly durable. After 1949, the CCP confronted three major challenges: a massive famine during the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution, which brought the country to the brink of civil war, and the 1989 Tiananmen protests. As we see below, The legacies of revolution allowed the government to eliminate opposition before it could emerge in the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, and to rapidly suppress serious challenges that arose in 1989. The Great Leap Forward. The Great Leap Forward is widely regarded as one of the greatest catastrophes in modern human history. Revolutionary zeal produced a man-made famine that cost about 30 million lives. 171 Flush from its revolutionary triumph and inspired by Soviet successes, the CCP attempted to transform China into an industrial power by sheer force of will. 172 Motivated by Khrushchev's promise to overtake the United States in 15 years, Mao declared that China would catch up with the United Kingdom in steel production in 15 years. 173 Mao then called for a radical increase in production targets in March 1958, 174, and 3 months later at a meeting held at Mao's pool in Zhongnanhai, he declared that China would overtake British steel production in just 2 years. 175 No major party leader dared question him. CCP leader Chen Boda announced that under the new conditions of socialism, 1 day was equivalent to 20 years. 176 Ignoring bourgeois experts, Mao pushed provincial leaders to divert tens of millions of laborers away from agriculture toward vast, ill-conceived irrigation projects. 177 By early 1958, 1 in 6 Chinese was digging earth, often for projects that proved useless. 178 Planning was essentially abandoned and replaced by a frenzied process of drawing up new plans, raising targets, and then doing it all over again. 179 In mid-1958, the government decided to increase steel production by relying on small backyard steel furnaces. 180 Rather than build large steel mills, the government promoted the idea of industry in every county. 181 By the fall of 1958, an estimated 10% of China's population was mobilized to produce steel in hundreds of thousands of small furnaces, often by melting down household utensils and agricultural equipment. 182 In the end, the campaign led to extraordinary levels of waste and the production of vast amounts of unusable steel. 183 At the same time, farmers were pressured to introduce counterproductive agricultural techniques such as close planting and deep planting of grain, which led to a massive waste of resources. 184 Homes and other buildings made of mud brick were torn down for use as fertilizer. 185 During this period, land holdings were rapidly collectivized as the country was organized into communes. 186 Private land ownership was virtually eliminated by the end of 1958, 187 as more than 90% of rural households were forced into 23,397 communes. 188 Peasants were forced to give up nearly all of their private possessions. 189 As part of a utopian effort to introduce communism and eliminate the nuclear family, communal kitchens were introduced. 190 Families were forbidden to cook at home, and often forced to walk for miles to reach the nearest dining hall. Communes rapidly found themselves unable to meet promised guarantees of food and other necessities as incentives to work disappeared. 191 Yet Mao, inspired by falsified reports of production gains, worried that too much food would be produced and therefore encouraged a reduction of land to be used for food production in late 1958. 192 These measures brought extraordinary misery to China. 193 The diversion of labor to irrigation projects and steel production contributed to dramatic declines in food production. 194 Crops were often left to rot in the fields as peasants busied themselves making steel. 195 Cotters, under tremendous pressure to fulfill unrealistic production targets, engaged in requisition of grain that, as in Soviet collectivization, resembled a military campaign against the peasants. 196 Even in the midst of massive famine, millions of tons of grain were exported abroad. 197 Seldom has the willful pursuit of an ideal led to such devastating results. 198 The disastrous consequences of the Great Leap Forward caused significant, albeit subterranean, divisions within the party's senior leadership. 199 Yet Mao had already gained uncontested dominance in the early 1940s. 200 He was able to use the party's strong discipline, which had developed in the late 1930s, to impose unity within the top ranks. 201 As a result, no one from the upper reaches of the party opposed the Great Leap Forward when it was introduced in early 1958, and top party officials reliably carried out the program, despite having expressed serious concerns about such rash development policies in 1956 and 1957.202. Accounts of the Great Leap Forward tend to focus on Mao's motivations in pushing for such measures and the scale of the disaster that resulted. 203 Yet it is also worth emphasizing the sheer mobilizational capacity required by this campaign. Although figures were widely falsified, 204 the party demonstrated an unquestionable ability to motivate vast numbers of peasants to engage in activity that contradicted their short-term interests, such as ignoring food production in favor of utopian efforts to build dams and produce steel. 205 Snatching grain from the mouths of starving peasants was no easy matter. 206 To carry out this ambitious program, the central leadership drew on 15 million party members tied together by a militarized organization that had developed over 20 years of violent struggle. 207 Implementation of the campaign was enforced by enormous inspection contingents of party activists sent to the villages in the summer and fall of 1958. 208 Party activists relied on struggle sessions and other techniques developed during the revolution to ensure compliance. 209 In addition, the army devoted more than 59 million manpower days to industrial and agricultural projects in 1958 and assisting in transport for the backyard furnaces. 210 These disastrous policies might have been expected to generate opposition. However, decades of revolutionary civil war and 3 years of post-revolutionary conflict in Korea had helped to eliminate any serious challenges to party power. 211 Furthermore, unlike in the 1920s and 1930s, there was no vast network of secret societies, criminal gangs, and local power structures in which opposition could hide. And even if such opposition had emerged, it would have confronted a well-equipped army, with more than 4 million troops, which had penetrated every corner of the country. 212 Arguably, the greatest potential threat came from the military. The Great Leap Forward represented the kind of massive policy failure that has frequently triggered military intervention in other cases. 213 Many PLA officers opposed army involvement in non-military activities to support the Great Leap Forward. 214 Moreover, Mao directly threatened the military's prerogatives by organizing popular militias in the wake of increasing tensions with Taiwan in 1958, the kind of intervention that has brought about coups in other countries. The militias created the specter of peasant hordes lugging rifles and even swords and spears into battle that was anathema to some officers. 215 To make matters worse, the government ordered the military to train and supply the militias with precious military equipment. 216 Mao appears to have feared a coup during this period. 217 Indeed, the 1965 coup in Indonesia was in part a reaction to Sukarno's plans to distribute small arms to workers and peasants. 218 The most serious civil-military tensions arose during the Lushan Conference in the summer of 1959. The defense minister, General Peng Dihue, was concerned about the impact of the Great Leap Forward and sought to discuss his views with Mao privately during the conference. Finding Mao asleep, Peng left Mao a letter that praised the great achievements of the Great Leap Forward but criticized key aspects of the campaign, including communal kitchens, the winds of exaggeration, and the militias, which Peng feared would weaken the PLA. 219 Peng appeared to have no desire to confront Mao and sought only to encourage him to continue policies the chairman had already initiated. 220 Yet Mao found the letter intolerable and immediately had it copied and distributed to participants in the conference. Mao then launched a frontal attack on Peng. 221 Peng was one of the most celebrated and senior generals in China. He joined the party in 1928, helped lead military efforts during the war against Japan, had been a member of the Politburo since 1936, and commanded Chinese forces in the Korean War. Given his status, as well as widespread discontent in both the military and the party, we might have expected regime elites to rise to his defense. However, almost none of Peng's colleagues in the military uttered a word in his favor. 222 The fusion between party and military made it difficult for the military to act autonomously against the party, even in a context of crisis when the military's core interests were under threat. Given Mao's enormous military prestige and authority, no one dared to challenge him, leaving Peng isolated. 223. In sum, the PRC's capacity to both undertake and survive the Great Leap Forward was a direct product of decades of violent revolutionary struggle. The creation of a large and disciplined party state and the destruction of alternative centers of power allowed the party to rapidly implement radical policies and to prevent any serious challenges to emerge in reaction to the resulting crisis. Simultaneously, the tight fusion of party and military structures deprived the military of the autonomy necessary to challenge the new regime. The Cultural Revolution. Let everything collapse, that's the best thing that could happen. Mao Zedong, August 196, 6224. The Cultural Revolution triggered the most serious crisis that the regime confronted since taking power. 225. It was unique in that the primary threat to regime survival came not from external enemies, military coup plotters, or societal protest but rather from the very top. 226. In 1966 and 1967, Mao actively fomented the destruction of a robust party state 40 years in the making, a move that created a massive power vacuum and nearly plunged China into civil war. 227. The regime's capacity to survive the crisis is in part explained by revolutionary legacies that gave regime leaders access to an effective and loyal military. The military was powerful enough to restore the country to order but insufficiently autonomous to use this power to challenge the regime itself. The Cultural Revolution began in the context of Mao's dissatisfaction over the revisionist direction of economic policy after the Great Leap Forward. 228. In May 1966, Mao encouraged the activation of the Central Cultural Revolution Group led by Chen Boda, Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, Kang Sheng, and other radical supporters of Mao. 229. In May and June, student Red Guards at elite universities began attacking professors and administrators for bourgeois elitist and counter-revolutionary behavior. That summer, groups of Red Guards led a Red Terror, destroying cultural artifacts and attacking and breaking into homes of well-off families. 230. While giving no clear instructions, Mao encouraged the Red Guard movement, calling on students to bombard the headquarters and appearing at a massive Red Guard rally on Tiananmen Square on August 18. 231. Everyone in China except for Mao became vulnerable to attack. 232. The Red Guard movement spread throughout the country, and by late 1966, it had entered factories and military academies. 233. Critically, Mao felt that the mass movement could be unleashed only by taking apart the central party apparatus itself. 234. Thus, Mao ousted party leader Liu Shaoqai, Deng Xiaoping, and other top leaders, many of whom were veterans from the Long March. 235. In mid-1966, the party's Central Committee was decimated by purges and ceased to function. 236. Mao cut the party off from the military. 237. And the Secretariat was pulled apart while the organization department of the party was stripped bare. 238. Party structures in the capital and throughout the country eventually ceased to function. 239. Leaders in many parts of the country were paraded through the streets in dunce caps. 240. With the party largely absent, there was little Mao or anyone else could do to limit factional struggles within the leadership. 241. All of this was exacerbated by the fact that power was handed to an erratic, fractious, and inexperienced group led by Mao's wife, a former movie actress. 242. China descended into chaos. 243. Key levers of totalitarian power, including state controls over travel and urban residency, broke down. 244. Between 70 and 90% of cadres from the central ministries were sent into the countryside, depriving the central government of any means to govern the country. 245. In many areas, state authority collapsed. 246. A wave of power seizures swept local party organizations in Shanghai and elsewhere, and armed conflicts erupted in cities across China. 247. Major cities became ungovernable. 248. The PLA, the only coherent state institution left intact. 249. Was also a target of politicized attacks. 250. Radicals demanded that PLA leaders be subject to struggle sessions. 251. On July 18, 1967, Mao, fearing PLA support for right-wing factions, called for the arming of leftist students and workers, letting loose a great chaos that brought the country to the brink of civil war. 252 Chaos spread throughout the country. In at least one instance, prisoners in the Chinese Gulag successfully seized weapons. 253 Arming students transformed factional battles that had earlier been fought with improvised weapons into serious military engagements. 254 The breakdown of state and party power posed a serious threat to regime survival. Jing Huang argues that uncontrolled factional strife within the top leadership threatened Mao's power. 255 It is easy to imagine how such chaos, in a context of severe economic crisis, might have generated significant opposition challenges or a military coup. Several factors contributed to the PRC's survival, however. First, because Mao threw support back to the party in 1970 to 1971, just a few years after destroying it, the party apparatus was able to quickly re-establish its authority. 256 Second, regime survival was facilitated by the fact that decades of violent revolutionary conflict had already destroyed any well-organized alternative to the CCP. Opposition forces simply lacked the capacity to take advantage of the political opportunity created by the Cultural Revolution. Third, and most importantly, the PLA, the Great Wall of Chinese Communism. 257 was able to restore order and put down incipient challenges. Thus, in the fall of 1967, Mao stepped back from the precipice, encouraging the PLA to restore order and ordering the arrest and disgrace of activists involved in attacks on the armed forces. 258 From late 1967 until 1971, the military played a central role in putting down rebellions across the country. 259 Rebel forces were violently suppressed in an orgy of repression. 260 And by 1968 the Red Guards had mostly been disbanded. 261 Military-led work teams were brought in to retake control of universities. 262 Nearly a million cadres were purged. 263 Ultimately, most of those who had taken up Mao's call to rebel against authority were repressed. 264 By the Ninth Party Congress in 1969, the military was the most powerful institution in China, and Marshal Lin Biao was designated as Mao's successor. 265 The military became the top administrative and political power in China's provinces. 266 Military tensions and border skirmishes with the Soviet Union in 1969 further empowered the military. 267 Fearing a surprise Soviet invasion, Lin ordered the military to prepare for imminent war. 268 Of course, all of this could have provoked the military to seize power from Mao. The Cultural Revolution was arguably a perfect storm for a military coup. Conditions widely seen as conducive to coups: weak and divided civilian authorities, the failure of civilian authorities to deal with problems facing the country, military involvement in domestic security, and attacks on military interests all existed in China between 1966 and 1970. 269 Indeed, Mao's explicit appeals to violence and calls for rebel attacks on army officials appalled PLA officers and created severe tension in the military leadership. 270 In early 1967, top military commanders openly clashed with the CCRG in what became known as the February Countercurrent. 271 Then, in Wuhan in July 1967, local military commanders briefly took a top CCRG leader hostage before being subdued and taken to Beijing. 272 Amid these tensions, Mao and other leaders repeatedly expressed fears of a coup. 273 In particular, Lin Biao's central role in putting down the Wuhan rebellion and ability to mobilize troops in response to Soviet threats appears to have spooked Mao. 274 Most bizarrely, Lin, whose succession to the party chairmanship had been written into the constitution, was killed along with his family in September 1971 after their plane crashed in Mongolia on the way to the Soviet Union. According to the official Chinese version of events, Lin was trying to escape after a coup plot concocted by his son, Lin Liguo, was uncovered by the authorities. 275 Ultimately, however, the regime confronted no successful coups or even serious coup attempts. The Wuhan uprising was a strictly regional rebellion that was quickly put down. 276 Furthermore, although the Lin Biao affair remains one of the enduring mysteries of modern Chinese history, two important points are clear. First, While there might have been a coup plot, it never was actually attempted. Lin Biao and his son died not while trying to overthrow the regime but while escaping the country. Second, even if Lin's son or Lin Biao himself did contrive to oust Mao, they were not supported by any other senior military officials. 277 Indeed, the military's increased power from 1969 to 1971 was driven by Mao himself rather than the military establishment. 278 The generals brought into the party at the 9th Congress were all linked to Mao rather than to Lin Biao. 279 Overall then, tight bonds forged between civilian and military leaders during decades of armed revolutionary struggle generated a high degree of army loyalty even in the face of severe attacks on the military's autonomy. The combination of military intervention and subordination to the party was again demonstrated after Mao died of a heart attack on September 9, 1976. During Mao's final years, he had supported the rise of ardent backers of the Cultural Revolution known as the Gang of 4.280. Within a month of Mao's death, the four were arrested in what Roderick MacFarquhar and Michael Schoenhals call a military coup, 281, which ultimately brought Deng Xiaoping to power. However, the term military coup is misleading. Although the removal of the Gang of Four was organized by the military, it was initiated and led by the top party official at the time, Mao's designated successor Hua Qiabang. 282 Hua had supported the Cultural Revolution but grew alienated from Zhongqing and feared ouster by the Gang of Four if he did not act. 283 Hua was backed by elder veterans of the Long March, including Ye Jianying, Li Xianese, and Mao's former bodyguard, Wang Dongxing. 284 In sum, revolutionary legacies provided the regime with the tools to survive Mao's self-inflicted crisis during the Cultural Revolution. After dismantling significant chunks of the Chinese party state and bringing China to the brink of civil war, Mao was able to rely on an effective and loyal military force to bring the regime back from the precipice. After Mao's death, the military remained loyal to the CCP faction backed by Long March veterans. The unmatched authority of this generation would again be decisive a decade later in the Tiananmen crisis. The Tiananmen crisis. The third major crisis to confront the PRC was sparked by massive demonstrations in Tiananmen Square and other cities that rocked China from April to June 1989. Involving hundreds of thousands of mostly student protesters, the Tiananmen crisis split the party and exposed important weaknesses in the regime. With communism beginning to collapse in Eastern Europe, many observers assumed that the PRC was also on the verge of breakdown. 285 Ultimately, however, revolutionary elders veterans of the Long March imposed unity on the party and pushed through a crackdown that ended the threat. The Tiananmen protests were in large part the outgrowth of reforms undertaken by Deng Xiaoping, who ascended to power a few years after the arrest of the Gang of Four. Hua Qiabang, Mao's designated successor, was gradually sidelined by Deng, who had greater support among the revolutionary veterans who controlled the party. 286 Indeed, power in the 1980s was held by 8 senior veterans of the Long March, known variously as the Elders, Octogenarians, or Immortals. Led by Deng, the elders mostly did not hold formal positions of authority but nevertheless functioned as a kind of final court of appeals in the regime. 287 The formal party leadership, including general secretaries Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, was drawn mostly from younger generations. 288 After taking power, Deng introduced transformational market reforms. He allowed enterprises to retain a greater share of their profits and created special economic zones to attract foreign investment. 289 Gradually, market mechanisms crowded out central planning. The number and size of private businesses, joint ventures, and foreign firms exploded. 290 As the economy grew, living standards rose dramatically as families across China gained access to TV sets, refrigerators, and other consumer goods. At the same time, state controls over intellectual activities, art, and private life were loosened relative to the Mao era. 291 By the late 1980s, Deng had transformed the PRC from an ideological, revolutionary regime to a performance-based authoritarian regime. 292 Economic reform and prosperity generated new challenges, however. Inflation, widespread corruption among party cadres, and unmet expectations especially among students gave rise to mounting discontent and, eventually, regime-threatening protest. 293 protest erupted in April 1989, shortly after the death of Hu Yaobang, a reformist party leader who had been ousted by Deng for his lax response to student protest in 1987. Protesting students demanded an end to corruption and Hu's rehabilitation. Demonstrations spread to 20 cities, and students in Beijing organized an autonomous union and began to boycott classes. 294 While the Reformist Party Secretary Zhao Ziyang was in North Korea, party leaders published an editorial in the People's Daily attacking the protests as an anti-party revolt that should be suppressed. The editorial backfired, however, as protests spread. Upon his return to China, Zhao embraced the protesters and their demands for a revision of the April 26 editorial. 295. The crisis deepened when protesters announced a hunger strike on May 13. 296 Within a few days, there were over 3,000 students participating in the strike and hundreds of thousands supporting them in demonstrations. Bolstered by favorable coverage in state media, the strike generated public sympathy and garnered widespread support from within the regime. 297 Notably, independent civil society organizations played a less important role in supporting the strike than official groups such as the Communist Youth League and CCP-controlled unions, which provided financing, transportation, food, and communications equipment. 298. Debates on how to respond to the protests split the upper echelons of the party. On May 16, an emergency Politburo meeting lasted well into the night but was inconclusive. 299 Another meeting was then held at Deng's house on May 17. Only when several elders intervened was the decision made to impose martial law. 300. Yet the initial efforts to impose martial law exposed severe weaknesses in the regime as ferocious opposition in the capital and throughout the country emerged to block troops from restoring order. 301 Protesters prevented troops from entering the center of Beijing. 302 Many officers including the commander of the 38th Group Army opposed the crackdown. 303 On May 20, 8 retired generals sent Deng a declaration opposing martial law. 304 Official state media failed to unambiguously support martial law. 305 All of this, combined with widespread public support for the protests, make it conceivable that the demonstrations could have led to a regime change. Ultimately, however, the regime was able to quash the rebellion. The group of 8 elders or immortals was able to unify the party and mobilize sufficient support within the military to suppress the protests. As a major military leader during the Revolutionary War, Deng in particular had enormous authority within the army. The elders as a whole had the informal status necessary to convince competing factions within the party to back violent suppression of the protests. 306 For example, the elders persuaded Vice Premier Wanli, who had initially supported Zhao and the students, to reverse course and hew to the line of the elders. 307. The elders were unified by a polarizing zero-sum conception of political opposition that was rooted in their experience in the revolutionary struggle. In contrast to many younger leaders, Deng and other elders saw student actions as an existential threat to the regime that could even lead to war. 308 One of the elders, Yang Shankan, justified a crackdown, asserting, "There is no way for us to retreat. To retreat means our downfall. To retreat means the downfall of the People's Republic of China and the restoration of capitalism." 309 Such views motivated leadership unification around an uncompromising, hardline response to the protests. 310. Thus, after concluding that the younger leaders were unable to manage the crisis, the elders united around a decision to violently suppress the protests. 311 In a crackdown on the night of June 3 to 4, military forces cleared the square, killing hundreds of protesters. 312 Although this action initially sparked protest throughout the country, the regime successfully quelled unrest by the end of June. 313 Speaking on TV shortly after the crackdown, Deng expressed no remorse, leading a minute of silence to honor soldiers killed in the protests. 314 Finally, The failure of the protests was also a product of the weakness of civil society that resulted from years of revolutionary war and social transformation described above. 315 Indeed, while the protests were large and widespread, they lacked leadership and coordination. 316 Student activists were not members of political organizations, but part of crowds with changing leaders and loosely affiliated participants. 317 They often failed to coordinate on strategy. 318 And they had little capacity to absorb the assistance provided to them. 319 While even well-organized protests would probably have been squashed by a unified party leadership, such disorganization further undermined the students' cause. In the end, the continued dominance of the revolutionary elders made a crackdown virtually inevitable. In this sense, the CCP was far better equipped to withstand the challenges from below than the Soviet Communist Party was in the late 1980s, where revolutionary struggle was a distant historical memory. The suppression of protests initially put reform at risk. Many of the elders who had been so critical to regime survival were also deeply opposed to capitalism and worked to slow Deng's efforts to foster rapid capitalist growth. 320 However, Deng was convinced that high growth was essential if China was to avoid the fate of communist regimes collapsing across the globe in 1989. In 1992, Deng mobilized support for reform in a tour of southern provinces and successfully reversed efforts to back away from reform. 321 China would never be the same after the revolution. After Tiananmen, the PRC completed a head-spinning transformation from one of the world's most radical communist regimes to its most dynamic center of capitalist growth. In the early 1990s, centralized planning disappeared with a whimper. Barely noticed. 322 Private entrepreneurs were allowed into the party, and by the 2000s they had become one of its most important bases of support. 323 Party leaders actively encouraged members to jump in the sea of private business and take the lead in getting rich. 324 By 2018, the private sector accounted for over 60% of China's GDP and 80% of employment. 325 With high growth rates linked in leaders' minds to regime survival, the CCP's interests were increasingly considered synonymous with those of capital. 326 This far-reaching transformation was accompanied by the departure of the revolutionary generation. Age-based retirement requirements had already resulted in the exit of about 65% of revolutionary veterans by the late 1980s. 327 Shortly before retiring in the early 1990s, Deng also eliminated lifetime appointments for top leadership positions. The elders from the Long March gave up all formal and informal party control. 328 Jiang Zemin, who joined the party in the 1950s, became general secretary. He was succeeded in 2002 by Hu Jintao, who had joined the party in the 1960s. In 2012, Xi Jinping became the first general secretary not chosen by Deng since the early 1980s. Increasingly, state power was rooted in leaders' formal positions rather than informal authority gained in the revolutionary struggle. 329 The party transformed from a revolutionary into a ruling party. It abandoned revolutionary campaigns, class conflict, and ideological indoctrination and focused instead on maintaining economic growth and social stability. 330 Ideology was reduced to a post hoc rationalization device. 331 As the party leadership grew increasingly technocratic. 332 Deng's maxim that it doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice now defined the CCP's approach to governance. The government paid unprecedented attention to public opinion, combining the delivery of economic growth and improved living standards with nationalist appeals aimed at attracting youth. 333 This shift toward more traditional authoritarianism diminished elite cohesion. Lacking the battlefield experience of the revolutionary generation, CCP leaders no longer possessed informal authority over the military. 334 Civil-military relations became increasingly bifurcated. 335 According to David Lampton, the military was an independent actor during the transitions from Jiang to Hu in 2002 and Hu to Xi in 2012. 336 In 2012, rumors even circulated that a supporter of Xi's main rival, Bozilla, had attempted a coup. 337 Most strikingly, factionalism and corruption became rife at the turn of the century. Corruption among high-level officials reached alarming proportions in the post-Tiananmen era. 338 Scholars began to refer to China as predatory, lawless, crony capitalist, and crony communist. 339 The increase in corruption and the declining role of ideology were attended by a significant increase in opportunism in the party. Compared to those who joined in the first decades after the revolution, people who became party members after 1992 were more than twice as likely to say they did so to advance their careers and half as likely to say they did so to support communism. 340. Several scholars have argued that corruption exacerbated factionalism by generating resentment among those who lost out in battles over spoils. 341 Comparing the Communist Party to the KMT in the 1930s, Andrew G. Valder suggested that the scale of corruption allowed party officials to function as independent actors drawing on resources outside the state. 342 Public battles for leadership reached a dramatic high point in 2012 when Bozilla was arrested and put on trial for trying to cover up his wife's murder of an English businessman, Neil Haywood. 343 Such incidents convinced some observers that the regime was in crisis. Minkson, Pei and Valder, for example, argued that the CCP was losing organizational coherence and was in late-stage decay. 344 In response to corruption and factionalism, she carried out a large and sustained anti-corruption drive that netted hundreds of thousands of officials in every part of the country and regime hierarchy. 345. Others suggested that China's stunning economic development sowed the seeds of regime change. Due to remarkable and sustained growth, China transformed from a lower-income country in 1995 into an upper-middle-income country by 2010. 346 Bicycle-filled streets and the decaying low-rise remnants of pre-evolutionary infrastructure were replaced by a plethora of new roads and skyscrapers and the most modern high-speed transport in the world. By lifting millions of people out of poverty, creating a large middle class, and generating a powerful group of business actors, economic development had the potential to undermine regime stability. Indeed, in the 1990s and 2000s, many authors predicted that economic development would facilitate democratization in the early 21st century. 347 Similar increases in levels of economic development had helped democratize South Korea and Taiwan in the late 20th century. Drawing parallels with South Korea in 1988, some even expected the Chinese government to liberalize in response to the increased international attention that came with the Beijing Olympics in 2008. 348. However, it soon became clear that democratization was not imminent. In the run-up to the 2008 Olympics, the government carried out a systematic attack on dissent. 349 The regime became even more closed in the 2010s under Xi, who cracked down harshly on any organized political opposition and built the Great Firewall that deprived the population of easy access to Google and a host of major Western media. 350. In the face of China's clear failure to democratize, optimistic predictions of development-driven democratization were replaced in the 2010s by discussions of a mismatch between China's highly developed economy on the one hand and its lack of democracy on the other. 351 David Shambaugh argued that China was trying to create a modern economy with a pre-modern political system. 352 If the regime did not become more inclusive, he argued, it would continue to atrophy and ultimately collapse. Continued political closure would lead to the CCP's protracted political decline and potentially generate divisions in the party and the military. 353 According to Karl Minzner, the regime's refusal to undertake political reform would lead to a steady spiral of elite infighting, economic decline, ideological polarization, and rising social unrest, all under an atrophying, paranoid, and increasingly fragile authoritarian regime. 354. The early 21st century provided some evidence of the dynamics described in these accounts. Most strikingly, there was a significant increase in mass actions from 8,700 in 1993, to 87,000 in 2005, to 172,000, an average of 461 protests per day in 2014. 355 Strikes and other types of labor unrest grew much more widespread in the 2010s. 356 The government also confronted protests in Tibet, Xinjiang, and Hong Kong. Despite these challenges, however, the PRC retained significant sources of strength. For one, the regime benefited from exceptionally high growth rates for more than a generation. China's economy grew at an average rate of 9.4% a year between 1978 and 2019, resulting in a 13-fold expansion, in real terms, of its GDP. This growth has generated more regime acquiescence than resistance. As Bruce Dixon has shown, 357 entrepreneurs, having made considerable money under the existing system, tend to have a strong stake in regime continuity. Thus far, Chinese capitalists have shown little support for democracy. 358. At the same time, the persistence of key revolutionary legacies, such as a powerful coercive apparatus and the absence of alternative centers of societal power, provided regime leaders with both room for error and the tools to resist political change. The regime maintained a nearly unrivaled capacity to preempt challenges from below. China had the largest army in the world, with a large and well-developed paramilitary, the People's Armed Police, whose main purpose was to maintain domestic order. 359. It also maintained extensive party and state structures that penetrated society at all levels, including party cells in both foreign and domestic businesses. 360. Block captains, villager small groups, autonomous development committees, and party cells were deeply embedded in local social networks and served as the state's eyes and ears on the street, collecting gossip and intimate information on individual behavior. 361. In urban areas, the government drew on a grid management system that divided cities into smaller cells responsible for their populations. 362. This pervasive presence allowed state actors to collect fine-grained information on potential opponents. 363. The party state's penetration of the economy helped the party gain the cooperation of technology enterprises in the surveillance and control of society. Major technology entrepreneurs held formal positions in the regime and, along with other companies, allowed the Chinese Ministry of Public Security to install network security officers at key sites and firms. 364. Drawing on the cooperation of high-tech firms, the Xi government crafted an electronic social credit system to monitor individuals' behavior, building on the Dangan, or dossier system, created after the revolution. 365. Such controls reinforced opposition weakness. Protests and strikes were localized and almost entirely non-political. 366. In the early 21st century, China had one of the weakest civil societies in the world, weaker than in far less developed countries such as Libya, Sudan, and Tajikistan. 367. Unlike South Korea and Taiwan in the run-up to democratization, China lacked any form of organized opposition. Conclusion. Given China's economic and military power, its authoritarian durability might not seem like much of a mystery. But it was not always this way. The country began the 20th century with one of the world's weakest states, one dominated by foreign powers and warlords. Few observers would have predicted that China would survive as a single state, much less one of the most durable regimes in modern history. China's emergence as a global power was made possible not just by the Deng-era economic reforms but also by the extraordinarily risky actions of Chinese communists, which triggered a reactive sequence that nearly destroyed the CCP but eventually gave rise to a powerful and cohesive party state. The adaptation and reform of the late 20th century would not have been possible had the revolutionary regime not first built a centralized state and survived the crises of the 1950s and 1960s. Even today, revolutionary legacies inhibit the emergence of organized opposition despite decades of economic development. If antecedent conditions and economic reform cannot explain durability, what about institutional factors, such as the PRC's Leninist and totalitarian institutions? Although such institutions almost certainly strengthened the regime, they are hardly sufficient to explain its survival. Created by the Comintern in the 1920s, the CCP was initially weak. The party's leadership in Shanghai barely had contact with, much less controlled, communist fiefdoms in the hinterland. The system of political commissars created in the late 1920s failed to prevent repeated military disobedience. It was only after the Long March and war with Japan that a cohesive party army emerged. And only after the 1946 to 1949 Civil War did the central government begin to penetrate society sufficiently to fashion a totalitarian regime capable of surviving the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution, and the Tiananmen crisis. Furthermore, the authority of the party elders, which was critical to regime survival in 1989, emerged out of their role in the revolutionary struggle rather than their formal positions. The durability of China's revolutionary regime also cannot be explained by support from below. Although it is certainly true that the CCP successfully built public support during the reform era, such an explanation cannot account for the regime's survival during decades of economic catastrophe and political crisis under Mao. Ideological commitment also lacks plausibility as an explanation, because it cannot explain how the regime abandoned communism in the late 20th century with hardly a peep from supporters of the old system. Instead, durable authoritarian institutions emerged out of a revolutionary reactive sequence. Attacks on core interests of the Chinese upper class in the 1920s and 1930s helped spark 2 decades of civil war, out of which emerged a highly cohesive ruling party, a strong and loyal military, and virtually no organized alternatives to the Communist Party state. Despite the CCP's abandonment of its original revolutionary ideology, the powerful party state it created remains firmly intact. Chapter 4. The durability of Mexico's revolutionary regime. Amid heated debate at Mexico's Constitutional Convention in Querétaro in December 1916, the revolutionary general Álvaro Obregón, who had lost his right arm in battle a year earlier, rose to the podium and proclaimed, "May men mutilate themselves, for principles, but may they never mutilate principles." Obregón would help push through the most radical constitution the world had yet seen, to inaugurating the first social revolution in the modern era. The new constitution paved the way for a far-reaching land reform and an unprecedented attack on the Catholic Church, which triggered a 3-year civil war that killed as many as 100,000 people including Obregón himself, at the hands of a Catholic assassin. 3. Despite his proclamation at the convention, however, Obregón had few principles to mutilate. Obregón and other Mexican revolutionary leaders were no Bolsheviks. They lacked a party or a shared ideology for, and their radical initiatives were often tempered by pragmatism and accommodation. The Mexican Revolution was segmented, radical in some areas but accommodationist in others. As a result, the reactive sequence played out differently than in Russia and China. Although attacks on the church triggered a violent counter-revolutionary reaction, the Mexican Revolution never seriously challenged the capitalist system or the geopolitical order. The regime never faced the kind of sustained existential counter-revolutionary threat seen in China, Russia, Vietnam, Cuba, or Iran. Segmented radicalism produced a somewhat distinct regime trajectory from those in Russia and China. Like these other cases, the Mexican Revolution and its aftermath gave rise to key pillars of durable authoritarianism. Revolutionary leaders built their own army, which was tightly wedded to the regime, and powerful pre-revolutionary actors were either destroyed or badly weakened. These legacies lay a foundation for regime stability. After a counter-revolutionary war and an intra-elite conflict induced regime leaders to build a ruling party in 1929, there were no coups and few elite defections. The weakening of independent power centers left little space for opposition organization, which weakened anti-regime forces for decades. When opposition mobilization occurred, as in the case of the 1968 Mexico City protests, regime elites could rely on the army to carry out high-intensity coercion. Nevertheless, the Mexican Revolution only partially transformed state-society relations. In the absence of a prolonged counter-revolutionary threat, the regime never developed a powerful coercive apparatus or vast totalitarian controls, nor did it eliminate the private sector or wipe out associational life. Thus, although revolutionary legacies were critical to the durability of Mexican authoritarianism, the regime's long-run stability is partially attributable to other factors, particularly decades of steady economic growth. 5. The revolutionary seizure of power. conditions were not propitious for durable authoritarianism on the eve of the Mexican Revolution. Mexico had been plagued by state weakness and regime instability for most of the 19th century. For decades after independence in 1821, the state failed to establish control over the national territory and was often fiscally insolvent. 6 State weakness brought a series of foreign invasions and civil wars. Mexico lost half of its territory to invading U.S. forces in 1846 to 1848, collapsed into civil war in 1858 to 1860, and was occupied and ruled by France between 1863 and 1865. 7 Political regimes were unstable. There were 45 different governments between 1821 and 1871. Although the state strengthened somewhat under the long dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz. 9 Diaz's rule relied more on personal loyalties than an effective state, and corruption and coup-proofing measures weakened the coercive apparatus in the regime's later years. 10 By 1910, the state's coercive agencies were rotten to the marrow, and they quickly collapsed in the face of a relatively modest uprising. 11 Given this level of state and regime fragility, it is difficult to argue that the basis of durable authoritarian rule existed prior to the revolution. The Mexican Revolution unfolded in fits and starts. It began in 1910, when Diaz, facing a surprising electoral challenge from liberal politician Francisco Madero, jailed Madero and thousands of his followers. 12 Although Diaz was re-elected without opposition, Madero subsequently escaped from house arrest and launched an insurrection. In a context of deep rural discontent rooted in the large-scale displacement of peasants during the Diaz dictatorship. 13 What began as a narrow political uprising transformed into a mass rebellion. 14 Armed revolts broke out across Mexico, including Francisco Villa's rebellion in the north and a peasant-based insurrection led by Emiliano Zapata in the south. By early 1911, the Federal Army was being routed by diverse armies that, combined, fielded nearly 3 times as many combatants as the army itself. 15 The May 1911 Treaty of Juarez brought Diaz's departure and exile, and in October, Madero was elected president. As he departed for exile, Diaz declared, "Madero has unleashed a tiger, let us see if he can control him." 16. The uprising against Diaz did not bring a social revolution. The federal army and local state authorities remained in place. 17 And Madero, a moderate who plainly distrusted revolutionaries, 18 never pursued radical change. 19 Governing with much of the old elite, Madero continued Diaz's laissez-faire economic policies and eschewed land reform, the principal demand of his erstwhile Zapatista allies. 20 When peasants began to mobilize and seize land, Madero, pressured by landowners, turned to the federal army to disarm them. 21 But the old status quo proved unsustainable. The 1910 insurrection had triggered a social awakening, as a new egalitarianism seemed to infect society, giving rise to a surge in societal contention. 22 In November 1911, the Zapatistas rebelled against the Madero government, accusing it of bloody treason. 23 Agrarian revolts erupted in Morelos, Puebla, Guerrero, Tlaxcala, and elsewhere. 24 Triggering calls for a crackdown by landowners and conservative ancien regime elites. 25 Madero, a true liberal, could stomach neither the radical redistribution demanded by his peasant allies nor the repression demanded by landowners. 26 Paralyzed, the government was overcome by social conflict. Peasant uprisings spread across southern Mexico, and strikes and urban riots erupted in the cities. 27 As Madero lost the capacity to maintain order, conservative forces conspired to overthrow him. In February 1913, army forces led by General Victoriano Huerta, backed by landowners, clerics, conservative politicians, and U.S. Ambassador Lane Wilson, toppled Madero and established a reactionary dictatorship. 28 The 1913 coup accelerated the revolutionary process. Unambiguously counter-revolutionary, the Huerta government destroyed Madero's nascent democracy and brutally repressed his supporters. 29 The repression backfired. The coup and especially Madero's killing shocked Mexicans and radicalized revolutionary forces. 30 Armed rebellions emerged on various fronts, including Zapatista forces in Morelos, Pancho Villa's army in the north, and the Constitutionalist army led by Coahuila Governor Venustiano Carranza. 31 Mexico plunged into a civil war that killed more than 200,000 people. 32 The war chewed up the federal army. 33 And by the time Huerta fled in July 1914, the Mexican state had collapsed. 34 Huerta's fall did not end the war, however. Because the revolutionary movement was divided into the three armies, the Constitutionalists, the peasant-based Zapatistas, and Villa's division of the North, Mexico descended into a bloody war of the winners. 35 What began as a political revolution transformed into a social revolution. 36 As Mexico collapsed into anarchy, wealth became punishable by death. Factories, mines, haciendas, and whole villages were ravaged. Railroads were dismantled. Libraries, schools, and great works of art were burned. 37 The army and police disintegrated, and pre-revolutionary bureaucracies, judicial authorities, and local political bosses were swept away. 38 As an observer put it, the old state was completely smashed. 39 By 1917, the army was new, as was almost all the bureaucracy. So were the schools, newspapers, and pride in the fatherland. 40 The Civil War also transformed Mexico's class structure. The conflict destroyed the old elite and created a new one that derived from markedly inferior social origins. 41 By 1915, large landowners had lost power. Most languished in prison or exile. As a class they hardly even existed. 42 Landowner flight and peasant land seizures brought a de facto agrarian reform. 43 Long-standing rural caste barriers and habits of obedience broke down. 44 The historian John Womack Jr. describes a scene in Morelos in 1916, in which the widow of a landowner seeks assistance from a constitutionalist general in protecting her property and is told, "Oh lady, that is of the past. That is all over." 45 Finally, the Civil War enabled the eventual winners, the Constitutionalists, to defeat rival armies. 46 The Constitutionalists routed Villa's army in 1915, reducing it to a handful of small guerrilla bands. 47 The Constitutionalists both co-opted and defeated the Zapatistas, reducing them to 2,000 troops by 1918 and killing Zapata in 1919. 48 The incipient regime, a revolution without a party. The revolutionary seizure of power was completed when constitutionalist forces installed Carranza as de facto leader in 1916, wrote a new constitution, and orchestrated Carranza's presidential election in March 1917. Like their counterparts in Russia and China, Mexican revolutionaries built their own state, including their own army. The old federal army was disbanded and replaced by the constitutionalist army. The entire pre-revolutionary officer corps was purged, and the new army leadership was filled exclusively by revolutionary combatants. 49 The Constitutionalists also purged the remaining state bureaucracy and pacted with revolutionaries. 50 Thus, the coercive apparatus was thoroughly penetrated and controlled by the revolutionary elite. 51 As in Russia and China, revolutionary state building lay a foundation for what would ultimately be a loyal and disciplined military. However, Mexico's embryonic regime differed from those in Russia and China in two important ways. First, it institutionalized multi-party electoral competition. Democratic elections had been a central demand of the 1910 uprising, and the 1917 Constitution was nominally liberal democratic. Thus, revolutionary Mexico would be electoral authoritarian, a regime characterized by regular elections that, though neither free nor fair, remained at least nominally open to contestation by non-revolutionary parties. 52 Moreover, because no re-election had been a central plank of the original rebellion, the 1917 Constitution limited presidents to a single term. Thus, the revolutionary elite was forced to choose a new leader every 4 years. Second, Mexico's revolutionary elite lacked a ruling party. The revolutionary forces never unified under a single leadership, but rather remained a loose oligarchy of revolutionary generals, or political military leaders whose skills on the battlefield and capacity to mobilize peasants had vaulted them into the upper ranks of the constitutionalist army. 53 After the seizure of power, many of these revolutionary generals established themselves as de facto local authorities. 54 Some of them built local party machines and served as state governor, whereas others joined the new revolutionary army, serving as regional zone commanders. Because they were experienced in violence and maintained peasant followings that could be mobilized to fight, the revolutionary generals or revolutionary caciques were essential pillars of the new regime. 55 During the 1920s, they played a critical role in establishing Order 56, defeating regime challengers, and mobilizing grassroots support for national governments. 57 Initially, however, no party structure existed to ensure cooperation or discipline among them. At the national level, the revolutionary elite was organized into multiple, competing, and short-lived parties. 58 The Constitutionalist Liberal Party, which dominated elections in 1917 and 1918, 59 was little more than a booster club for President Carranza. 60 Carranza soon abandoned the party, and it fell into oblivion. 61 The PLC coexisted with three other pro-revolutionary parties, the National Cooperative Party, the Mexican Labor Party, and the National Agrarian Party. These parties coexisted with dozens of smaller regional parties led by local revolutionary caciques. 62 Carranza's successors, Presidents Alvaro Obregón and Plutarco Calles, governed with uneasy coalitions of national and regional parties. 63 The lack of a ruling party undermined regime cohesion. In the absence of partisan coordination and control, the new army remained a loose amalgam of revolutionary generals, many of whom maintained their own militias. 64 Such a structure would prove fractious and prone to rebellion. 65 As we shall see, the new regime was plagued by Hobbesian internal conflict between 1917 and 1929. 66 Each presidential succession during this period was accompanied by an armed rebellion. 67 The revolutionary reactive sequence. Mexico's early revolutionary period was marked by segmented radicalism. Revolutionary governments launched a radical assault on the church, but they did not pursue the kind of far-reaching socio-economic transformation seen in most communist revolutions. Although radical anti-clericalism triggered a violent counter-revolutionary reaction, the Mexican regime never confronted the kind of sustained counter-revolutionary threat seen in Russia and China. In the absence of large-scale counter-revolutionary conflict, the primary threat to regime stability was rebellion from within. 68 Ultimately, the reactive sequence in Mexico produced a cohesive party-state complex with a smaller coercive apparatus that weakened, but did not fully destroy, alternative centers of societal power. Segmented radicalism. The Mexican regime was radical in some areas but accommodationist in others. The founding revolutionary elite was far less radical than the Bolsheviks or the Chinese communists. None of the revolution's founding leaders were Marxists, and most lacked a coherent ideology. 69 Indeed, Carranza once declared, "I was never a revolutionary, nor am I, nor will I ever be." 70 Although many revolutionary generals called themselves socialists. 71 Most of them opposed large-scale expropriation or state ownership of the economy. 72 Indeed, the bulk of the revolutionary elite was broadly committed to private ownership and capitalist development. 73 In terms of foreign policy, the constitutionalists were fervent nationalists. 74 But their nationalism was tempered by geopolitical realism. Given the United States' regional hegemony, Mexico's revolutionary elite agreed that provoking a military conflict with the United States would be an act of suicide. 75 Thus, few constitutionalists envisioned the kind of radical foreign policies adopted by revolutionaries in Russia, Cuba, or Iran. Mexican revolutionaries were unambiguously radical in one area, anti-clericalism. 76 In a society that was 99% Catholic. 77 The Mexican revolutionary elite was militantly secular and openly atheist, No president publicly recognized a belief in God until 1939.78 because the Church had been an ally of the Ancien Régime 79 and because many Catholic leaders backed THIRD-WORLDISM. 80 constitutionalist leaders viewed the Church as an enemy of the revolution. 81 One even declared that God is the counter-revolution. 82 Thus, revolutionary leaders converged around the radical goal of wiping out religion. During the war, the revolutionaries seized church properties and arrested, expelled, and occasionally executed priests. 83 In power, some of them sought to destroy the church and replace it with a new, revolutionary, civil religion. 84. Despite their moderate orientation on socio-economic issues, Mexico's revolutionary leaders were radicalized by the Civil War. 85 To defeat Villa's and Zapata's armies, the constitutionalists mobilized workers and especially peasants, which required an embrace of labor rights and land redistribution. 86 In need of peasant support, Carranza, a longtime opponent of land reform. 87 Issued an agrarian reform decree in January 1915, declaring, "Today the social revolution begins." 88 This dynamic, in which the imperatives of military survival led revolutionary leaders to mobilize peasants, which, in turn, required programmatic radicalization, has been described by the historian Alan Knight as the logic of the revolution. 89. This revolutionary logic was made manifest in the 1916 to 1917 constitution writing process. President Carranza was a liberal with little taste for revolutionary change. 90 He intended for the Constitutional Convention to produce a standard liberal charter, and he submitted a draft modeled on Mexico's 1857 Constitution. 91 Nevertheless, the convention saw the emergence of a radical faction known as Jacobins led by revolutionary generals who had built alliances with peasants during the war. 92 The Jacobins were zealously anti-clerical and sympathetic to radical socio-economic reform. 93 Although they were a minority, they enjoyed the support of General Obregón, whose status as the Constitutionalists' top military commander gave him enormous influence. 94 Obregón and other revolutionary generals viewed radical measures as a means of building the mass support needed to consolidate power. 95 A coalition of Jacobins and Obregonistas thus pushed through a series of radical amendments, producing what has been described as the most radical constitution in the world up to that date. 96 The 1917 Constitution was radical in several senses. It imposed dramatic new restrictions on property rights. Article 27 granted the state ownership of all subsoil and subsurface minerals and empowered the state to expropriate private property. These measures, which were virtually unprecedented at the time, paved the way for sweeping agrarian reform. 97 They also fundamentally altered the rules of the game for foreign investment, permitting the nationalization of the oil industry. 98 The new constitution also enshrined a set of social rights, including labor rights, that were unprecedented at the time. 99 Finally, the constitution lay the basis for an aggressively anti-Catholic state. 100 It banned parochial primary education, declared all church property national property, empowered governments to severely restrict church activity, including the number of priests in any given territory, and banned all forms of religious political activity. 101 Clergy were prohibited from voting, criticizing the government or any laws, and even holding religious ceremonies in public. 102 In effect, the Constitution left the Church without legal status or the resources it needed to carry out basic functions. 103 Although the 1917 Constitution was never rigorously enforced, it proved highly consequential. Even if it was largely an exercise in paper radicalism, 104 Writing the radical clauses into the Constitution both legitimized and legalized the subsequent adoption of radical policy initiatives, first by local and state governments and eventually by national leaders. 105 Early revolutionary governments, between radicalism and accommodation. The governments of Presidents Carranza, Obregón, and Calles combined elements of radicalism and accommodation. With the exception of Calles's assault on the church, radical initiatives were frequently tempered or scaled back when they threatened powerful interests. Consequently, counter-revolutionary reactions were modest. The absence of a sustained counter-revolutionary threat, together with the absence of a ruling party, undermined elite cohesion. Indeed, the Mexican regime was riven with internal conflict between 1917 and 1929. In 1920, 1923, 1927, and 1929, conflict over presidential succession generated a violent schism, as a faction of the revolutionary elite took up arms against the government. The Carranza government. The Carranza government was, in most respects, moderate. A classical liberal for whom private property was sacred, 106 Carranza refused to enforce most of the radical clauses in the 1917 Constitution, including the anti-clerical ones. 107 Carranza's orthodox economic policies, crackdown down on unions, and aversion to redistribution led scholars to describe his government as conservative. 108 Indeed, not only did the government ignore peasant demands for land, but it even helped landowners regain properties lost during the war. 109. Carranza's foreign policy was more radical. 110 The Carranza government briefly sought to spread revolutionary nationalism across Latin America, promoting an anti-imperialist Carranza doctrine in opposition to the U.S. Monroe Doctrine. 111 It also engaged in unprecedented efforts to regulate foreign capital. Carranza rejected U.S. demands to repeal Article 27 of the new Constitution, which asserted national ownership of subsoil and subsurface minerals. 112 And in 1918, he threatened to enforce it by exchanging foreign oil companies' property titles for concessions. 113. Carranza confronted counter-revolutionary reactions on several fronts. Several counter-revolutionary insurgencies led by elements of the old Federal Army emerged between 1916 and 1920. The largest of these, the 3,000-man National Reorganizer Army, was launched by Porfirio Diaz's nephew, Felix Diaz, in 1917. 114 Diaz's rebellion mobilized Porfirista generals, government officials, landowners, clerics, and other backers of the old regime in a campaign to restore the Federal Army and the 1857 Constitution. 115 A second insurgency, led by Manuel Pelez and backed by landowners and oil interests, emerged in Veracruz. 116 Neither of these insurgencies seriously threatened the regime, however. 117 and both had collapsed by 1920. 118 Carranza also faced hostility from the U.S. government, which rejected the 1917 Constitution as a threat to American citizens' property rights. 119 When Carranza announced plans to replace foreign oil companies' property titles with concessions, American oil interests lobbied for military intervention. 120 U.S. officials attacked the Carranza government as Bolshevist, and numerous American politicians and business leaders called for its overthrow. 121 The U.S. Consul General in Mexico described the situation as an abscess which cries for a lancet, and in late 1919, the two countries appeared to be on the brink of war. 122 The revolution did not trigger a war, however. Occasional threats notwithstanding, the U.S. government's overall response to the revolution was closer to ambivalence than outright hostility. 123 Ultimately, the greatest threat to Carranza came from within. Carranza fell prey to a succession crisis in 1920. Obregón, a Revolutionary War hero backed by unions, peasant movements, and numerous revolutionary generals, was widely viewed as Carranza's natural successor. 124 Carranza's attempt to impose a weak civilian successor, reportedly violating a prior agreement with Obregón. 125 triggered a massive rebellion that included the bulk of the Revolutionary Army and most of the remaining Zapatista forces. 126 In what would be Mexico's last successful coup. 127 Carranza was overthrown and eventually killed in April 1920, paving the way for Obregón's election. The uprising made it clear that power lay in the hands of the revolutionary generals. 128 It also demonstrated the political and military importance of agrarian movements, with which Obregón had forged strong alliances. 129 The Obregón government. The revolution stabilized under Obregón. A fanatically pragmatic president, 130 Obregón and pursued accommodation. 131 He adopted a cautious economic program and worked to improve relations with the United States, primarily through concessions to foreign oil interests. 132 In 1923, U.S. and Mexican officials negotiated the Bucareli Agreement, in which Mexico agreed not to apply Article 27 of the Constitution to pre-existing property titles. In exchange, the United States formally recognized the revolutionary government. 133. Yet Obregón also took steps to redistribute land. Carranza had abandoned his Civil War promise of land reform. 134 And, as a result, large landowners and their estates survived into the 1920s. 135 However, peasant mobilization made the status quo difficult to sustain. Having played a major role in the revolution, agrarian movements were a fact of revolutionary life that had to be reckoned with. 136 Radical peasant leagues, many of them armed, proliferated, terrifying landowners and local political bosses. 137 Convinced that peasant support was critical to regime survival. 138 Obregón forged alliances with Zapatista and other agrarian movements. 139 He brought Zapatista leaders into his government, placing them in charge of agrarian reform. 140 And reinitiated land redistribution, providing more than 1 million hectares, 9 times more than Carranza, to 133,000 peasant families. 141 The Obregón government also oversaw a peasant organizational boom, as peasant-based agrarian leagues, often led by revolutionary generals, emerged in states like Campeche, Jalisco, Michoacán, Puebla, Tabasco, Tamaulipas, Veracruz, and Yucatán. 142 A handful of states, including Veracruz, Tabasco, and Yucatán, became laboratories of revolution in the early 1920s. As local governments backed by agrarian movements experimented with far-reaching land reform and other radical measures. 143 Land reform triggered some counter-revolutionary violence. Many large landowners and their estates survived the Revolutionary War. 144 In parts of the country, they financed local paramilitary forces, called White Guards, which terrorized peasant leaders and agrarian activists. 145 However, the White Guards remained a localized phenomenon. Weakened by the Revolutionary War. 146 And without influence over the new army, landowners' capacity to organize violent resistance was limited. 147 Again, the primary threats to regime stability came from within. In 1923, Obregón's imposition of Calles as his successor triggered a rebellion led by Revolutionary General Adolfo de la Huerta, an erstwhile ally and presidential aspirant. 148 Backed by landowners and nearly half the army. 149 The de la Huerta rebellion literally split the revolutionary group in two. 150 Obregón was forced to rely on large-scale peasant mobilization to defeat it. 151 The Calles government. The Calles presidency was more radical than its predecessors. Calles boldly challenged both the Catholics and the Gringos. 152 A 1925 law requiring foreign oil companies to exchange their property titles for concessions triggered a hostile reaction from the United States. 153 Calles also actively opposed the 1926 U.S. military intervention in Nicaragua, sending arms to Cesar Augusto Sandino's guerrilla army. 154 American officials, viewing Calles's behavior as a challenge to the U.S. sphere of influence. 155 spoke darkly of Soviet Mexico and attacked Calles as the Stalin of Mexico. 156 Indeed, U.S. Ambassador James Sheffield, backed by oil companies and Catholic groups, lobbied the White House to overthrow him. 157 By early 1927, Mexican leaders feared a U.S. invasion. 158 With U.S. Marines mobilized off the coast, war seemed a real possibility. 159 Indeed, Calles told his top officials to prepare a retreat to the interior and ordered military commanders to be ready to set fire to the oil fields. 160 Ultimately, however, Calles reverted to accommodation. In 1927, the government backed off the petroleum law and U.S. Mexican relations subsequently thawed. 161 By 1928, Calles could declare that for the first time since the revolution, Mexico faced no external threat. 162 Calles's most radical policies came in the cultural sphere. Whereas his predecessors had largely ignored the constitution's anti-clerical provisions, 163 Calles enforced them with religious zeal. 164 According to one biographer, Calles's hatred of the church was so deep that it defied structuralist explanations. 165 Yet the church also posed a threat. 166 With a network of educational, religious, and charitable agencies that extended into every corner of the country, the church remained a powerful actor. 167 Catholic activism expanded in the early 1920s. As the church began to organize workers and peasants, and lay organizations such as the Mexican Catholic Youth Association and the National League for the Defense of Religious Freedom built large activist bases and began to mobilize. 168 At the same time, Archbishops José Mora y del Rio and Francisco Orozco y Jiménez spoke out forcefully against the revolutionary regime. 169 When Calles took office in 1924, then the church was the regime's principal opponent. 170 The Calles government mounted an extraordinary attack on the church. After a failed effort to create a schismatic Mexican Apostolic Church, 171 Calles issued a series of decrees in 1926 aimed at enforcing the Constitution's anti-clerical provisions. 172 Under the so-called Calles laws, the government expelled 200 priests and closed more than 100 Catholic schools and dozens of churches and convents. 173 State governments, under orders to enforce the Constitution at all costs, imposed strict limits on the number of priests allowed in their territory, often arresting or expelling priests. 174 Calles's attacks triggered a strong Catholic reaction. In early 1925, Catholic activists created the 800,000-member National League for the Defense of Religious Freedom, which led a massive petition drive calling for constitutional reform. 175 In early 1926, Archbishop Mora y del Rio called on Mexicans to oppose the revolutionary government and the Constitution. 176 The government responded by expelling Mora y del Rio and 200 foreign priests and closing dozens of churches, monasteries, convents, and Catholic schools. 177 The July 1926 Calles laws brought a definitive rupture with the church. 178 Perceiving its very survival to be at stake, the church suspended religious services, effectively going on strike. 179 The League and other Catholic groups organized a general strike including a school and a tax boycott and a series of protests, which led to the arrest of many of their leaders. 180 The conflict soon escalated into violence. In late 1926 and early 1927, a massive peasant uprising erupted in Mexico's central lowlands, or Bajío region, plunging Mexico into a civil war known as the Cristero War. 181 An unambiguously counter-revolutionary movement. 182 The Cristeros posed the most serious challenge to the regime since the revolution. 183 Although the church hierarchy did not support the rebellion, many local priests collaborated with it. 184 And Catholic lay organizations such as the League and the Mexican Catholic Youth Association provided arms, money, and men. 185 By 1928, the Cristero rebellion had grown into a major insurgency, with 50,000 to 60,000 rebels operating in 12 states. 186 Mexico descended into a 3-year civil war that killed between 70,000 and 100,000 people. 187 The Cristero War decimated the army, killing 50,000 soldiers and triggering tens of thousands of desertions, and forced the government to mobilize 25,000 peasant militia members to defeat the rebels. 188 The war also consumed nearly half of Mexico's national budget. 189 And it triggered a regime-threatening crisis when President-elect Obregón was assassinated by a Catholic militant in July 1928. By the time the government and the church negotiated an accord in June 1929, under which